Good evening, everybody. Dadman Walking 55 coming to you for the end of the first round, day two, night session with these games that are on tap. We'll be started off by the number one seed out of the West, Florida Gators, and the 16th seed, Norfolk State. Go Gators! Yes, I am definitely biased on this one. Hopefully, people come in. We'll see how things go. We'll take a look as the night goes on about where things happened, where things went earlier in the day. We've got good action. Like I said, I'm happy. Let's go, Gators. Let's get to playing some basketball and let's run on to a national title this year. So, okay, let's see. Live now. Woohoo! All right. Let's see this. Let's do this, and I'm going to multitask until we get people in the chat. So there we go. We are live now. The Gators are on True TV, I believe is what it is. Tonight's lineups, we've got some games. Ole Miss held off North Carolina. That was very interesting. Let's see. Florida plays Norfolk State on TNT, about to tip off. Kentucky and Troy 7:10 on CBS. Marquette, New Mexico at 7:25 on TBS. Arizona and Akron at 7:35. So let's see if we can get some more upsets tonight, and let's see what happens along the way. This game is getting ready to tip in a second, so let me turn the fans on. I am going to be eating some, so my apologies if you don't like the food asthma. It's dinner time, and I ran out of time to do more stuff. So we're going to go with what we can, and let's see. Oh, I thought was okay. All right. Anyway, there we go. We're live. I got to say a special shout out, thank you to the wonderful Mrs. and always amazing Yarn Witch for coming on during the last stream. Yarn Witch was with me probably 2.5 hours. Mrs. probably about 3, a little bit longer. So that was wonderful. And hey, Sci-Fi Mombi, sorry that your Missouri Tigers went down yesterday, but good to see you though. Missouri Valley Conference. Drake, I don't think I can't remember what. I'm losing track of what conferences are what. That's what's so bad. But Drake, I'm not sure where they. I thought they were Midwest, but they're still alive after winning yesterday. Not sure if you got the Southeast or the Missouri Valley Conference still represented, but nice to see. It's SEMO. It's the last year in the Missouri Valley. Well, hey, sit back, relax, enjoy. If you don't have plans, let me know. DM me, and we're in for the last round of the first night. Earlier action, St. Mary's held off Vanderbilt, wins 59 to 56 in the East region. 7 beats 10. Maryland is about to put away Grand Canyon, up 81 to 48. And of course, UNC rallied, but they lost. They ended up falling just short to the great Ole Miss Rebels. So, you're going to USA, Conference USA. That's a big step up, though. Every step up is important. So Ole Miss won by 7, beating UNC, who many thought should not be in the tournament at all. We're getting ready for the Florida Gators to play Norfolk State. Should be a ritual sacrifice, but let's hope that goes that way. So, all righty. Let's see. I'm actually multitasking badly at the moment, but we shall see. I'm trying to see something. Missouri Valley Conference. Let's see. I gotta get back. Get back to ESPN. Let's go do another ESPN tab. I've got so many ESPN tabs, it's ridiculous. Florida coming into this game. Really well-oiled machine. They play about 10 players deep, which is abnormal for this time of year, and really a testament to how good this team is. It's amazing. And also, not to be outdone, the women's NCAA tournament is actually ongoing today, too. Kind of interesting how they do it, where it starts Friday, ends on Monday. It's kind of bizarre. So, but Grand Canyon also made it in the women's side, not just the men's side. So Elijah Martin, graduate for Florida. Walter Clayton's a senior. Will Richards, senior. Alex Condon, sophomore. Ruben Chinelu as a sophomore. So Florida's going to lose a lot, especially in the backcourt next year with a lot of experience. But let's see what happens. Enjoy the game tonight. Florida, yeah, this is a game that they should roll quickly. But we'll see what happens with that. My apologies. I'm trying to. Nothing like multitasking. All right, let's see. And I will be eating. Sorry, but I ran out of time, like I said earlier. The life of streaming all the time, even if you don't go anywhere or do anything all day. All right, and there we go. Florida wins the opening tip. So let's see what the Gators do with this game tonight. Let's. A 30-foot three-pointer right off the bat. You know this team's hot tonight when Clayton hits that. So a bad sign for Norfolk State. I will probably be a little bit more quiet for a bit. We will, as the night goes on, we will talk about the earlier games a little more detail. See where I look forward to towards tomorrow's matchups. Some interesting matchups. One of the most intriguing is St. John's versus Arkansas, where Rick Pitino and John Calipari face off, two former University of Kentucky coaches. Now Norfolk State has a nice running jumper. So, wow, high-low game for Florida. This is going to be a long night for Norfolk State down low. Okay, hey, Fallout Dave. Hey, at least you're off work. So, yeah, sit back, relax. There's time. I'm eating myself right now. Well, I'm not eating myself. I'm eating dinner. I don't want to eat my arm or a leg. Yeah, they're running and gunning tonight. Although I think they can do a little bit more with the competition tonight than they would if they're playing a tougher team. I give credit for Norfolk State. They've gotten in there and gotten a couple rebounds early on an offensive possession to extend their, 2 offensive rebounds already for Norfolk State. Ugh, that was a bad bank shot. That was a brick. 3 in the corner, and that's going to be good. Oh, he airballed it. Wow. Clayton. What they do, call travel violation on Florida. Dang it. We'll be having my friend JT Kirk on a little bit later tonight as the night goes along, as family commitments wind up, and he can come in and talk in the Michigan game. We got it, and I found out that Bryant is not the Bears. Bryant is actually the Bulldogs. So let's see. Looking at what we got. Norfolk State, Florida right now at 7:10. We got Kentucky and Troy. New Mexico, Marquette at 7:25. Akron, Arizona, 7:35. Oklahoma, Yukon, 9:25. Xavier, Illinois, 9:45. Bryant, Michigan State at 10. And Liberty and Oregon. Love you guys out there. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for putting up my repetitive old jokes. At 10:10 against Liberty. So, go figure. It's going to be a fun night. These games are a bit better tonight, so let's hope for some upsets and some craziness in here tonight. Let's see. Let's do teams. No. Nice cross-court pass. Oh. It's a short. Go, Ruben. There you go. Dude, this Florida team is the best I think I've seen. I believe this Florida team is better than even the 2006, 2007 back-to-back national champion teams. Because see, they were like the Fab Five, and the Fab Five is Michigan, but they had a nickname for them at the time, and they stayed together. But this team, I mean, this team has got like 10 people that, I mean, they can play 10, 11 deep if they have to. You don't see that in this day and age of the NIL and transfer portals. You just don't see that. Oh, man, it bounced out for Norfolk State. Now, when you're Norfolk State, a team like that, you have got to score, take advantage of it. Oh, 3 from the right wing and bank. See, Gator size. Alex Condon, 6'11". Oh, a backward pass. That was a nice pass, but they threw it out of bounds. Dang it. I think this is one of those that they're playing around a little bit too much, but hey, 9-2, good start in a tournament game. Unselfish play. Unselfish play here, 9-2. He likes sticking his tongue. He thinks he's Michael Damn Jordan, I guess. All right. So let me see. The Missouri Valley Drake. Yes. Sci-Fi Mommy, if you're here, it's Missouri State, right? Or is it CMU? Which one is Missouri State? I think is your team, if I'm correct. Or is it Southeast Missouri? I'm sorry, I can't keep them straight. But Drake is out of the Missouri Valley Conference, and they beat Missouri out of the SEC last night. So the Missouri Valley Conference is still alive. Yeah, okay, Missouri State. Okay, yes, they are leaving the Missouri Valley Conference to go into the what do you call it? It's Conference USA. So that should be always a step up, always a time of transition. So very nice, very nice. All right, now we're at the commercial. Unfortunately, folks, like I said, there's only one game right now, so I am working on multitasking. So my apologies. I may say like I'm distracted, but I'm trying to get a few things out. Having dinner here, all this stuff. Chaos reigns. It's fun. It's great. Oh, you don't like Drake? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's too funny. All right. Well, yeah. Okay. All right. Let me see. Doing something else. So we still have a TV commercial. Pretty much that's it. Let me get this one thing out. Then I will start giving you more updates on what had happened today. It's been a very, very busy day in college basketball. Been a busy 2 days. The singer and the or is he a rapper? Does he really sing? Can you call a rapper a singer? Oh man. Let's see. Can you call a rapper a singer? I don't know. But so let me see. Let's see. I want to retweet out my stream one more time. And hey, we got 70 y'all here. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Mikey Susie Ford, how are you tonight? Hey, Ing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Mikey, I'll be with your comment in just 1 second. I'm trying to multitask right now, and I'm failing badly at it. But good to see you. Hope we can talk some basketball tonight, Friday night. We got a lot of games coming up, some of interest. This game with Florida and Norfolk State should be pretty well put out to pasture fairly quickly. But, let me finish this because I cannot type and talk. I'm having to it's I wish I could type and talk. You guys that can type and talk, y'all have a special talent. Oh, great. Now my computer's deciding to. I hate when it glitches. It's like, okay. I hate when your computer decides to buffer and decides to like make you wait forever. All right, so Florida's up 13-2 while I'm trying to type, but my computer's like deciding to be stupid. Uh, uh, so, all right, there we go. We got that. Posted that. Okay. All right, so Florida's up 13-2. Let me see, Mikey. How are you tonight? Good to see you. Let me get this. Thank you for your patience. Sorry, trying to multitask. Dad Nabbit, Baylor beat Grant. Baylor didn't. It was Maryland. Maryland beat them, but Maryland. Whoa, nope. The Antelopes actually lost to Maryland 81-49. I wonder if you're talking about the. Are you talking about the women's NCAA tournament? Because the women's tournament has actually started today. And I believe that's where those two schools played, is in the women's tournament. So, but yeah, the Grand Canyon men got crushed by Maryland 81-49. But hey, it's an interesting day. Florida's up 13-3. Norfolk made one of the two free throws. And we got another three. Hit it again. Dude, this Clayton kid for Florida is we're going to miss the hell out of him when he's gone. It just, they can't stay around long enough. Hey, and Norfolk State has a basket. Yay. So let me catch up on you guys in the chat, of course. So let's see. Mikey, hey, it's interesting. If you're talking to mommy, hope you do. Yeah, I hope mommy's family's doing too. Yeah. Arizona State, yeah, they did, but big, at least there's some good teams in the Big 12 that did make the tournament. So hey, yeah, the men lost to Terrapins. Yeah, exactly. So, all right, we're going with this tonight. Let's see, Clayton. That's the hard thing is this is a really interesting. This game got set at 7:00 because if you've ever been to these games live and in person, you don't want to be that 10:00 game with a blowout because it can get painful to watch. One of the worst games we ever saw, my oldest and I, we've been to two of these opening rounds, and we had the first time Louisville and California. Oh my gosh. Even though they were big schools, that was the worst basketball I think we'd seen in our life. Wow, this. God, the number of dude, I tell you what, this team is. If you're watching this game, watch this Florida team. If you've not had a chance to see them this year, you need to watch them. So many alley oops. They look like the Harlem Globetrotters sometimes in a way. They just make basketball so easy, and the alley oops, the dunks. When this team is functioning and flying right, it's just amazing. And they have truly 10 players that can produce and contribute. One spot of attention for the you'll have your last senior next year. That's too funny. One of the things to watch, and if you look at it, number 3, Micah Hoglinson, he's a 7-footer. What's significant about him was he broke his leg very badly in a very gruesome injury last year in the SEC championship game. And he sat out all this season, was going to redshirt until a few weeks ago. Florida had two of the big men go out in a single game, including one in 30 seconds. And he gave up his red shirt. He joined the team late in the season. Now with Alex Condon back, still one player is out, but he has added immense depth to it. A 7-footer that just shoot the ball, Micah. There you go. You're right under the friggin' basket. The thing with him is like, shoot the ball, boy. Shoot it. You just got to reach up and drop it in the basket. That's all you got to do. He's so damn tall, but it's a really good feel-good story. The fact that he he missed 2/3 of the season and gave up his red shirt this year to be part of the special team and run, because that's the year to have to really enjoy this. Yes, Mrs. All right. Well, oh man, Florida got a foul call just standing there on the ground, but hey, it's okay. 24-5. This game is rolling off really. Hey, yeah, start planning a vacation. Yeah, we've had a few hiccups. We've had a few bumps. We're doing okay right now. Getting some things settled out. We're getting mom covered over some things too. So, yeah, but hey, it's all good. Glad to have some new faces in tonight. Feel free. What do you think with college basketball? What do you like with March Madness? Have you been? Sorry about crumpling the paper right at the mic. I apologize. Have you ever been to one of these opening rounds, day one and day two? We've, like I said, we loved it. It was a great experience. We've been able to go twice, but they've not brought the games back to where we are, which is frustrating because they keep sending them to Tampa and Orlando. And like, hey, we're a big enough city. We can handle the crowd. I'm like, they would get the regional finals and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's just frustrating. That guy's got to start hitting for Florida. Shoot it again, dude. Clavar out in the corner missed, but that guy at one point this year was like automatic from 3-point range, and he just was automatic for the longest time. But he's been struggling a little bit lately. They need to get him ongoing, and he came out of nowhere, which really helped add Florida some depth. So, wow. Come on. Don't do it, dude. You're a 1 seed. Settle down. Just settle down. Don't. That's what you need to get a guy kicked out of the game. So Dave made. I was about to say Dave made Fallout spaghetti. Fish and chips there. Coulson. Cool. I tell you what, I got chicken wings from the Chinese place and shrimp lo mein. So. Speaking of earlier games, like we said earlier, 4th seed in the West, Maryland crushed Grand Canyon 81-49. It started off a little bit sort of close at the beginning, but did not stay that way long. We should be coming up with Kentucky and Troy very soon. Baylor, 9th seed, beat Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama struggled with Robert Morris a lot. It was a close game late, but Alabama pulls away and wins 90-81. Iowa State crushes Lipscomb. Yeah, that's the way you say it. Lipscomb, 82-55. Even though it has a B in it, it's silent. What the hell? It went too far there. Colorado State upsets 5th seed Memphis by 8, 78-70. Number 1, Puke crushes Mount St. Mary's 93-49. Vanderbilt goes down to St. Mary's from the West Coast Conference 59-56. And a game that was all but over. But Ole Miss does hold on to beat UNC. UNC pulled it within 2 till late in the game and could not hit a shot at that point. So that's the afternoon that was. Of course, Troy and UK are about to start at 7:10. New Mexico Marquette are at 7:25 and at 7:35. Akron plays Arizona, another game that is potentially an upset, as people want to claim or say that it could be. Yeah, I didn't even think about it from that stat, but Fallout Spaghetti, yeah, would be glowing. So today, at least, we have one upset that's really, I think, more of an upset, but I think you could see Colorado State beating Memphis. Memphis was not really special. They were losing. They were without a starting guard that contributed 13 points a game. And I tell you what, here's a man. He wanted Boise State. He really was high on Boise State, I will say, all year. But he didn't get in the tournament. But he raised my eyebrows and attention to Colorado State as Chewy. Yo, Chewy, welcome in tonight. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Yeah, I tell you, that was impressive watching Colorado State take down Memphis earlier in the day. So it will be interesting to see. They're also in the West because Colorado State will take on Maryland next. Could speak wonders for the West if they can knock off Big Ten team in that matchup. So, yeah, I agree. Arizona should beat Akron. Yeah. So we're looks like we got a foul review with that last play. So let's hopefully they just rolled it off. Let it keep going. Good start for Florida, 26-7 up on Norfolk State. Does anybody still have a decent bracket if you do brackets? Because a couple of these upsets were not predicted. I'll tell you what, Norfolk's done pretty good with the substitution with his new guy in with the headband. We've got to figure out his name, but he's actually brought in some energy and actually gone inside against the Gators. The ball rotation by the Gators just is amazing. There you go. We got a 3 from Aberdeen. So, yeah, Memphis is good outside of conference, beat UConn, but at least Colorado State got a win for the Mountain West. I do too. I hope that they can knock off Maryland. That would be good because I do think, I'm not surprised with St. Mary's beating Vanderbilt. I tell you, I think that St. Mary's believe that they're playing Bama next with their size with those 2 7-footers could actually give Alabama some trouble, which will be good for the Mountain West or the West Coast Conference. Yeah, that'll kill you. Oh, that's what happens, Mikey. You always go down on the first. It goes down quickly. It catches flames very quickly. Yeah, we got a 31-11 game. Hey, but what is still true? At least Norfolk State showed up better than the Georgia Bulldogs, who fell down 27-3 last night before they even tried to come back against Gonzaga, another West Coast Conference team. Which then gets back to the question: did the SEC deserve 14 bids to this tournament? And I think it's being shown no, they didn't. All we need is Oklahoma to lose to UConn tonight, and that will complete the hell. It will go from no to hell no. sadly, it's because what's the thing is that there's good basketball in some of these other conferences, and when you can at least be close to 500 in your conference, should you really be in a post? Should you at least be in the NCAA tournament? If you're off in the NIT or some others, then that's a different thing. I have not had a chance to study the women's teams, but I've got Florida going all the way. I'll talk to you about where I've got things going in just a moment. So, now, Micah, and like I said, if you're watching the Florida game right now, I don't blame you if you turn off to another game soon, which will be Kentucky. Troy will be the next one starting. Go, Mike! Micah, shoot the dang ball! Shoot the ball, 7-footer. There's a 7-footer that doesn't like shooting. But he does a lot of rebounding, a lot of other good stuff. It's like shoot the ball sometime, big man. Shoot the ball. Houston Gonzaga should be interesting, but what does not hold bode well for the Bulldogs is they struggle against number one seeds. And guess what? Yeah, Houston is a 1 seed. I am hoping. I hope Gonzaga, if they can shoot well, Houston though tends to not score well, produce offensively very well in terms of points. So I'm hoping. And there's a 3 from the corner. Hey, I know they're only playing Norfolk State, and I get that they're up 35-11, but Florida tonight is doing what a number 1 seed should do. Not like Auburn did last night. With struggle with Alabama State, where they were up only 1 just with about a minute left. And because of Alabama State missing 2 free throws and some miscues, Auburn was able to go in at the half up 10. My personal observation, and they get a basket and a foul, so a chance for old-fashioned 3-point play. Speaking of Auburn, hey, thank you, Mikey. Appreciate it. And the missus is actually at 585, and she is monetized. Yay! So she's been working hard for that. 9 of y'all wonderful people are here. Follow us on Twitch if you haven't, and make sure you like and subscribe here on the YouTube side. Wish UF was on CBS. Well, yeah, I do too. But this game honestly does not deserve an over-the-wire network airing. It's 35-14 already. People know what's coming. Plus, it's a chance to get Kentucky on TV. Kentucky and Troy could actually possibly be a better game than this one overall. It's just offensive rebound, 3-point shot. I'll gush about this Gator team as we go on. It's just amazing. Hey, Small Time Republic, good to see you, Mr. Auburn, right here. He's here. SEC was given a lot of credit for what they did in November, December. It's about who's hot now. I agree. And I'll be honest, I was disappointed with Georgia because I thought Georgia had turned the corner and actually gotten pretty hot. But then that start last night, down 27-3, was just, I mean, they beat Florida at home, although they had to hold on for that win. Just really disappointed with some of the showing of the SEC teams. Micah Hagleson, number 3 for Florida. He's a 7-footer. You're going to learn to shoot the ball, son. I hate 7-footers that will not shoot, but he's got strength. He's working on his coordination. But the story about him last year was that he was hurt, broke his leg in the SEC championship game against Auburn last year. Sat out all this year. Was planning on sitting out the whole year this year. But then when Alex Condon and I can't even remember the guy's name now, the other guy that was hurt for Florida, that's how deep Florida is, who's not back yet. He gave up his red shirt to come out to be part of this team this year, and all credit to him. And he's getting into playing shape very fine, very fine. So, yeah, but I agree with that. And you give them credit for playing out-of-conference teams and doing well, but then when you got Texas and Oklahoma that went 6-12 in the conference. Now, Georgia and some of the others were 8-10, but like 6-12 in the conference with Oklahoma and Texas. And then now Missouri goes out. They got upset. You got all these SEC teams losing. Some are winning though, and I will say, it's just this 14 just seems a lot for anybody. Chewy says Gonzaga against okay. Is 0-10. Granted, they destroyed Baylor early on, but this is not the Gonzaga years past. But it had to be aware. They beat St. Mary's for the WCC title. But I tell you what, if they can shoot like they did last night, they have a chance. But that, obviously the big what if. So, yeah, I've heard about that guy. That's like freakishly tall. I don't know. I'm. That's still a project. So you'll have to wonder. You wonder if he can deal with the physical play of the conference. I don't know, but that I keep forgetting about it. They're going to be loaded on the front court. The back court, the guard play is going to fall off next year. We'll have a couple of returners, but we'll lose the three big ones: Clayton, Richard, and those guys that are really carrying the load in terms of point production. But I'll take it. I will take it. So speaking of this, I tell you how I've got my Final Four. See, that's a game that I've been talking about people all day. Watch out for that Marquette, New Mexico game. New Mexico, when I started looking into them, surprisingly good. Unknown, unheard of really out west. That's the sad thing. There's a lot of great sports, football and basketball out west that a lot of people never get to see. But I am interested in that game. I will cut it down to my I will tell you my Elite Eight is this. In the South is Michigan and Michigan State. I'm sorry. There's something wrong with Auburn right now. And Small Time Republic, feel free. Tell me if I'm wrong, you think different or whatever else. There is just something functionally wrong with Auburn. Individually, they got talent. They got good shooters. They got tough players. They got everything that it should be. But they just, before the conference tournament, losing that home game, they lost to Florida late in the season at home. They lost that last game at home to Alabama. They went out early in the tournament. There's something not, and then struggling last night with Alabama State. Yes, it can happen in a tournament game, but there's just, to me, something of what I see with Auburn that makes them, looks like they're just, I can't say what, but it just looks like they're not playing as well as they did early this season, or the quality of the number one overall seed. In the West, I have Florida and St. John's. And the East, I have Duke and Alabama. And in the Midwest, I have Purdue and Tennessee. My SEC homerism will come out because I got Michigan State going to the Final Four, Florida going to the Final Four, Alabama and Tennessee going to the Final Four. Share your Final Four with me if you want to. Tell me I'm wrong. That's cool. I'm wrong all the time, I know. So I'll take Florida, Tennessee in the championship game with Florida beating Tennessee. That's the way I've got it. I know I can be wrong, and that's cool. Debate is what we encourage here. Hello, CRC. Good to see you tonight. Yeah, women's basketball is good. I just don't have time for one more thing this year. I really wish that I could, and I do agree. South Carolina has one of the greatest women's programs, but they've been a little bit off at times this year. So there's a lot of they're not as dominant as they have been in recent years. So Fallout Dave has Duke and Houston and Michigan State, Florida. Yep. And that's very acceptable. And stunning. Oi, basketballs. Yes, exactly. Discipline problem. Eventually that impacts your play. Okay. There's, like I said, talent-wise, they have it individually and team-wise. They have the talent to go all the way. They have the talent to win this whole thing, but I'll permit me to opine. And like I said, feel free to disagree. I've never been a Bruce Pearl fan. Never. When he was at Tennessee, yeah, there was a lot of stuff up there too. Auburn, I just don't like his game coaching. I don't know that he's an X and O's coaches. He's a good recruiter. He gets talent in. I just don't. I put it this way: if I had a chance to hire a new coach, it would not be him. So, yeah, my one woman is enough. Like, stunning. Damn straight with that. Damn straight with that. Dave, you have Houston beating Tennessee. That's good. Okay. Now give me a second. I need to get some of the screens updated. Oh God, Small Time Republic. Wow. Yes. I ignored my gut. I saw clips of one time, and that was in the ACC championship game when they were getting blown out. But I heard good things about them. They were 27-6, contract extension for the coach. So I went against my inkling, and they did. They went down. Of course, you know who beat them? Will Wade, the former coach from LSU with his baggage, is now leaving McNeese State also to head to where? To be the North Carolina State head coach in the ACC. So go figure. And it's interesting. He beat his alma mater. His alma mater was Clemson. So good to see all y'all tonight. So, all right. So feel free, share your thoughts, share your Final Fours. Good to see everybody in here tonight. I will be looking at the Florida game mostly because I'm, I still like to watch them play and do well. If you get a chance to watch them, you've got to watch them with the number of threes, the amount of the alley-oops and everything they do. But I will tell you, honestly, I'm hoping they pull these main starters out at halftime, and they got enough depth to play bench guys the second half. You don't want to see injuries in a game like this to your frontline players. That's one of the biggest risks with these type of games. So, you limited the damage, by having Houston beating them, So Mikey said, ladies, South Carolina, Texas, UCLA, South Carolina, and to win it all, Oh, you have St. John's just for the heck of it all. Hey, you never know, Rick Pitino. Speaking of that, tomorrow we have an interesting matchup, one that's got a lot of attention. With Arkansas playing St. John's, it's a battle of the former Kentucky coaches. Rick Pitino takes on John Calipari in a matchup that people have been highlighting, which is odd. But what's also odd, you got Tennessee and Auburn both playing at Rupp Arena on the home court of the University of Kentucky. I kept waiting for, they said that Auburn had only won 2 games going into the season up at Rupp Arena. With it being so close last night at halftime, I'm sitting there thinking, well, what if Auburn lost again at Rupp Arena to not Kentucky? But they pulled the game out. So we're at about. Looks like we got a close game. The tips have started in the Kentucky-Troy game. Kentucky leads 11-9, and New Mexico-Marquette just underway, scoreless. Nice. Florida on the boards, I'll tell you. This is the 49-19. This is the way a 16-1 game should be. Like I said, one of the benefits with Florida is, they can easily play 10 players deep. And the depth guard play and at the front court too. So now was this because your bracket got busted, or did you have them going all the way just for the fun of it? All right. So Mikey says, Auburn, Florida, Duke, Houston, Florida with narrow win of Duke in the final. I don't know if you've seen Florida play this year. I've seen Duke play a few times. I think the only team that could actually hold Florida, 2 teams in the field that I really could fear, Michigan State from the Pac-10, Big Ten physical nature, and maybe Houston because of their defense. Duke, Florida will run them out of the gym. This is like a high-flying act with this Florida team. When they're functioning, and even when they struggled, you can see as they don't give up. They come back. They've had some big deficits that they've overcome this year. And this is a very special team. I think it's one of the, I hate saying team of destiny, but It feels like a team of destiny, and it's not just me being a homer. I've seen enough of it, but that's why we have to play the games, folks, because you never know what'll happen at any time. So, because Florida's got to play. Oh, holy crap! That would have been a 40-foot 3-pointer, but that is interesting to see, Mikey, with that in there. I think I I'm just afraid of placing any faith of any team in the ACC right now when we've seen Clemson, what they did, North Carolina, what they did, and the controversy whether North Carolina should have even been invited. Uh, so I wonder how good Duke really is considering the quality of the ACC. Uh, Another offensive rebound for Florida. And it should be a foul call and a timeout. 51-21 at the first timeout, at the last timeout of the first half. So, since your teams, you like Duke to go through. And Duke very well could go through that break. It's not a bad draw. Alabama is a team with a lot of blemishes and weaknesses. They struggled quite a bit with Robert Morris today. Look for that game Sunday against St. Mary's to be a challenge for Alabama, at least early also. Tell you, St. Mary's is good defensively, and they actually have some talented big men. So, yes, everybody can agree on it. At least they're better than the FSU. So, okay, well, let's take a look. Again, let me slide over to the scoreboard here. I'm going to need to get some of these games loaded up here on these scoreboards. UK leads Troy 14-9 early on. Let me get these games. Let's see. I'm going to pull up box scores so we can track the games as we go. We will recap today's action again a little bit later. Let's see. We got those two. And with this one here, we got there you go. Got that. So we'll get these three games going here. So the fourth game will tip off shortly. Let's see. All right. So the fourth game, which will be Arizona and Akron, should be tipping off momentarily. Hey, Jess. Oh, more Reese is awesome. Awesome. Good to see. We announced on April 10th we're having a peep show. Mrs. and Yarn Witch will be with me on that when we have the peep show on April 10th at 8 p.m. April 5th, a Saturday, is National Peep Day, so we're going to celebrate peeps. So, Jess, all those memes, all those pictures you've been sending me of all the variety of peeps and peep type stuff, thank you. It will be put to great use. So, don't be so quick to dispatch the West Coast Conference team. St. Mary's is good. I really will say, and their size makes a difference. So I do agree. Come on, come on, Zips. Yes, peep day, a peep show. There you go. That's the spirit. All right. So let's take a look at this. It's still the timeout. Let's take a look at the stats right now. Norfolk State and Florida. Florida leads 53-21 with 3:15 left in this game. Norfolk shooting 33%, 1 of 7 from 3, 4 or 5 at the free throw line, 10 rebounds. Florida killing them, doubling up the rebounds, 20 rebounds, shooting 56.3%, and shooting 7 of 18, or right at 40% from the 3-point line. That's not much to say. It's going as it's expected. The winner plays the winner of the UConn-Oklahoma game. I'm interested in that one. Will it be me versus Mark D with a C, or will they get another SEC rematch? I don't know, but I guess I'm a little more. It would be a little more scared playing UConn, not having seen them this year. Playing Oklahoma, but folks, that's the one thing you can't do this time of year. You cannot underestimate any opponent because you still have to put the ball in the hole. You still have to go out and play and win the game. And if you take anybody lightly, they could come back and get you. So we'll flip over probably to the Troy Kentucky game at halftime of this game. So nice steal by Norfolk State. Yeah, they did good. They got Florida a little cocky, sloppy with the ball right there, and a foul and a basket. Holy crap, it's a 30-point lead? Damn, my math is shot today. Oh, and a peep pick too. All right. Thank you, Jess. Sounds like fun. Yeah. Okay, so they moved it back 13 minutes. Okay, thank you for the update on that game. Let's take a look at Troy, Kentucky. Kentucky's up 14-12, just under 12 minutes. This game, pace is probably where Troy wants it to be. Troy is, again, these smaller ranked teams, the lower ranked teams have got to shoot better. Another story where they're barely hanging in, but Troy's only shooting 33% from the field. Kentucky is 46%. It looks like a pace that Troy would want, but you got to shoot. You got to shoot at least 45% if you're going to pull off the upset, which I would like to see an upset here. This is a Midwest game being played in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in that pod. New Mexico, wow. And like Chewy said earlier, folks, do not forget what Chewy said earlier about New Mexico. Marquette, let me swing back to that one a bit. This is a game I've actually been talking about today to keep an eye out. Marquette is, New Mexico is out to the early 11-6 lead. Yes, it's still early. They're coming in shooting hot at 63%. Marquette's at 40%. So keep an eye on this game. This one could be some consider upset, but WAC and West Coast Conference can play some good basketball. So just like I said, keep an eye on some of those games. So, all right. Wow, Norfolk State has a 7-0 run in the last minute. So, and they've got the ball back. So, give them credit. They're hustling. I tell you what, that's what you like to see. Norfolk State isn't giving up. They're up by 23. Florida's up by 23 right now, but Norfolk State's really hustling. And come on, Ruben, you got to not fall down. So I think the last couple minutes of this game, Todd Golden's going to be on that team at halftime for a little bit for what happened. Use the backboard. Sorry for screaming at the mic. Can we use the daggum backboard, guys? I mean, roll up a layup that rolled right across and over the rim. Hey, give them 11-0 run in the last 2 minutes. Yep. Florida going cold now, huh? But still, it's 21-point lead. The second half, they'll get back together. But hey, out of bounds with 14.8 seconds left in the half. Yeah, I know. Hey, thank you. Yes, thank you. Hit like, share, subscribe, all that. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the Mrs. channel. If you didn't know, the Mrs. got monetized last week. So she's really happy with that. She may be streaming again tonight on her diamond painting. So always go say hi to her. Thank her for all she does, because I'm not here without her. So yeah, Florida getting a little sloppy at the end of the. Well, 53-32. It's still a 21-point lead. Yeah, you're not up 30-something now. But look, this is what makes NCAA basketball so great. The fans of Norfolk State, even though they're down 21, they're having a party right there, right now, folks. That's what it's about. They're having, and I've seen that in their I've seen that in person when Prairie View A&M came once, and I can't remember if Kentucky might have been the 1 seed that year, or Prairie View A&M was who it was, and they had fun. It didn't matter. You knew they were walking into a massacre. They had fun. It was a good game, and the kids, the fans, they just had fun with it the whole time. What has happened in this game? Norfolk State has gotten hot. They're now raised their shooting percentage to 42% in the game right now. Still not really hitting the 3-pointers, but getting free throws and jump shots, so closer shots. Which that is they need to, but that last 2 minutes when they cut off 11 points off the margin is going to delay that. Because one, you don't want to get too cocky. Two, you don't want people to get rusty. But the other thing is, you pull them too early, then trying to put them back in the game to restart the momentum. I hope they do because they should. But that little burp, there were some breakdowns on defense for the Gators that need to be addressed. I'm sure Ty Golden's not happy about that last 11-0 run. The shot selection was not good at times, and they were sloppy with passing the ball a few times. So there are things that they could do to improve. With that being said, let's move over to the Kentucky. Move over to Kentucky Troy. That's game. We've got back down a 1-point game. My gosh, how Kentucky has fallen. I mean, that's Otega Owe is their leading scorer, has over half their points with 10 points. Kentucky shooting 41%. Troy's still at 35%, but they're only down 1. So that game is on CBS. I tell you what, I'll be honest, Florida, if you asked about why Florida's not on CBS, the Florida on CBS would have been a better game. Even though it's a blowout, you're watching, they're a fun team to watch. And actually seeing what the Norfolk State's doing to stay in the game is fun to watch. 18-17, Troy and Kentucky. It seems like paint drying. Pain. Are watching basketball in the days before the shot clock. Well, New Mexico has a 7-point lead over Marquette also, so that's good. I got to ask a question. Oh, my God, what an air ball by Troy. Come on. Small Time Republic might be the only one that might remember this out there, I'm thinking. Because he's such a youngster. Well, I don't know. I know you're a youngster, Small Time Republic, but do you remember basketball before the shot clock days? Come on, Troy. You got to score. And it's not Troy McClure from Simpsons. Oh, wow. He caught it off of Kentucky. But does anybody remember the days of the games before shot clocks? There was a running joke. There was a joke years ago that came out. That the only man that could ever stop Michael Jordan was Dean Smith. The four corners offense and the no shot clock days, that's the joke. The coach was the only man that could keep Michael Jordan from scoring. Still love that joke. But yes, there was one game between Kentucky and Cincinnati where Cincinnati was trying to win and they were holding the ball so much. The score ended up 12-7. So, you're a youngster. Okay, Small Time Republic. But yeah, I think it was around 1983 to 85, back close to the time when the field expanded. But there was the day before the shot clock. And I remember it made big national news that Cincinnati, to try to beat the big old Joe B. Hall was the coach back then. 12-7 was the game. Because that's what happened back then. You didn't have a shot clock. There was no impetus to run the ball, especially if you were outmatched by people. Which always amazed me. Then why did anybody ever try to shoot the ball? Why did we have high scores in the old days? Why did we do how could we have had more than 12-7 games all the time? But this, I don't know. The second half of this Kentucky Troy game has got to pick up because 1917, of the little bit that I've watched over here, is just, I'll be honest, this blowout with Florida over Norfolk State is better basketball than watching Troy, Kentucky right now. No, see, no, no. Jess is our resident in Chicago. Hey, Jess, by the way, you talk Bulls, you talk Blackhawks. Are you much in the Cubs history? Because we got Max Redstone. We're going to be talking baseball Wednesday night, specifically a bit about reminiscing about the Cubs. So if you love Chicago, Max worked on the trade floors in Chicago. Very fascinating stuff. Yeah. You're doing painting, but yeah, no, Jess, no. Dean Smith was the college coach of Michael Jordan at the University of North Carolina. Sorry, Jess. Sorry about that. Well, let's take a look at the first half of Florida and Norfolk State. Florida leads 53-32. Leading scorer, actually, for Norfolk State, have two players with 9, Jelani Darden and Christian Ings, both shooting pretty well. I mean, they turned it on 4-6, 4 of 8 shooting. So I think they led the spurt back for against the Gators. Florida, though, led by Walter Clayton with 16 points, Elijah Martin with 11. Will Richard only has 2, and he's had 2 free throws. In the SEC championship game, he could not miss from 3, but he's 0 for 4 tonight. Florida shooting right at 50%, 7 of 19, or 37% from the three-point line. 10 of 10 at the free throw line. They have 22 rebounds, 10 on the offensive side, to 14 rebounds for Norfolk State. Norfolk State staying in the game by having 6 offensive rebounds to help with their offense. Micah Handlefton scored 4 points, has 2 rebounds. So maybe get double digits tonight, big man. He's really a true comeback story. He should be the conference's comeback player of the year if the SEC has one, because small time Republic, you might have been watching that game last year when that nasty injury happened, because it was in against Auburn, and what happened was he came down awkwardly, broke the leg, and it was a gruesome injury. So he'd been out the whole season so far, and really did not expect him back this year. But when he saw the team's depth threatened, in February he stepped up and gave up the red shirt. So he's coming back and actually really contributing as a big part to this team. So I don't get Troy. Troy is frustrating the hell out of me. Every time I take a look, it's getting worse. So, okay, Jess says not really know much about baseball other than the curse of the goat and the White Sox drought due to throwing causing bad luck. What people say Cubs stands for, completely useless by September. Okay, we'll have to remind Max of that. Okay, I just was curious. So yeah, all right. I that makes sense because I know you always talk Bulls and Blackhawks. So that's why. Not much on the baseball front, which I don't blame you. I really don't watch baseball like I used to. I loved watching baseball years ago, but that's a different story, different show, whole bunch of different problems with that. Looking at the Florida stats, it's a typical first round win. The winner of this game does go on to play the winner of UConn and Oklahoma, which follows next. Let's take a look at the Troy-Kentucky game. Kentucky just scores again. They're up 23-19 at the moment. Looking at Troy is shooting again at 33%, only 25% from the three-point line. No free throws yet, and they're crashing the boards with Kentucky. Kentucky's at 45%, 4-5 from the free throw line, only 1 of 8 from three-point range. So really an even game. We'll see how long Troy can stay in this game. At some point, they are going to have to score points. Now, that sounds obvious, but just they look really anemic. Bad shots. The threes they take are way off. So you grew up in the Jordan era, got into the Blackhawks in 2010 and kept with it through about 2015-16, but was having trouble keeping up to watch games. Yeah, that's how it happens. A lot of times life gets in the way and causes you to fall behind on a lot of stuff. I'm just grateful this year I was able to get to watch a lot of these Gator games, unlike in past years. So let's take one more look. Let's move over to New Mexico and Marquette. This game with 8:02 left in the first half. New Mexico still holds a 3-point lead on Marquette, 21-18. New Mexico shooting 47.4%, 3 of 5 from 3-point range. One thing that I've noticed, there have not been a lot of fouls called in this tournament. Generally, as an overall rule, there's some games where you might have 20 free throws attempted, but that's the exception to the rule. A lot of times it's 10 and under that I've seen so far in most of the matchups. Just taking a look now at Troy and Kentucky. All right. Hey, Troy scored. Yay. All right. Yes, hockey has the 82 games. Yes, exactly. I do hope we can get back into hockey in time for the playoffs, though. JT and I have been talking about renewing our sports show. It's been my fault with problems with scheduling, with life, and commitments that we are still trying to work out and work into, things that we have to do with mom and other things going forward. Fortunately, work is now calming down. We got, although there's a big assignment ahead, at least we got past our deadline this year with when we have to have everything completed in the year. So, hey, things are looking up. So we're going to keep an eye on that New Mexico Marquette game. I'm just waiting for Kentucky to get pissed off and say, forget it, Troy, and just blow them out very soon. That's usually what happens. You can only stay around in a game like this so long before talent overtakes you. Well, everybody thought about Akron. Well, guess what? Arizona leads 9-0 right off the start. Talk about getting a slow start. That is Akron with a slow start today. 0 for 4, no scoring, and Arizona's 3 for 4, including 3 3-pointers. So, all right, we'll take a turn around. That's the latest on the scoreboards to update you with. We'll take a look at the and recap the day when this Kentucky game gets closer to halftime. So it looks like they're slightly ahead of the New Mexico Marquette game. And let's see. We might have a chance where Troy may actually tie the game up now, but there's a timeout on the court. Now, what's frustrating in the old days, now in this game, Kentucky and Troy was fouled taking a shot. It's under 4. They went ahead to the commercial break. You have scheduled TV commercial breaks after every 4 minutes in a televised game. You get 4 full timeouts, but they've thrown in these stupid 20-second things now, which I hate. But the timeouts that you have, the under 4 timeouts, what they used to do, though, was they would let you shoot the free throws before they took the commercial break. So basically, you could go under it, and then if they miss a second free throw, you'd play another 2, however long, to a dead ball. Now, what they did here, like here they did in the Troy-Kentucky game, the foul was called. It's under 4. They're going to commercial. They're taking the commercial right then. They're not going to let them shoot the free throw. So whether it ices them or not, I don't know. But, hey, and just like that, Akron is on the board. 9-2, we've got that game. Kentucky leads Troy 25-23. Just a surprisingly close game, but I'm afraid what we're going to see in this game is coming out of halftime, Kentucky just finally lets loose and actually starts scoring. Kentucky's only 1 of 8 from 3-point range, which is very abnormal for them. Again, in the New Mexico Marquette game, we are keeping an eye on that. So it'll be interesting. Folks, Chewy is one of our new followers. I see him over on X a lot, and he's been posted, especially keeping me updated on the West Coast Conference and the WAC. So he's been telling us about teams like Colorado State and New Mexico all year. So It'll be interesting. Marquette is, let's see, you've got the Mountain West here against the Big East team, So it would be, to me, this would be a high, consider an upset. This would be a 10-7. That'd be an upset. You got Mountain West that could knock off a Big East team. I remember back in the 80s, the conferences were the Big East and the ACC, and maybe the Big Ten. The SEC was a joke. You had the Southwest Conference, and the Pac-10 was even a joke in basketball. But so, yeah, I wish I had picture-in-picture for my TV so I could, but I'm flipping between the channels and stuff. And I wish that I could actually show the game here, but even though I'm not monetized, I try to stay out of trouble. I'm grateful we got 10 people sitting here talking basketball. You're watching it on your TVs. I'm watching it on mine. And Dave gave me a heads up on something that I'm going to look into. Oh, crap. Come on. Troy. Well, at least Kentucky's sloppy ball handling gave the ball back to him. So we'll see what happens. But I'm actually thinking of looking into something. I'm not sure how it will work, but I've got to check with the IT department and see if we can make it. Hey, Penny, good to see you. Oh, you got your hubby listening. All right. Great to hear hubby. Hello, Mr. Penny. If you're a basketball fan, do y'all have any favorite teams that y'all follow? Are there any schools that y'all like to follow? Do you follow college basketball? Feel free to share. Do you have brackets? Opine and ask questions. We love taking questions. I actually did some with the Yarn Witch earlier today when I was defining what I meant by when you pick the ball up in the corners in the no man's land, because once you stop dribbling, you can't start again. Hit 1 or 2, so Troy is down by 1. We'll see how this goes. Hopefully Kentucky will do it. Some mumbles around Villanova that will try to get target coach from Maryland. I heard on local shows city that AD for the Terps on the move to SMU if possible. If Maryland gets knocked out at some point, he could be a candidate. Yeah, very interesting. Well, Kentucky with a 3. Dadgummit. And Kentucky now blocked the shot. Folks, I think we might – this is one of those 4-minute spans that could be very dangerous for Troy. Yep. Just like that, from a 1-point game to 7. And that's happening a lot this year, too, the move around. We already saw it with Will Wade, supposed to be the next coach at NC State in the Atlantic Coast Conference. So it will be interesting. So, oh, wow. Didn't do a bracket, but you've been following along with the guys at work. I'm in North Carolina. Hey, guess what? Your hubby was a North Carolina State Wolfpack fan, too. Hey, look, I think Kentucky's about to win this game. Coast to coast for a dunk and a foul. Folks, this is what happens. This is why if you're a low-seeded team, you can't fall behind. They've gone from 1 point down, missing a free throw, to now down 9 points. I think Troy is pretty much cooked tonight. But, hey, you mentioned North Carolina State. You've got reasons to be happy coming up in the future. Now, some people may say it may be controversial. Let me I've seen mixed information if it's been confirmed, but there's enough smoke out there. Yesterday, one of the first upset really that happened was McNeese. Well, it used to be McNeese State. Won in an upset yesterday. Let's see. I'm checking this out real quick. McNeese. Yes, McNeese took out Clemson in an upset. Another ACC team. I'm sure you do not have love for Clemson if you're an NC State fan. But Clemson, some people predicted Clemson would go to the Final Four. That's how big of believers they were in Clemson. Well, McNeese upset them yesterday. And reported by Fox. Oh, gosh. It is official that Will Wade will join North Carolina State next year as their head men's basketball coach. Will Wade comes highly successful in the college ranks. He's turned around the McNeese program and obviously with upset over Clemson, a really physical, talented team. They can't shoot free throws worth a darn. So his teams at LSU were not good free throw shooters either. But if you're an NC State fan, he's had a proven track record of success both at LSU and now at McNeese. So that is something for you to look forward to, although there was baggage in his time at LSU, which resulted in him and the university parting ways. So you got there's reason to be happy if you're an NC State fan. I actually know some NC State fan. I used to do basketball officiating in a church league, and they there's one of the directors is a huge NC State Wolfpack fan. I mean, it's interesting, but hey, so it could be a good it is a good hire. It is definitely a good hire. He's been successful wherever he's gone. I will say, we'll see what happens and go from there. So, hey, basketball should be good again for you in NC State. But, of course, playing a league with Duke, North Carolina, Clemson, I mean, it's a struggle. And, it's not like the old days because the transfer portal and the NIL play a huge role in everything. I mean, even for a team like Florida this year, most of these players have transferred in at some point. I think at least one or two came from other schools. Let's see. Will Richard, I believe, transferred in from Florida Atlantic. So people, it's not like it used to be where you could sit there and watch somebody for 4 or 5 years go through the system. They're always transfer. I mean, it's changing. So, all right. Chewy cannot wait to watch BYU Wisconsin. Wisconsin has the tools to beat BYU, and I have a follower on Twitter that he doesn't differ on BYU since I'm not by the side of the team. I know you don't, and I know that I've seen articles that BYU is one of the teams that people should be scared to face, and I just starting to buy in on that until the Big 12 tournament. I mean, yeah, they had the game in the Big 12 tournament when they were shooting lights out, and yeah, anybody could beat anybody when you're shooting as well as they did. But the next game, when they were not hitting the threes, when they had to play more legitimate half-court basketball, not just the threes weren't going, they got crushed. And I can see. I can see why you're not sold, especially if Wisconsin can get this into a physical, slow down Big Ten type game. I don't think BYU will stand much of a chance. But you never know. Wisconsin, that was impressive scoring like they did against Montana, even though it's only Montana, but they, they've had times when they didn't score like that. All right, let me flip back to Florida because Troy has not scored in the last 2 minutes and now have gone from down 1 to down 11. So, and now desperation three-pointer. They got the offensive rebound and a foul, but well, we'll see. New Mexico still leads by 7 with 4 minutes left in the first half. I'm headed back to the Florida game just to see what they're doing. I'm unfortunately not hitting the right buttons, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Search. Sorry. I'm not the best setup here, but there we go. All right. But yeah, that'd be interesting. What kind of game to do. Appreciate the kind words. Think there's a sign of our coach as good as nice and well chatting with you. Go pack in memory of Alvano. Absolutely. Text to talk. Yes. I'm the king of text to talk. Ask Fallout Dave. Ask the missus. Yeah. Yeah. We call that dad man ease around here. Dad man ease. I've got my own language. So now a little worried here about this Florida team. It gets clunky. Games get clunky. They all do. They're still only up 21, but we'll see what happens. Chewy wants to see UConn get knocked out, have no multiple champs since the UCLA days from the 60s and 70s, which says something. Yeah, Florida did it. Duke did it in the early 90s, I believe. Florida did it 07, and UConn did it the last 2 years. Yeah, I'm hoping UConn gets beat. Personally, I'd rather play Oklahoma knowing what we got, what we'll face them. But if not, I think Florida can handle UConn. I'm just a little concerned that this team. Now it's hard to beat. Florida was up 32 points, and it's hard to keep that kind of pace up on anybody. Eventually, you come back to earth and stuff. I just like to see them. I would like to see Florida get a much bigger lead really quickly and actually put these guys down and actually, cut it to 19. You know, that's the problem. You can't pull your starters too early. If you're not careful, you're going to end up losing. And a foul. Alex Condon under Florida's side. Just keep going down loon. Dan Hurley is arrogant, so I'm okay with UConn losing. I have heard everybody in the world say that Dan Hurley is arrogant as anything. So Dan Hurley. I remember Bobby Hurley. That Dan, I'm present. I got to be a relation of Bobby Hurley, right? Did Dan play at Duke too? I remember Bobby Hurley. Dan, I don't remember, but everybody says he's arrogant, and so I can see only Mark D with a C has any love for UConn around here. I got it. I'm with both of y'all. Let's get them knocked out of this thing. Florida's got the lead back up to 22 now. Yeah, another foul on the floor. Oh my gosh, Hanglockton. Oh. Let's see. So we got it. Wow, that was a nice free throw. The way it hit all the irons. So Florida's up 22, inbound under the basket. I tell you what, Norfolk State, give them some credit. They're hustling. They're playing some ball after the way the game got started. Oh man, Florida. I will say Florida started hot with Walter Clayton. Will Richard though is struggling mightily though. For as well as he did in the SEC tournament, he is not shooting well tonight. Okay. Dan is the brother, played for Seton Hall. Okay. And a legendary high school coach. I knew there was a family story there. So, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if Bobby's as arrogant as Dan, but you sort of can tell it. I've seen him interviewed, and you kind of. And Norfolk State gets called for a foul there at Florida arm guard, pushing him off. He's complaining that Florida was using their forearm to screen him off. Let's see. Okay, they made a halftime. Troy's not done yet, but I don't have much faith in them after the way they played that last couple minutes and could not score. So we got the Gators here, 60-20, the game that I'm following right now. We will definitely be getting over to those other games in a little bit. Looks like Akron has rallied a little bit to make it at least a closer game against Arizona. Foul on a three-point shot. Yeah, nice job of Walter Clayton. He baited them into that one. All right. So let's see. New Mexico is leading to Marquette, 28-23. Akron has pulled them within 4, trailing Arizona 17-13. So that's at least they slowed the pace down because Arizona jumped out 9-0 very quick in that game. And we got 3 free throws here. Walter Clayton. One of the jokes about Tennessee's basketball team this year, they're really on them, and they're like, come on, you're not allowed one foul on a three-point shooter every game, because apparently Tennessee every game fouls the 3-point shooter, which results in 3 free throws. It's a painful thing. All right, we got it up to 23 now. Uh, uh, and that's saying the number 5 Moore for Norfolk State averages 18 points a game. He's only got 2 tonight. And they've had, like I said, they've had some players doing some good stuff. And it's just like if they could have, like they're fighting tonight. They're getting some scrappy baskets and stuff. If their regular starters, they actually, like the leading scorer was on pace, it could be a closer ball game tonight. But yeah. There's a 3 for Alex Condon. Alex Condon for Florida, 6'11". He's sophomore. He thought he broke his leg earlier this year, but he twisted an ankle very badly on the road at Mississippi State earlier this season in the first 30 seconds of the game, and then ended up missing a couple weeks, which was the reason why Micah Hagleton gave up his red shirt and came back to the team. Well, he was with the team, but actually started playing. Had been working out with the team since December, getting into shape and was working. And I do believe that they have that 7'9" player working out with the team also, the Small Town Republic. But that's just going to be freaky looking at somebody that tall. I mean, Monique Bull was 7'7", and very tall, it was very odd looking. I think the best thing they did with him, make him a 3-point shooter at Golden State the way they did it, and having him play defense. But just because you're tall doesn't mean you're good necessarily. It doesn't because you're tall. I mean, you might be able to shot block, but rebounding is also about positioning and physicality too. Just because you're taller, I've seen smaller people out hustle taller people for rebounds quite a bit. Hey, even my kid did when it became co-ed basketball. The kid found a way to get in a position for a lot of rebounds that just got into her position because she was in the right place, right time. The best one was when she did a jab step once and 2 guys much taller than her flew right past her because she stole the inbound ball. She did a jab step. They flew past her and then she just banked it in for a basket. That was like, oh, that was so fun. I miss those days. Golly, I wish. And she got robbed of her last season because of you know what. But it's okay. All right. Let's see. Akron is down 21-16. Their leading scorer is Taveri Johnson. He's got 9 points on 4 of 8 shooting, including a 3-pointer. They're shooting 30% in the game, while Arizona is at 45% in the game, led by 2 players, Jaden Bradley and Trey Townsend, both with 7. That's got just under 9 minutes left over on True TV. Let's see. Troy and Kentucky are finally at halftime. New Mexico is 32-27 over Marquette. Approaching halftime rapidly. All right. And so now we see, well, we got a commercial still on with the Gators. Give me 1 second. Of course, now watching the commercial with the Duke player in it with the whole NIL, that's going to be a panel. That's going to be a discussion one day. We're going to, do more research and get into it. Now that we've had about 2 or 3 of the years of the NIL, and it's hard to it's hard to separate, and I don't think you can fairly, the NIL and the transfer portal. Football, basketball, it doesn't matter. It's just it's going to be a game of money nowadays going forward. Oh, A turnover or a foul? We'll see which way they called it. So I don't know. Thomas Hall ended up clapping, just fell on the floor. So we'll see what they call with this one. And now we got another timeout. Anyway, I don't know for you guys, basketball experts out there. I ran and raved for 2 days about the 20-second timeouts. I don't like them. I like the old days when you had 4 timeouts for the whole game. That's all you had. I mean, now calling a timeout with 20 seconds left in the first half just to set up a final play. Look, I'm an old school believer. This time of year, I understand it for end of game, but at the end of the first half, play your game. These players have enough experience. They should be able to run your offense without you having to call a timeout and set something up. That's my feeling. But what all we've done is we've, at one hand, whether it's college or pro, what's the complaint? The games last too long. Fans don't want it. Well, I disagree. I don't think all fans want it. They want to be able to watch it more affordably and get some quality entertainment. I'm good with long games. I don't care. But if you're going to gripe about the length of games, then don't keep adding timeouts. I mean, don't add the timeouts. If you want, and then of course we get a 20-second timeout now, and they keep running 2-3 minute commercial breaks. They're not 20-second timeouts. Anyway, just a pet peeve of mine. Let's see, Florida's still up 22. Yeah, I'm not so worried about Florida being clunky in the second half. It happens when you're up 30 points. A lot of times that happens within a game. The main thing is just get out of this game and not getting hurt, really, and getting ready for that next game against the Oklahoma-UConn winner. So, but I tell you what, I really believe when this team is functioning, what you saw in the first half is the true Florida team. Running, gunning, alley-ooping everywhere. It's just this team speed, team depth, all that is just impressive. And I don't know that we'll see much of that anymore. I don't know what Todd Golden did to get this kind of depth on one team, but he did a damn good job assembling this roster. We're 38 seconds away from halftime. New Mexico still holds out the lead on Marquette 35-30, and Arizona has expanded their lead up to 9 on Akron. So those are the latest updates. And we still are at commercial. I guess it was the under 16 timeout, but they had just had an extended commercial break a few minutes ago. Oh, that's an interesting point CBS makes, or the broadcast makes. 3 double-digit seeds advance in West Region: Arkansas, Drake, and Colorado State. Nice drive. I am biased for Florida, but if you ever can watch them play a game, it's the ball work, the driving, it's a thing of beauty to watch. Oh my gosh, the 7-footer gets a foul just for standing. It's just funny to watch. He gets called for fouls on everything when he touches somebody. But this game, both teams are over 50% in the second half for shooting. Man, I tell you what, give Norfolk State credit. They did not give up. If they could have started like they're playing now, it could have been a better game for a while. But they're shooting over 50%. And for Norfolk State has 38 points in the paint compared to about 26 with Florida. So they've represented themselves very, very well. Nah. Oh, come on, Florida. Why did they got the stupid camera angle flat at the floor at the other end of the court? I mean, what a stupid camera angle, and they kept it there. And Sitting there wondering how long are they going to keep that camera angle on that. It was like you were at the baseline on the other end. So it looks like Florida's going to get 2 free throws here. No, it's 1-1 because that's a 7 foul in Norfolk State. So Clavchar, I can't pronounce his name, but all I know is he's a 3-point sniper assassin. He's struggled the last few games, but wow. 3 for Thomas Hall. Nice. Crap. Then they threw it backcourt. Crap. Well, I will tell you, Ty Golden's got reason to be on this team right now. They're getting sloppy, and that's a bad thing sometimes with those super fast starts. You get out of playing hard and take things for granted, and it's just really the last 10 minutes of the let's see, at least the last 8, probably about the last 12 minutes, going to about 5 minutes left in the first half. This team has been out of sync, not really running its offense well. And they're getting out hustled on the boards to some degree on the defensive end. So 10 offensive rebounds for Norfolk State, 14 for Florida. So, yep. And a foul and a basket. Aberdeen. There you go. So, all right. Any other thoughts? Any other questions out there? Any other points, comments, commentaries? Any new brackets? Any thoughts of what we've seen so far? Florida is now up 23 in this game, and we are going to be looking at these other games too as the night goes along. Denzel Aberdeen, 7 points on 3 of 4 shooting. He's actually been off scoring wise the last few games. So for Florida, it's good to see that him being active and offensively contributing tonight. So that's a good sign for Florida. Let's take a look. Troy and Kentucky still at the half. New Mexico 35, Marquette 32 at the half, and still Akron holding tight on Arizona. So only about 2 players for Norfolk State have 4 fouls. So it looks like a couple of the better players too. I would say Norfolk State is not backing down. They give them credit. They went right after Florida. That one again. Man, Thomas Hawk is not shooting good tonight, and they're letting him shoot, and I would too, because he's just keeps bricking the shots. Norfolk, sloppy ball handling. First, I would say for 16 seed, Norfolk's played a good game tonight, because they could have actually folded up and gone away earlier in the game when Florida was up 30-something points, but they shot back. They came back, and it's been toe-to-toe since then. All right, let's take a look at Gators are at a break. We've got Akron and Arizona. Let's see. Over on True TV, let me flip it there. It's 28-21. Akron is shooting a 20. I don't understand. Okay, numbers don't lie. Numbers do not lie, but I don't believe these numbers are bizarre. Arizona is shooting 50%, 12 of 24, and even 4 of 10 from three-point line. They've got 25 rebounds, but they scored 28 points. Okay? No free throws. Okay. Now remember, they're shooting 50%. Akron is shooting 29%. They've only made 2 3-pointers and only 1 free throw. Only have 11 rebounds, and they scored 21. I cannot believe that this is a 7-point game. That's what's so odd to me that this is even a ball game. Well, now it's a 10-point game with Arizona. Just amazing looking at this. If Akron's going to stay in the game, they've got to score. They've got to start shooting better because they've done a good job holding Arizona down a bit, but at 52-point percentage, you're not going to last long shooting 29%. And New Mexico is at 46% in their game, hitting 5 of 9, so over 55% of the 3-pointers, while Marquette is shooting a meager 37%, 10 of 27 from the field. Have hit 6 3-pointers, though, 6 of 10 from the line. So 14 rebounds, 18 rebounds for New Mexico. Still anybody's game with that. And, of course, Troy at 33% against Kentucky's 50%. So if Troy's going to come back in the second half, they have got to start scoring. They've got to improve the shooting percentage there. All right. Well, here we go. We got let's see. Let me check something real quick. I'm hoping we have JT Kirk on with us in the next hour or so. My usual sports co-host who's a Michigan fan who's looking forward to the game tonight against Bryant. So we shall see what happens. All right. Gotta get all these things cleared. Oh, shoot. Cleared the wrong thing there. All right. Alex Condon for 3. Missed. There's Thomas Hawk. Hey, got her inside. Got a rebound, but got fouled. Missed the layup. Got fouled, though. So Florida is now. It's still fun to watch this team when they're really going and flowing. It's a fun team to watch. Tennessee gave them a bit of a fit in the SEC championship game, but they overcame it, and I think in large part with the depth that they have. All right, second free throw. He missed the first one. Second free throw coming. And there, he got the second free throw. So we got a 22-point game lead there. 22-point lead. English. So Florida's coming out in a press a little bit, just to throw something different. I will say Florida's defense has been concerning tonight. I mean, they just got beat to the hole on that one. So. Florida just had too much power. Well, this game's going to get cut under the. Yeah. That's the one problem with the way this game started with the 30-point lead is once you fall apart, it's getting that energy back can be very, very difficult. But they got 5-3 on the shot clock. Let's see. So Arizona now under 4 minutes. They're up. Arizona's up 11 in that game. So it looks like UK and Troy are about to start the second half in their game. So we shall. I don't know. It's one of these games that I wish Florida win by 50 points, but what's the point? The main thing is staying healthy out of this game. Have a good performance, and they've looked good tonight. They've looked good. But I will say the thing to give credit for Norfolk State, they are a feisty little 16 seed. They have been fighting this whole game, and if you've watched it, they're out. They're getting to the basket. They're getting they're scrambling. They're hustling the whole time. I mean, they just blocked Alex Condon's shot. He's 6'11", and Florida in a lot of ways, although they made 6 of their last 8, they're not stopping. Florida made 6 of their last 8, but they're not playing defense. Norfolk State is now again under 20 points down. So, and this is usually where Florida will put on a 10 to 20 point run. You got to hit that. He banked it. He banked it, but hey, it counts. Dang. Hey, all right. We got viewers on StreamView. Yay. All right. Cool. Let's go. Nuke that. There we go. Goodbye. All right. It was coming. And see, Florida can't stop. And there's another foul. That's why I'm glad y'all are here, because it's making me enjoy the game instead of getting mad about this. We missed the first free throw. I'll be honest, I really wish Florida didn't have the starting guards in now. I was hoping this game would go into a 30, 40 point lead where you could really play second and third stringers, but just. But in all honesty, you got to get these guys work too. You can't play scared either. But at this time of year, I like seeing the bench guys get to play, though. That's the thing I like. I like seeing the bench guys get to play. You know, the people that never get to play. Florida SEC championship game had a big enough lead where this kid got in. He said, "Screw it, I'm going to score," and he went and drove it for a layup. When they probably could have run out the clock, or most teams don't do anything. He's like, "Screw it, I'm going to get a score. I don't get to play," and I love that attitude. I was like, you know, you never get to play, so why not score? It's not like you got a starting player out there going and doing a showboat dunk. Good thing for Florida, at least they started out hot tonight. They'll be fine. It's just I'm the overcritical fan right now tonight. So thinking we should be up 60 points already. The Kentucky Troy game has restarted. They're down to under 17 minutes. Kentucky has a 12-point lead now. Yep, turnover. So 8 minutes. That should be a TV timeout since they're at the 8-minute mark. All right. Well, let's take a look. Kentucky leads 43-31. Troy finally has a player in double figures, 10 points. For Tayton Connerway, 4 of 8 shooting, 1 of 4 from 3 points, 1 of 2 at the free throw line. Overall, Troy's still at 35%. Kentucky's at 48.6%, 17-35, 5 of 13 from the 3-point line. So Kentucky is starting to inch away. Still early, 35-32. No change at New Mexico and Marquette. And Akron, they're holding within 10, though, at 39-29. With about a minute left, they are still shooting 33%. Hey, they're shooting 100% when you take their field goal percentage of 33%, added to their free throw percent of 66.7. So then they're technically added together, they're 100%. Bad math, bad logic. who cares? So, all right, later games tonight, starting after this, the conclusion of the Florida Norfolk State game. UConn and Oklahoma, 8-9 seeds in the West. Illinois Xavier, 6 seed, 11 seed at 9:45 on CBS. Then Michigan State, 2 seed versus Bryant at 10 p.m. And Oregon, the 5th seed against 12 seeded Liberty at 10:10. That is the remaining games to close up the wonderful 16-day of basketball fiesta today. Still really no big upsets. I still don't. I mean, even New Mexico beats Marquette, I just still don't consider that's a really huge upset. And I don't. Colorado State beat Memphis. I'm not surprised by that. So I don't really consider it like a Bryant over Michigan State type of upset, or Liberty over Oregon, or even Liberty would not be so bad, or like something like Lipscomb beats Ohio State type of upset. It just no, just me. But hey, anytime the double digit seeds can go in advance, I'm happy with it. No. Oh gosh, more commercials. Some of the commercials have been good lately. Some are not. Some are similar to Super Bowl commercials. One of the better ones was the Michael Jordan one. No, not Michael Jordan. Magic Johnson coming in to interfere with Charles Buckley trying to dunk on a hoop in big inflatable balloons. So. One of the other things this first half this game has changed is that Walter Clayton's not as involved in offense in terms of the score from the scoring side. And as I say it now, he was off on that one. You could tell that one was off. Nice rebounding by the Gators in there. So. So the Gators will have, I think, 2 free throws on this one. 2 shots because they're in the bonus now. Will Richard, wow, that's a lot of rim on that free throw. And this is for a team that's scored nearly 80 right now. Will Richard with no points. He's got 5 points in the game, all 5 at the charity stripe. So Florida leads by 23 now. Let's see if they can expand it to a 30-point lead. Well, the Norfolk State guard went and ran it right into big guy Ruben, but then he got too far out and they ran past him. Stay back! Don't let them get past you. Oh, nice block, Alex. Crap! And then they call a foul. Nice block. Well, they got back on defense, but you can tell this Florida team's going to be ready. The unfortunate thing is when like I said, they got that run earlier in the game, but really Norfolk State gave credit for a small conference team. They actually took it to heart because they were forecast to be they were picked to be 28.5-point underdogs. And there was an article about them being angry about that and being disrespected. Well, look, I tell you, they have fought hard to keep it from being a 28-point game. Really hard. We'll see if Florida can expand it to that margin or not. Come on. There we go. Get that foul down in there. Get the free throws. That sometimes happens. That sometimes happens. I think that's why he's also leaving some of them in more than they do. This game's pretty well in hand, but it's what's coming out of me is not necessarily the fan. The coach side of me comes out in there. You know how this team can be. You've seen what they've done to better teams. Uh, I mean, throughout a whole game, and what bothers me more is that Norfolk's getting easy baskets. Uh, what I'm doing is really nitpicking, but I don't want to dismiss Norfolk. Give them credit. They could have gone away in this game a lot earlier, but they didn't. They're still there. They're hanging. They're hanging tough with the Gators. We will be looking more at some of the other games in just a minute. Very soon. Oh, got to hit free throws too. Oh, there's a dunk. Hey. I'm probably, after this game is over, where I'm going to go next is focusing on the New Mexico Marquette game for a while, because that game looks like the next best game, the next best upset. Ugh, crap. March Madness on top of the backboard. And I tell you, if you want a break, from basketball, I tell you, if you want something different, hey, go over to the Missus right now. She is live, Mrs.DadmanWalking55. She is live working more on the Starry Nights. I want to call them dipping dots, but it's not. Diamond painting. Dipping dots are an ice cream. So well, and Florida's been sloppy too. Walter Clayton is a great player, but he can get very sloppy at times, and we've seen that a few times tonight. Just dribbles down into trouble and gets the ball stolen from him. But overall, the much better than the bad. I do know though that this team is not playing defense tonight like they should. Norfolk State's getting a lot of easy baskets, a lot of points down low, and they're going to have to tighten up on that defense, because you know what, Oklahoma or UConn could take care of them if they don't tighten up on that interior defense. They're going to have too many easy baskets. So now he hits a 3-pointer, but it doesn't count because there's a foul. All right, so I don't want to lose you guys. Thank y'all for hanging out tonight. The big thing we've got coming up is New Mexico and Marquette. That game has restarted in the second half. Marquette is pulled with it in one game here. Akron is down 10 at the half. Troy is still within 10. They are 9 down with facing Kentucky. So we will see. So Will Richard is coming out of the game. It's now time to take all the Florida starters out. Just at this point, you're going to win by whatever you win by. It doesn't matter. You don't have to look pretty. Florida's had 24 made free throws to 6 for Norfolk State. That is a huge advantage. So we shall see what I like to stay in the game till near the end, because I like to see the bench players get in there, see them score. But do not write Florida off. They may not have won by 28 points or something like that. They may not have won by 40 like I think it was Houston did. But Norfolk State, though, give them credit. Norfolk State scored 60 points against this Gator team. And that's something to look at. And I think that's going to send some concern to Yeah. Look, here's where the difference is. Norfolk State is shooting 49% in the game. Florida's shooting 46.3. There's your difference right there. That's why this game's gotten closer. And that's all credit to Norfolk State, though. That's credit to Norfolk State, though. They hung in the game. They were down 30 plus, and that they did not give up. They kept fighting in to make it a closer, tougher game. Florida's got to work on some things, though, definitely, um, for the next round, because they do play Oklahoma. They do play Oklahoma or UConn, and then they got, well, let's see, Colorado State or Maryland after that. So it's still, I think the Gators have a good draw, and I don't think there's anything to stop them from the Final Four. Yeah, should they have had? They should have hung 100 on this team tonight. That's one of the disappointing things. But like I said, this is one of the times I've seen a 20 plus point loss of a team. But you got to take your hats off to the team that lost, because they have worked their butts off tonight. They have fought, they have driven, they have not given up at all in this game. And that may be part of why he's still got Clayton in, Aberdeen in, some of the other starters, because it's a message of, you're going to work your butt off. Micah Angleton, the big 7-footer with a garbage basket. Yeah, he's got 6. You are going to be made to score, young man. We are going to teach you how to score. You will score points, period. Well, your damn size. You're too big to not score points. So, all right. Right at 25. We're coming into the under 4 timeout in a moment. Finally, Will Richard finally hit one from way out there. Shooters got to keep shooting. That's when Will Richard is shooting, this team is unstoppable. That's what happened against Tennessee, Alabama in the conference tournament, was the man would not miss a damn shot, period. That was a nice drive by the little guy for Norfolk State. That was a nice drive, So, hey, last commercial break for this game. It's a 26-point game. Florida leads Norfolk State there. We are going to make 10. Let's take a look. New Mexico State hanging on to a 3-point lead over Marquette. Troy is I don't think Troy's going to make the move on Kentucky. They're still down 12. That's their problem, and they're just not picking up the scoring pace. Not hitting enough 3-pointers, still shooting it around at 33%. You got to shoot better. Akron is now they're at halftime, so that's our 4 games that are in progress tonight. Phil, any new thoughts? Any new plans out there? We'll be having JT Kirk coming in shortly to help and talk about Michigan for sure. Will be fun. Will be interesting. So we are having, I don't know, just taking a look around everywhere, guys. Thank y'all for being here tonight. Seeing what else I can identify in the scores or in the trends. We got 3 other games running right now. No updates really on them. And yeah, you can, I think in just that little bit of time, Kentucky scores 5 more points, goes up 56-39. That's going to be pretty. Troy's pretty much over. It's shooting at 33%. Contrast Troy shooting 33%, whatever. And when I did go there, they didn't look at. They looked lethargic. They weren't handling. They're just playing Kentucky. But look, if you've watched the Norfolk State game, those kids for Norfolk State are hustling. They are fighting. They did not quit in this game, even down 30 points. They're not. Oh, new thoughts. New thoughts. Finally get in the way of the rocks in my head. There you go. Well, hey, clear those rocks out of the rocks of your head. Will be interesting to see how the last 4 minutes go. See when Todd Golden pulls his bench out, pulls the starters and goes with the bench players. Both teams are shooting 27 of 56. How about that? Yet Florida is up 26 points. It's the free throw line differential. It's the differential at the free throw line, which a lot of times coaches complain about. Too many fouls being called on one side but not the other. Oh my God. You called that a foul now? Yeah, it's not good. So well, some of these games, it's hard to find any interest in Akron, Arizona. If anybody's watching that, let me know what you think. What do you think with some of these other games? New Mexico, Marquette. That's going to be where we go next. Kentucky is now up on 20. That's really what makes some of this college basketball, especially the tournament, is a wonderful thing. But the last few years, it seems like we're getting a lot of games that are just boring, one-sided, or just flat out bad basketball. Yeah, I mean, guy from Florida barely touches somebody, they call a foul, and now like they get. It's like the game just completely changed. Like Florida getting pulled, mugged, and all, and no foul, but not meaning to complain. It's just kind of it's just weird after the foul that was called down on the other end. He finally hit the first one. So Florida has a 26-point lead now. $27. Now pull out the bench. Put Anderson in, that Mr. Anderson's kid, the kid that got a basket last in the SEC championship game. That was hilarious. All right, we got one of the bench guys in. That's too funny. Ha! I'm laughing. JT Kirk, hail to you. Oh, I see you now. Sorry. I've been looking the other direction. And here he is, Mr. Michigan State, Mr. Sparty. The crowd will turn on him tonight. They're going to be going for Bryant. The Bulldogs, not the Bears, as people mistakenly thought earlier. I'm going to bring him in. We're going to let him talk a bit. Hell to JT.
Oh, wait. Are we not celebrating Michigan State's win yet?
Hear you, JT.
Okay.
Or is it my? Hold on. It might be my headphones.
Okay. Well, my circle, my bubble is popping.
Have you turned them off and have you turned them on? You know.
I am on the YouTubes. So hail everybody. While Dadman's sorting that out. Good evening.
Finally, yes, it's my
Fallout
headphones.
Dave. Hello.
Sorry, it was my headphones, JT.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just if it doesn't say it's power on and what.
There you go.
Thank you. All right, yep. There you go. So exactly, and Fallout Dave has never heard of Michigan State.
Sure.
So
sure.
We're
I'll take that as shots fired, Fallout Dave. I will.
All right, yay! Yes, Florida. The bench guy got a dunk. He missed a 3, but he got a dunk. 27-point lead. Yes. Now all we need to do is get the other guy put in and have him score a basket. But yeah, it's a good win for Florida. It's expected, but one thing they've got to tighten up their defense. Give Norfolk State credit. These kids hustled for them, unlike Troy and some of the others. They're going to lose by 20 plus, but the score sheet's not going to give a true reflection of the effort those kids for Norfolk State gave tonight. They worked their ass off. It was just amazing what they've done in this game. So Florida moves it up to a 26-point. They're going to end up just under 28.5 point lead win, which is what Norfolk State was pissed off about this year. So they're actually bringing some other players in, Norfolk State. So good for them. They're getting kids in the game one more time and taking out seniors, and hopefully Florida pulls a few others out and puts a couple others in. It was, I would say, it was a testy game for a 26-point win. It was. I mean, as Florida, there's some things Florida needs to tighten up on after this game. They got a benefit of a lot of foul calls because they've scored a lot of points at the line, which really made a difference tonight.
69.95 plus tax. That's a pretty good showing in the opening round. I mean, if competition had been tighter, they probably would have played better too.
Yeah,
that's the other thing.
They really cleared the bench this time, JT. There's a guy I've never seen before playing. Nice. I wish they'd have put him in with about 2 minutes left so they actually had a chance to score. That's the one thing with those type of games that I really wish. I mean, put them in early enough so they could actually do something,
Yep.
Hey,
I'm just looking around the league tonight.
Yeah.
Looks like Arizona, Akron going the way I expected.
Yeah.
Troy, Kentucky going the way I expected.
Wow.
New Mexico I had as the upset last night. If you remember, I called that out on my bracket. They're within 3.
Yeah. They've been leading most all night, though, so that's kind of what's concerning with that game. And they go final, 95-69. Gators win, face the winner of the next game, UConn and Oklahoma. Let me do something real quick. Let me summarize this game, and then I'm going to turn you over for 5 minutes to let you talk about your brackets, where you are, because I'm going to eat a little bit of my dinner that's been sitting here that I've tried to do. Right. We were busy earlier in the stream. We had a lot of people in and out, and it was really conversational, and I didn't have a chance to.
Is asking something of you.
Dave is just trying to cause trouble, so you know how Dave is. So.
If that does happen, the ratings will go up.
Yes, exactly. Well, 95-69, Florida beats Norfolk State. They outscored Norfolk State by 5 in the second half, 42-37. So really, it's an all-around good win. I'm just being a hypercritical coach, Gator fan, focusing on the negatives. What was positive is they came in, they didn't have any injuries. They played deep as they always do. They scored, 19, 27, 29 points off the bench. They shot 49%, 31% made another 10 3-pointers, 27 of 33 from the free throw line. That is the story of the game, is all the free throws the free throws that they took on 24 fouls committed by Norfolk State. Norfolk State was led by Christian Ings with 16 points. Jelani Darden with 15. Also, two stars really accounted really well. Chris Fields was also 14 off the bench. Norfolk State shot 46% in the game, 78% from the free throw line, but they only went to the free throw line 14 times. So the Gators really win this at the free throw line. The point differential there is 16 points, but it took more than that. A number of 8 more 3-pointers were made. That's your difference in this game. Florida moves on to face the winner of the Oklahoma Connecticut match, Mark DeWassy. Apparently, everybody hates Mark DeWassy's coach. They think he's very, very ignorant. Let's take a look at Kentucky Troy real quick. 61-44. This game, it's over. I mean, Troy had a shot at the end of the first half. They fell behind. They went from about 1 point down to 8 points, and then it's gotten worse in the second half. Shooting a miserable 31%, which never got better. Kentucky's come down the whole game. They were over 50 for the longest time. They're down now to 46%. Only 9 of 15 from the free throw line. But Kentucky is moving on towards advancing. If they win, they will play the Illinois-Texas winner, which should be coming up soon. And then, of course, Akron and crap, I hit the wrong button. Please don't. Yeah, it started. Akron is now down 13 to Arizona. This game's probably over. There was a lot of talk that Akron might be able to pull an upset here, but that's not happened. We know that that's not going to happen now at this point. But then again, stranger things have happened. We'll keep an eye on that game. The game that we're going to talk about, at least until this next game start, is this New Mexico Marquette game. Marquette from the Big East just took the lead. They're up 51-50 now in this game. New Mexico shooting 43% from the field with 27 rebounds. They're out rebounding Marquette from the Big East by 7. Marquette's shooting around 44%. Marquette is only 7 of 12, 58% from the free throw line, while New Mexico's 9 of 9, 100%. So watch that game. Could come down to free throws. So, all right. Well, I'm going to turn to JT. JT, while we're waiting on the start of the last game in the Colorado-UConn game and monitoring this other, tell everybody what you're thinking, where you're at. And oh, hey, Lisa's here. Hello, Lisa.
Lisa.
Marquette.
Hey.
Yes. Hey. Wow. She came in for sports ball. Yay. Hey, Lisa. Yeah, Marquette. Actually, I had the Misses in Yarnwich on earlier today. Would you believe that?
Really?
Yes. They helped carry me. I needed those games this afternoon were painful. What I learned yesterday with 2 all by myself was that it was hard. I was waiting for you to get in tonight because it's hard. It was when these games stink
solo
and you don't have a lot of interaction when those dead times, it gets hard. When there's chat and it's active, you can keep going, but those games today really hit a bad spot. And the 2 of them came in, said hi. We really got off of sports ball for a while. Although I did get to teach some things I broke out the coaches board and showed some things of terminology I was talking about. And also we had some cool things that were shared back and forth. By the way, folks, we announced earlier on the 10th, the Misses and Yarnwich and I will be doing the Peep Show. Yeah, you heard it right. But
I was like,
yeah, April 5th is April. You're supposed to say, oh my, be Sulu.
Oh my.
Well, April 5th is National Peeps Day. So we're going to be out of town on a camping trip. So we wanted to celebrate peeps. So we've been accumulating stuff. So on the following Thursday, we're going to be doing a peep show. So come. You're going to see some crazy stuff. Jess has been giving us stuff to use all for weeks now. And I tell you, it's going to be a busy month coming up Wednesday. I've got Max Redstone. We rescheduled our basketball to this coming up Wednesday night. We're going to be doing that. Of course, then I'll have another Chilling with Yarnwich in April on Tax Day. Yes, we are going to help people celebrate the payment of taxation and stuff like that. Chilling with, hanging out. Like I said, I'm going to say no other partisan, no direct references at people or parties. But everybody can come together and make fun of taxes, can't we, JT?
I think so.
Yes, we think so. Yes, we can all do that. Busy month next week. We're going to try to get back to the squirrel streams on Wednesdays and Fridays, duos with Jess on Mondays, and hopefully I'll talk to you more about sports when we're done earlier. We may have to be flexible, JT, but I do want us to get back, especially as we're approaching the start of the UFL and USFL and the hockey playoffs. Okay.
Sure.
Lorena Creole will be my guest, chilling with on the 24th of April, and on May 1st, I've got Anna's Gameland coming on scheduled for Chill Stream, and on Friday, April 18th, Miss and I will be scheduled to play Fortnite with the great Tommy. So busy month in April, JT. I'm hoping to get back to what I've been doing in something of life at like normal. So just an update for everybody.
I hope so. Both you and I have had quite the whirlwind of different things coming and going that have kept us from being able to do a normal show.
I know. I'll be grateful for it, and I'm glad you could pop on tonight. So I'm giving you the next. I'm going to actually give you the next 5 to 10 minutes to do. Oh, by the way, no dribbling. I taught drooling to Snort Poopus earlier. He offered me a bib, but yeah, dribbling. Yeah, all right. Oh, dipping a toe in what? Dipping a toe what in the sports?
In sports ball.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Into the basketball this year.
Oh, Lisa used to do the brackets. Well, she knows more than she leads on. So, JT, tell us how did you what is your assessment of the first round so far with about probably 6.5 games left?
Right. So let's see here. I was looking at my bracket, and it's not going too poorly. I don't think there have been so many surprises where you could say, oh man, this was a bad team to bring into the tournament. There are, of course, some blowout games, Duke, Mount St. Mary,
excuse me, host privilege. The damn Georgia Bulldogs didn't deserve to be in the friggin' tournament.
Well, yeah, I was going to get to that. I was going to go, region by region in the bracket.
You keep going, but I had to stop that because those damn buttheads fell down to the Gonzaga Bulldogs 27-3. It would look like a friggin' football score. Right. 27-3 before they even got in the game. But sorry, JT, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and Gonzaga is one of those teams that used to be the little princess whatever magic team. They've been good long enough now for 2-3 decades. I don't think that they're a some kind of fairy tale story anymore. I think they're a permanent mainstay. So Georgia losing to them, okay, yeah. But the way they did that was shameful. But I did want to get up to the top of the bracket that I have. The Auburn-Alabama State game was a little closer than I thought it was going to be. 20 points is still a pretty big gap. I did call Crichton. So 8 and 9s. I usually go with the 9. That's usually my easiest upset to slot on there. I also didn't think Louisville had a great team to brag about. I thought they got in there based on their name. The next one that made me a little disappointed, but I think was a stretch.
JT?
Yes.
JT, you said something about name there. I don't think he's around, but I was really disappointed. I picked Louisville because of Hepburn, our friend Buddy Hepburn, because they had the star player named Chucky Hepburn.
Oh,
so yeah,
that's right.
Yes, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah. Fallout Dave's giving you a hard time in the chat, so I had to respond to him real quick. But so the Michigan UC San Diego game, Michigan at a 5 limps out of that as a 5-12 matchup. Michigan did have a pretty darn good record coming in to the tournament here, and a 5 is maybe a little generous for them, but I could honestly see it. They, however, have not been hot the way that you need a team to be hot. They lost in the last month to their rival Michigan State twice, which usually does not happen. Well, usually they'll split 1-1. They'll both win at home. type of a situation, because there is a big rivalry there. Lost both of those games, lost a couple other big games that really just said, okay, Michigan peaked as a team earlier in the season. And like you've said many times before, Dad, man, you want your team to get hot right at the end of your conference / into the conference tournament, because that gets you going with some momentum in here. And you're making fun of me as being, the Michigan hater going after them and declaring UC San Diego, but a 3-point win, a 5 over a 12. Calling UC San Diego, I thought was decent on that. And they very well could have upset Michigan on there. So
let me go back and look at that real quick, because the one thing that I noticed though with that game though, it was a game that Michigan had well in hand.
The first half they did.
The first half, and that it followed a normal, the way you would think that would happen, that the high seed would take control early and blow out the lower seed. But I like I said, I had to get rest tonight because I wanted to focus on tonight with you up here.
Right.
And overall, the better games tonight in the late hours.
Well, I tell you what, Dad, man, I had to rest for this game because I got called for work at 2 a.m. I was on until after 4:30 in the morning.
Penny and her husband's been here the whole time, but hey, said they're big NC State fans. And bye, Penny. Thank y'all for staying in for so long, and great to have y'all with us tonight. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. So. Sorry, JT. I really want to thank her because it's not often I get Penny in the chats, and they were around for the basketball talk. She's an NC State fan. We know that they're going to have a new coach with Will Wade from McNeese, who used to coach at LSU. So that was an interesting thing. The way I heard that Michigan game though, and it was that UC San Diego had one player that kept scoring for him, bringing him back, and then at the end he didn't get the last shot.
McGee. Yeah, number 13, McGee.
Yeah, 25 points. 9 to 27. But 33% shooting. Golly, that's bad, but
it is, but they almost won. And here's the thing. Michigan came out of the gate in the second half thinking that they were driving the bus. And gosh, there was some, if you look at the game flow chart on your 4-letter website, it's pretty clear coming out right in the second half. All of the lead that Michigan had going into that 13-point lead completely evaporated down to a 1-point lead. And that was with 14 minutes left in the game. Yeah, they were trading barbs, and then was back to a 1-point game again with just 2 minutes left. So
yeah, because at 1440 mark in the second half, it was at of that 1-point game. Then it spread again about the 7 to 10, 9 points. Then it tied at 3:05 left in the game. So man, that's one. And then of course Michigan up by 1 with 2:13 left in the game. Give them credit.
Hail to Snortopupus.
Hey, he's back. Hey.
But yeah, they failed to put this game away ever. And I think they came out in the second half way too confident in their abilities and just mentally did not keep it together. I mean, they did win, yes, but when you're a 5-12 matchup and you barely squeak out of there, that is not encouraging for the next game.
Well, I tell you,
I believe tomorrow.
Like I've always said, one of the things I've repeated till people are tired of hearing about the last 2 days, the last 4 minutes of the first half and the first 4 minutes of the second half are critical junctures for many teams in the game. Like last night, Alabama State and Auburn. That game was 1 point with Alabama State about to take 2 free throws with a minute left first half. The guy missed both free throws. So, and then Auburn with turnovers and all jams it up to a 10-point lead going into the half.
Right. That
is crushing. And like you said, in this case, looking at the numbers, Michigan had a 14-point lead at the break. Within, let's see, the time span that it took because Michigan got stuck on 45. They got 41, then they got to 45. They got stuck on 45 and
For a while.
let's see,
For
for
a
a
while.
while.
They
And
they
then,
missed like 4 or 5 shots in a
yeah,
row
it
trying to
was,
move on from that. It
and
was
the, and then
bad.
and it took 5 minutes to 20 seconds for San Diego to cut the lead down to one. And so that shows you the importance of those first 4 minutes. In the first four
Right.
minutes, they just cut in that lead like crazy. I mean, you can look, like you said, look at the chart. That was a rally. That was a hell of a rally, really quickly. But yeah, it's very apparent. Sorry, go ahead, keep saying what you want to do. Sorry,
Sure. I know you're
I
trying to
did,
get some food in
yeah,
here,
and
so
I didn't want to catch up, but you did say see the chart, and that chart really illustrates it very
yes.
well what happened in those few minutes there, because I didn't know. I didn't know whether, because like I said, I really regretted. I didn't want to give up on the late night shift, but the other two games were trash. This
Yes.
one became the
Started
good
late.
game, but if I'd have started watching it at halftime, I probably would have turned it off because it just, it
Yeah,
just,
you would have thought, oh, this is a blowout.
yeah,
But
go to bed. Yeah.
that's what they thought, and it ended up not being. So, my bracket did get kind of destroyed in the South because of that. But I maintain I did pick probably, well, the closest 5-12 that you might see in this tournament. Maybe. We'll get to that.
Okay.
After that, I did not really get into the Texas A&M Yale game. I had chalked that one off to A&M. It's closer than I thought it would be, playing an Ivy League team, but hey, so be it. Then you have Ole Miss taking out UNC, which, Deadman, I know you're probably eating. This one made me really happy to see. Yeah, 6/11. Who cares?
Let me ask you the question that is burning everybody's mind. Why the hell is NC in the tournament? Do they even deserve to be there?
Name. Look, there's been years Michigan State really hasn't deserved to be in there, and they'll get an 11 or a 12. That's where they put them.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a favor. It's charity to the fans, honestly. But why? Why were they in there? For being in a major conference, you're getting that low of a seed, you really have to ask yourself, 14 loss season?
Yeah.
No.
Well, look at that though.
Sorry.
But you extend that to the Southeastern Conference. I would like to tell everybody, I'm a homer for the SEC. I think SEC has the best teams between Florida, Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee. But 14 teams. I mean, Missouri loses. It was really misery losing to Drake, who is like a team that does not like to score, does not shoot well, does not play a lot of offense. You got Texas, who lost the play-in game. Oklahoma's about to play Mark D with the C School. If they lose, that will be the two teams from Southeastern Conference that were 6-12. 6-12. They could only win a third of their games in the conference, but still got put in this tournament. While teams in weaker conferences but had good years that actually have played some talented basketball were left home just because we elevate one league based on November and December schedules to this elevation that they all deserve to go. And that's not true. I think we've seen it with Georgia. Missouri, who was one of the better SEC teams, supposedly. Mississippi State, I'd give them grace because they lost to Baylor today. That was a good game. That was a good game. But like Georgia, Texas, Missouri with the way they lost, I just don't think for the Southeast Conference deserved that many. I think that there should be a limit on. 14 out of 16 teams. So friggin' what? Well, cut it at 10 for a conference, and the other 4 tough. Get good, as Ang would say.
Here's what I like to do at the end of the first week when you get to the Sweet 16 is you take your Power 5 conferences, because I don't care about all the others. They're usually gone anyway by that point. Count how many teams they started in first round and how many teams they kept in the Sweet 16. So what that be? Half the teams from the Big Ten, a quarter of the teams from the SEC. To me, that is far more indicative of the strength of the conference and the difficulty of the schedule than this week 1 first round with all these teams from the SEC. And if the SEC comes in and says, we all deserve to be here, but then you look and 3/4 of the teams are gone in the first 2 rounds.
Right.
then
Right.
yeah, you have your answer. They should have had no business sending that many teams. But then, the committee got it right if, say, the ACC keeps 7 of 8 or whatever they have, right? If it's a very high percentage and maybe
Well,
they only lost a
people
team.
people are questioning the strength
Yep.
of ACC. Clemson gone. That people, even small time Republic said
Oh yeah.
earlier, had them in the Final Four. I had many other people I've heard that had Clemson Final Four. They're gone. UNC's
Sure.
gone. Duke, I
Sure.
tell you, I think Duke is a fraud. Duke is number one and has been because of name. I think the ACC is not as a dumpster fire conference. We see that now, and I think Baylor might actually beat them. Baylor's
You think
nice enough.
so, huh? Is that
Could
your big
be.
upset?
No, not yet. I'm not willing to say that. I do have Duke advancing, but I think Alabama takes out Duke. One of them, I got Bama beating Duke in the Elite Eight.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Mm-hmm.
think Duke is not what Duke used to be, and I think you measure them against the conference. As bad as the ACC's become, it's easy to think Duke is still what it used to be. But when you're beating up on pansies and dumpster fires, it's like you can get an over elevation of yourself.
Right.
I'm trying to
Well,
see. Go ahead. I'm trying to
let
see
me
what
see
other
here.
ACC team is there. See, the only thing is, I thought Yale could knock off A&M. A&M was coming in struggling, but they played a
Mm-hmm.
solid game. They really did.
Well,
They
see,
actually
I
them and
think
Ole
A&M is a
them and
very
Old
good
Penn.
basketball team.
Well,
So
but they were struggling.
it's
They were losing games they should have won in the last few weeks. The shooting had lost them. The free throw shooting had. They every time Yale made a challenge at them, and yet the Ivy League has had a history of really coming to play in this tournament, but this time they didn't. And every time they try to get close, A&M advanced. Kept extending the lead. Ole Miss, I'm proud of them. They actually did. They stayed in the game. They actually advanced. They could have folded. They didn't. I'm looking for the fourth ACC team in the tournament because Clemson's gone. North Carolina's gone. Just an update: 67, New Mexico 58, Marquette with 3:13 left. We got an upset brewing. This one to me is 10-7. A lot of times you think they may not be upsets, but I think within the Western Athletic Conference against the big monster Big East Conference,
yep.
it's an upset. Nobody. Only the guy Chewy. I don't think he's still around, but he follows me sometime. You see his comments on my Twitter. He's over on the Twitch side when he's here. Had been pointing out this game of interest, and he's been a big believer in the WAC and the Western Conference.
Yeah. Well, he and I think alike because, Deadman, this was one of the ones last night I called the upset on. I thought New Mexico would beat Marquette.
The Marquette just turned the ball over. New Mexico up 7 with the ball with 3:20 left in the game.
There's still a chance they could win. This game is close enough.
3-pointer. It's 10 now. 68-58 New Mexico.
Okay.
So this is what makes March Madness so good when stuff like this happens. But okay, go ahead and finish your other thoughts because I appreciate the discussion, JT. I'm wired now. I thank you coming in. We're really gonna fire it up now. So and folks, we got good games left tonight. Let me tell everybody what else real quick's online. Sure. UConn and Oklahoma played. Illinois Xavier, Michigan State Bryant, Snortopupus Bryant are not the Bears. They're Bulldogs. I found that out tonight. So I don't know whoever said Bears, but we were mistaken. So you don't have to cheer against JT tonight. Although it's always fun to see a 2-seed go down. And Oregon is playing Liberty. It's not a piano. It's an organ.
Oregon.
It's Oregon. Oregon. But hey.
Oregon.
That works. Or I like what Snortopoopa said. Oregon.
Yes. Oregon.
Anyway. But go ahead.
I am the bear. That is right. Snortopoopus. You are the bear.
King Bear. All right.
Ahead. Sorry. So back to the bracket. Let's see. Iowa State Lipscomb. That was obvious. Going to be a blowout. Going to Marquette, New Mexico. We just touched on that. I had picked New Mexico because something about Marquette didn't sniff right. When you really started looking at them, which you only have like 30 seconds to look at any of these teams when you're doing a bracket with this many matchups, right? I also don't like when Marquette plays Michigan State, so I really wanted New Mexico to win on that, and I think they'll pull it off. Then you have Michigan State Bryant, obviously going for Michigan State. These first round games always have me very nervous. Michigan State does have a tendency to choke on the first round here. I do not know why, but I think that Bryant's going to give them fits. I think Michigan State will still win. I think it'll be closer than what anyone wants to see. That's just being a reserved, I guess, almost paranoid fan. But just watching them have first round exits, come to expect that. Now, hopping over to the East, Duke, Mount St. Mary. Okay. Knew that one was going to move on. Kind of a laughable gap in the points. But Deadman, like you said, I don't think Duke has played enough competition to really challenge that one.
Right.
Let's see. Mississippi State Baylor. I lost that one. I thought Mississippi State would. It was a 3-point game. I thought Mississippi State would beat them in a real close matchup.
It truly was a good game. One of the best, actually, probably better than almost all the games yesterday, even the upset games. Both teams were scoring well early. It was a back and forth. It wasn't sloppy basketball either. It looked like a legitimate basketball game with two quality opponents that deserved to be there.
Now, did they play defense and actually
in the second half? They did. They did. It was good. First half was a bit of a track meet. Second half it slowed down a bit, but it wasn't bad basketball. It was actually legitimate, good defense. Some bad shots.
When you say good basketball to me, coming out of the Big Ten, where everything has to be a designed play. You're doing this scheme on defense, this scheme on offense. You're not doing full court press. Like you said, it's not a track meet. You might only score 50 points in the whole game against your conference opponent. They're playing real defense. To me, that is basketball. It might be a historical footnote at this point when you look at that compared to the NBA. But hey, to me, that's what makes a good basketball game. So if that's the way they played and this is the score they got,
I wouldn't say
I would think you got just a fantastic game.
I wouldn't say it was a Big Ten type of game, but it wasn't an NBA track, just run up jack threes and no defense and Olay defense. It was actually they played defense. They shot the ball well. They drove the basket. It was a good game. Not Big Ten style by any means. It was more of a Big 12 SEC type game. But unlike the Big 12, it wasn't just a track meet score fest,
Yeah.
That's the thing. Big 12 in football and basketball is they score a lot of points. Defense is optional.
Yeah. And I do not like that in basketball. I like to see turnovers. I like to see rebounds, things that, turn the direction of the game. All the momentum can change based on what you do on defense. I really don't like seeing, 5 steps to take you from half court down to the free throw line and then you just jump and that crap is in the NBA and it's boring. Now let's see here. Moving on.
Well, look at the stats on that game while you're going ahead.
Sure. 5 Oregon, 12 Liberty. I actually have Liberty as an upset here. I don't think this is a Big Ten team. And I tell you what, 5 seeds this year have looked very, very unimpressive. Liberty is the conference champion, and Oregon is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th. A very weak 6th in the Big Ten, behind MSU, Maryland, Michigan, Wisconsin, UCLA, and Purdue.
Michigan also being a 5 seed, right?
Purdue was. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Michigan being one of the other 5 seeds, right?
Yes. You saw how weak Michigan and Purdue performed to date. I don't think you're going to get a better performance out of Oregon, and I don't even think they're really a Big Ten style team.
You're right.
I think that's kind of why they got beat the crap up during the regular season.
Well, Memphis was a 5 seed. They lost. To see who else is which of the other 5 seed? See, Oregon, Michigan
squeaked out.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on my map. I can.
Memphis lost.
Clemson
lost.
Wow.
So, I mean, I think Michigan has a chance of being the only 5 seed to actually survive. in all of the Big Ten teams that I think are going to drop round 1, round 2, it's
Mhm.
going to be them in Michigan. I think they just don't have great teams that need to get it done. Moving on, you have Arizona Akron 4-13. Arizona's got that well in hand with 20-point lead with just under 8 minutes left to go in the second half. Let's see, BYU, thought that was a good win. I mean, it wasn't really on my radar. Wisconsin, Montana. Now, this game with Wisconsin being a 3 and near the top of the pile at the Big Ten, I thought, well, I would like to see how this game goes because this team is a big question mark for me. Might not be for you, Dadman, but for me, I see them beating Alabama or I see them just pooping the bed against BYU. And their win against Montana doesn't really solve anything for me on that. 85-66, yeah, you put them away, but there was a 14th ranked team in a state that still got like 3 feet of snow on the ground.
I gotta say it, Wisconsin. Yes.
So we'll talk about round 2, I guess, after
No, I agree. Well, I tell
out
you
of
what,
that.
I think that Wisconsin game though against BYU, they won a traditional type of game against Big Ten type game against Montana. You looked at the numbers, you watched
Mhm.
kind of what happened, but the wild card here is what type of Jekyll and Hyde team you have from BYU. Actually had some Chewy in the chat talked about. I read it. It's way too bad to go back to it. But he said over on the Twitch side, I for one cannot wait to watch BYU Wisconsin. Wisconsin has the tools to beat BYU, and I have a follower on Twitter. He and I differ on BYU since I'm not who buys the hype on the team. The thing with BYU, and I think this will come down to Wisconsin is, will BYU be hot at the 3-point line? I have watched one game in their conference tournament. They looked unbeatable. 30 points up.
Yes.
They were bombing threes and everything was running. There was a track meet.
That team
But when they
scares
can't,
me.
when
That
they
team
can't
really
hit
scares me against Wisconsin.
but when they can't hit the 3-pointer, if Wisconsin can get physical, slow them down, and things like that, then turn it into a Big Ten type of game. Wisconsin probably handles it fairly easily. And by the way, good night, Snorpoopas. We're having fun, as silly humans. We'll be up late. We'll be here. You probably take a nap and get back up. So, oh gosh, LOL, and you yelled it. Yeah, and what? JT Kirk can't hear what you typed. You yell Wisconsin so loud. So anyway, just for you, Lisa.
Yeah, this BYU Wisconsin game, I think we could talk about that at length for the second round discussion because that is a game that's definitely on my radar. So I'm glad that Wisconsin put away. Well, they didn't put away Montana. That's part of the problem in what makes this next matchup actually more exciting. But they got business done there. So the next one, St. Mary's Vandy, snooze fest for me. It's only a 3-point win, but St. Mary's was my pick, so I was happy about that.
Well, one thing with that, though, I think it was a big indicator. I think it's another problem with SEC that Vanderbilt cannot go beat a team from the West Coast Conference. I've been saying to watch out for St. Mary's because I've seen them play a few times this year.
Yes.
They have 2 7-footers that actually can play some basketball and jam up the middle and things like that. They beat Vanderbilt. They take Alabama on. Watch this to be closer than expected. This could be an upset. You could see Bama taken out early in this round. And I'm saying it for this reason. I've watched Alabama. I've seen Alabama. I know Alabama, but Alabama, you're no Elite Eight. You're not a national champion this year because I do have them going to the Final Four. Yes, I do. Mostly because of the teams ahead of them. That St. Mary's. I'm this year.
Mary's.
My picks this year have been more closer to the vest. Other years I'd be willing to take St. Mary's, but until I see them start winning games like that, I just can't do it anymore. Next round I have them. Bama still beating BYU, and I haven't beaten Duke. but as Alabama team has been Jekyll Hyde the last month and a half of the season. They were always trying to insist that they be a 1 seed somewhere. When I'm sitting there watching, they kept losing games down the road. Florida put 100 up on them and beat them by like 20 in their place. I mean, I've seen the team play. I've seen their good moments. I've seen a lot of bad moments. It's like Auburn. Auburn will not make the Final Four. Auburn, small-time Republican said earlier, referred to discipline problems, affect talented teams. Auburn's not all it's cracked to be, and I just say watch out with St. Mary's and Alabama. Alabama gets a slow start. Those big guys get involved. I think it'll come down to, will Alabama run a track meet and outrun St. Mary's out of the gym? If they can get in transition where they can force the tempo of play and get the big guys out in the open and not under the basket, Alabama could win easily, but we got to see. It's about tempo.
Sure. Okay. Well, and then you look at that Alabama coming out ahead. What is that? 9 over Robert Morris. Nothing really much to talk about there other than.
By the way, real quick, JT, an update. I'm sorry I lost track of the game, folks, because we're trying to catch up with JT. We'll be into the games as they happen, as they go. Oklahoma, UConn have started. 18 minutes left in the game. First half, UConn is up 4-2. By the way, 10th seed New Mexico, 74, Marquette, 63, 31.7. This game should be done.
Yes.
And put this game into the New Mexico column for, I consider this an upset. 10-7 is not always, but I don't think the Big East had any respect for a team from the Western Athletic Conference, and they got beat tonight.
Yes, so, they did.
Oh, but that's the latest on that game, folks. And
Michigan State starting in about a half hour.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. All right. So we got about 21.9 seconds, 8-point lead. That should be safe.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead with where you want to go next.
Yep. We're going to go below the fold on the bracket here and go to the West region. Florida. Go Gators.
Go Gators, yes.
What they needed to on Norfolk State. Not going to dwell on that, but I know that result made you happy, Dad Man. So
it really did, but I saw some things. But the dangerous things I saw are things that happened to them off and on throughout the year. And after a game like this, I wouldn't want to be UConn or Oklahoma because they will be fixed next game and the defense will tighten up. Well, but I will say, and I have to say this because I mean it. Give Norfolk State credit. They've been in some games in the tournaments before and gotten obliterated. Not even sure. That team hustled. That team fought even when they're 30 down. They fought them to a standstill in the second half. Give them credit. They shot nearly 50% against this Gator squad. They deserve a lot of credit and praise for their effort. They gave more effort than the Georgia Bulldogs for sure.
Yes.
But that's all I really wanted to say with that.
Sure. And I never look too closely at some of the faults when a 1 beats a 16 by over 20 points. They started putting in backups and sitting people and, trying to rest starters. So if they beat them by more than 20, I tend not to be too critical.
I will say in this case, he didn't. Mm-hmm. He kept his starters in throughout the game. That was sending a message to them about y'all got to hustle. And I mean, they had some frontline starters into about 5 minutes left in the game. And even some other frontline guys about 2 minutes. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. Yeah.
I just lost the audio on my own headset. So
yeah, you sound a lot quieter.
I do. I don't know why. Oh, I think I can see that better.
There he goes. Yes, that's better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. But yeah, normally, yeah, I did. But I think he was sending a message to him because that happened earlier this year when they
right.
I think they went on they had beaten went on the road and won big at Kentucky, came home and lost to Missouri, and they gave up over 100 points. No defense.
Is my volume too high
you're
now?
Good. You're good for me. You're good for me.
You know what it was? I got a new soundboard and it has physical sliders on it, for volume control and gain. It's cool, but I also had the wire for my headphones wrapped around it, and I coughed and pulled my head up, and it pulled the volume on it all the way down to 0.
That'll do it.
Yeah. Anyway,
but I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense, though. Is that I I
It
think he's
does.
like me, is that you guys needed to play harder and keep the pressure up a lot earlier, because that happened early this year when they came home and lost that game to Missouri because they got stuck on all what they can do with an easy road win at Kentucky, and they came home and didn't play defense. And
Right.
you saw signs of that tonight where they were getting out hustled, fought for the ball and rebounds and stuff like that. And, it's sending a message. Fortunately, nobody got hurt. You always walk away 20-something point win, very happy. And, this is a team that St. John's is supposedly tough in their bracket, but everybody says St. John's is not a good shooting team. I'm waiting to see that and see what happens, but I just don't think this Florida team is beatable. But when they're playing right, and that's easy to say, but this team can play 10 players deep. No one else around can do it, and every one of those 10 players get hot at different times. It's like they're able to plug and play and keep going. It's been so long since I've seen it. The 06-07 team just had 5-6 guys that were just unstoppable together. That was it. This has got a team of 10 to 11 players that it doesn't matter who you put in there. They're going to do something, or somebody's going to have a hot night when somebody else is cold.
Right.
So, but I don't want to get too much stuck on that because I know you're still going through your stuff. Okay,
now,
go ahead.
You have UConn, Oklahoma in progress, still early in the first half. 7-point lead for UConn. I did pick Oklahoma on this game. And that's mostly an 8-9 where I like to pick the 9, but I also cannot stand UConn. Sorry, Mark D with a C. I'm not getting behind the Huskies on this one. So it's more of a, cross your toes, cross your fingers, hope they can pull it off. But I guess I'm okay with me picking the wrong team on that one. But like I said, it's still extremely early. A lot can happen in that game. Moving on, Memphis, Colorado State. Bracket was busted here. I picked Memphis, and that was a 5-12 upset. I did not watch that game, but I have to question, again, these 5 seeds. Why are they in the tournament? They're out of a Power 5 conference, I think, more than anything else, and not good enough. Just not good enough.
Well, I think in that case, that's the American Athletic Conference, and that tells you what you need to know, that
Yes,
they're not quite as up to speed as the other conferences. They want to. If anything, the Western Athletic Conference or the West Coast conferences have shown more ability than teams out of the American conference. But
All right, so Maryland Grand Canyon University, Maryland just put away GCU. I actually think Maryland should have been a 3 seed in the tournament, not a 4. I think they're far more dangerous than people are willing to give them credit. They're not a tournament victor. I don't think they'll be going that far, but they're at least getting to the Sweet 16. And so that game, kind of unremarkable, but I think this is a team that is underappreciated for sure. The next one, Missouri losing to Drake. I was upset there again too. So Drake pulling away 10, an 11-6 upset. That one, Deadman, did you get a chance to watch that at all?
I watched it in and out a bit during the night last night, and it just was bad basketball. Yeah. Drake is not a good shooting team. Missouri is a team supposedly very talented. Like I said, they won at Florida, scored a lot of points, and then it's like gave Florida its only home loss, and then they scored 57 against a team that's known to not score points. Yep. That's what's so amazing, and that's the problem with SEC. Is like your best teams are liable to not show up and play like crap, and it's just
sure.
It's hard to have that type of faith in your conference halfway down because they go nationally and then this should not have been a close game, not like this, especially with Drake's inability to score, as people well know. But Missouri couldn't get it into a transition game. They couldn't get it open and running and to do what they need, play the type of game to get up and down the court to take advantage of that athleticism.
From here on out, I don't see Drake doing great things. I don't. So it'll just make Missouri look that much worse when Drake gets blasted out of the water in the
by
game
Maryland,
tomorrow, or by Texas Tech. So the next game we had coming up was Texas Tech 3 versus 14 UNC Wilmington. Got family out that way in UNC, so would have liked to have seen them done more, but I put Texas Tech in here for an easy decision. It was a closer game than I thought, but at the same time, I don't think we need to go in depth there. Now,
Texas Tech is a very physical team, athletic and physical.
Mhm.
They have been not necessarily scored the most points in the Big 12, but they tend to be very physical. So yeah, Trey,
right?
It is not that Texas Tech is the best team in the world. I just I don't think Drake's got anything to go against what Texas Tech has.
So, one of my favorite games coming up next, number 10, Arkansas upsetting number 7, Kansas. I put this one on just because, Dad, man, it's like what I say with the NHL. I've got all these teams that I just hate in the NHL because they played the Red Wings so many times, right? You had nasty rivalries, fights, all the rest. I've got teams in basketball that I can't stand. And, Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky, let's see, Connecticut, and then Kansas, I think, rounds out my top 5 least tolerated teams. So,
absolutely,
and some of that has to do with maybe some foul play that got them to win over Michigan State in the past, or one other teams I thought were more deserving. Not to say that any of the players or coaches today do that affirmatively or not, but I just do not like Kansas, and I will never like that team. And so Arkansas, go SEC, Razorbacks putting up 7 in that upset over Kansas.
Well, let me say one thing real quick.
Sure.
Speaking about this Arkansas game, because the next one, St. John's and Omaha Steaks, it was obviously so. Like Gen X says, get good. Hey, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
What happened to your team? Your team didn't even show up. I thought it was a football game when you guys were down 27-3. Man, good to see you, Jen. No, this is a little personal remembrance moment. Florida and Michigan State played 25 years ago in the 2000 national title game. I don't think it was a semifinal. I thought it was in the championship game that Florida played Michigan State for the title. And of course, Michigan State beat them pretty badly and all. I just was remembering tonight that, my youngest kid had just been born, had her in a little Gator onesie and stuff. We were watching the game and stuff like that. She's probably about 6 months old when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I just thinking 25 years ago, she's an adult on here. And now I'm talking to a damn Michigan State fan. And Florida, it just would be appropriate for Florida and Michigan State to meet in the semifinal this year, 25 years later.
Mm-hmm.
So
in the tournament, they played.
Oh, yep. Yeah, he said, Jessica, not mine, hate basketball. So you're on
they played Florida in the final.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 89-76. Yep. And Florida was what was that? Were they like 13th or something?
They were really good that year. They had some talent on that team. They were very athletic under Billy Donovan. Mm-hmm. It was the first tournament run that they really made. But they didn't have the firepower that Michigan State had on those teams. But it just was really, really cool. And I guess speaking of 25 years ago, there was a Jason Richardson that played back then that his son is playing for Michigan State now. Jace Richardson, right?
I don't know if it's the same family.
It is the same family.
Okay.
They had a story about it, yeah. But the Richardson that's a freshman now playing as a superstar for Izzo is actually the son of the one that played back then 25 years ago.
That's when you've been a coach there for a little while.
Just a little, or you're getting old like me.
Gen X, Iowa basketball, I like to root for teams that get to the tournament. I cannot support that team.
Iowa, yeah. Hey, but guess what? You got a former Florida Gator coach, the Florida Gator coach who we wanted to get rid of. The Tennessee people were like, hey, we love Mike White at Florida. Well, he got mad, went to Georgia. Because the man knows how to lose a game up 10 with 4 minutes left. He shuts down his offense, all this other stuff. And then, like last night, your team's not ready, doesn't show up. You look good down the stretch, but then in the tournament, just lay a big egg. And that's Mike White for you. So,
all right. So let's get to the last area for round one on the bracket here, the Midwest region, with like no teams actually from a Midwest state. Well, there's like 2 out of the 16 anyway.
Purdue and Illinois, I think.
Yeah,
right?
that's it. That's it. So let's see. Houston over that alphabet soup, 78-40.
I kept
Boring
calling
game.
I kept calling them Evansville. I'm like, that's Indiana, damn it! It's like Southern Illinois, Edwardsville.
Yeah,
like
it's
crazy.
regardless. We don't need to cover that anymore. Let's see. Gonzaga, Georgia. Now I had picked Georgia and they had to go ahead and poop the bed. So thank you, Gen X guy, for that. Destroyed my bracket there too.
Cannot disclaim the university. Your university and all sports, even if you don't claim the sport.
Yeah. So with this, it brings into question, like you were talking about, Dad, man, how many of these SEC teams had any right to even be here? And Gonzaga's not a great team at all. They were supremely beatable, and you didn't show up. I'm sorry. Not sorry. You guys didn't show up, Georgia. That's all it is. I don't know what else to say. They did poorly.
Yep.
First half, 27 points to 48. I mean, right there, you really have to come back with something spectacular in the second half. And the fact that you only tied them 41 each, not good enough. Not
27-3 was the start. 27-3 was the start.
Yeah.
That was crazy. So little updates. Akron and Arizona have gone final. Arizona wins 93-65. We're not going to waste the time on the stats. New Mexico does beat Marquette by 9 to move on in the South region. New Mexico was led by Donovan Dent with 21 points. Nelly Jr. Joseph followed with 19, and C.J. Nolan had 11 off the bench for the Lobos. In the losing effort, Marquette, David Joplin had 28 points. Cam Jones had 15. New Mexico shot 47% in the game, and Marquette shot 41%. So obviously, you've got shooting does come down, shooting and free throws. I tell you what, Florida got a lot of free throws attempts tonight, which is unheard of. In this game, which is really where this game was won, New Mexico hit 18 of 21 from the line, and Marquette only got to the line 12 times and hit 7. So, I've noticed a lot of games, it does not seem like a lot of teams are shooting free throws, and it's weird. The Florida game was an exception. This game with New Mexico was an exception with 20 plus. But
in Michigan State, it puts a high priority on free throws. So tonight, if you see them get to the line, fouling them is not something that's going to be in your favor generally. But you're right. There have been a lot of teams with abysmal free throw shooting.
What's happened really this tournament, though, is it seems like people get the line. It's like they're not calling fouls or shooting fouls until you least expect it. I mean, so many times these teams are taking 10 or fewer free throws in these games, which is weird to see. It truly is, but all right. So did we finish the Midwest bracket? I'm sorry.
No,
I keep distracting.
Sorry, we're not
even I just wanted to update
through it.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. I want to keep everybody updated on the scores. We got UConn 8 seed in the West up over Oklahoma 21-16. And Xavier in Illinois is about to start in a couple minutes. Still scheduled for 10 o'clock, Bryant and Michigan State, and 10:10 Liberty and Oregon. All right, so let's continue.
Sure. So Clemson McNeese. This was probably the biggest shock early on in the tournament yesterday, right? McNeese coming out with a 2-point victory over Clemson, who you were saying people had Clemson going, to the Final Four, Elite Eight? And
Final Four.
They really did not take care of business.
Small Time Republic said earlier he had Clemson in the Final Four, and so he didn't bother looking at his bracket last night.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And, well, too bad, so sad for them. Another one of these, 5 seeds where, I mean, it says it's a 2-point game, but McNeese was up from about 13 and a half minutes left all the way through the end of the game.
See,
They
the
did
problem though
not
is
trade leads since.
no,
And
but
that
they had such a big
division was
lead.
huge at
They
points.
they had such a big lead, but they nearly lost it. Truly, another minute, that game would have gone the other way. One of the biggest problems that McNeese had, they could not hit free throws. They were about 50% or under 50% from the free throw line. And that's going to kill them in the next round. I mean, you might think that, okay, they got one upset. No, I think they're one and done. I think that they will not beat Purdue because Purdue just dominated. I know it was only High Point, but High Point was feisty. They gave them a fight, and they just had more offense. But the problem that they had, they couldn't get the offensive rebounds. Now, McNeese is long, lanky. They probably could stand from that standpoint, but they don't shoot that well, and they can't shoot free throws. So that's why I don't.
Well,
okay,
in McNeese,
they got
22
lucky.
point lead
They got lucky
at one
that
point.
the biggest problem with Clemson, the thing was that they were lucky that Clemson could only score 13 points in the first half. That was painful to watch.
Which
that damn thing
is a mental collapse on Clemson.
That's
side.
almost half a point a minute.
Mhm.
I like, jeez. So, but it's been
Total
a while since
mental
I've seen something
collapse
so
on
bad.
that.
Yeah,
Right? Like you couldn't ask for anything worse for a team than to have themselves psyched out that bad.
Yep. Nope.
So that was a big bracket buster, I think, for most people in America when that happened.
That's one that I could see coming. That what pisses me off with it is I could see that coming, but I didn't go with my gut. But then again, last year, this whole year, I go with my gut, and then it's wrong. So it's just like I went truly with go by the numbers. I mean, and the one time I violated with Yale over A&M, I yelled poops the bed too.
Yeah. And the next one here, Purdue, High Point. Purdue beat them by 12. Not an amazing showing, but I don't think Purdue's going to wow anybody this year with anything substantial. So, well, okay. It was a basketball game. Nothing more than that. Let's see. Illinois, Xavier just tipped off. 6 Illinois against 11 Xavier. This game, I don't know why this is on CBS and not Michigan State. Really kind of ticks me off. But hey, they can put on the more boring game. Sure. The thing about this one, I picked Illinois just because they're in the Big Ten. I really don't have any faith that they can win this, though. This 6-11, those numbers are just, to me, completely meaningless at this point. I think you could flip a coin and either of these teams win, and neither of them will have any chance against Kentucky. So,
well, I don't know though, JT. I've seen Kentucky play too a lot. This is a very vulnerable Kentucky. This is not Kentucky from prior years. This team, it got pushed tonight for a while. It did get pushed. They did. It took a while. Let me look at again. Troy. They were pushed for a bit until the late in the first half. They ended up winning 19. It looks good, but they struggled. They struggled against a very inferior opponent, and they do that a lot. And they have done that a lot in conference play. So Kentucky is vulnerable with this game right here. With either one of these teams.
You think so? I don't think Illinois could do it.
If they had the height and the length to do it. I mean, the main thing is if you can keep Kentucky from hitting a lot of threes, then you got a chance with them.
Now, see, the weird thing is, I think Xavier's got a better chance than Illinois against Kentucky.
I agree too. That I mean, I'd take either one of these teams to a serious shot at Kentucky.
Yeah. Well, I think Kentucky will win no matter which of these two opponents. I know you're saying watch out. I don't know.
I'm just saying watch out. Don't be surprised if you see a closer game than expected. Yep. Don't put the faith in the name Kentucky or the seed number. You've got to you just got to see what happens. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Now we're talking Kentucky. They obviously beat in the 3-14 matchup. Their opponent here was Troy, and what is that, 19-point victory.
Yep.
So, yeah, okay. Unremarkable, just thoroughly unremarkable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Then
that's what Kentucky is this year. It's like Alabama. Alabama had even Auburn. The SEC teams really have not done. The two teams that have actually played reasonably well lately that I've seen has been Tennessee and Florida.
yeah.
And Tennessee's had a lot of struggles, but actually in the tournament they gave Florida a fit. They fought Florida. They ran and gun, and the big problem with Tennessee is, can they can they get enough offense? Are they just going to stand out there and brick 3-pointers all night, even when it's not working? Will they use their athleticism? But Kentucky really just does not have that many options like they used to. Arkansas's got more dynamic players, I think, than Kentucky does. So,
Yeah.
but that's just me. So
Now,
I've seen them.
You're talking about who's playing well. UCLA, a 7th-ranked UCLA. They are a Big Ten school? Can't remember what conference they're even in.
They are a Big Ten. Believe it or not, they are a Big Ten. I think it's stupid.
Something like that.
In name only, or
yeah. And they put away Utah State by a substantial amount in a 7-10 matchup. I don't think that requires a lot of talk. Tennessee over Wofford, 77-62. Now, I expected this to be a blowout. And I thought Wofford was a women's college. Or am I thinking of something else?
No, you're thinking of something else. But
Wellesley, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, Wofford is in Spartanburg, South Carolina. We've been by there before because we've been up in Spartanburg, yeah. But no, it's
Spartanburg, college. But they look like dogs. They're terriers. Wouldn't they be Spartans in Spartanburg?
You would think, but no, they are terriers. They're little puppies. We actually got to see them at one of the times when my oldest that we went to the tournament. We actually saw Wofford live. They didn't do much of anything. And we were like, damn, why do we get stuck with them? And yeah, they did disappoint. It was like they were not very good or competitive. It was like, really?
Now, was this game against Tennessee, was this just a thing of Tennessee not trying their absolute hardest the whole game?
Tennessee is Jekyll and Hyde, especially on offense. That's the problem. Wofford did play hard, but they just don't have enough offense. Tennessee didn't have it. I mean, they got one player really that scores, and that's Chaz Lanier. Sometimes the point guard does contribute a bit, but he has times where he goes quiet. Jordan Gainey for them actually tore Florida up in the SEC championship game, but he had like 4 points in this first round game. So you just shake your head. It's like, well, they're just so up and down. That's the thing. That's why I think this Florida team is so much better, because I've seen enough of the action in the SEC. These teams have been Jekyll and Hyde all year, and they lose. They've gotten up to 5, 6, 7 loses. Florida's only lost 4 games this year, and each time it's for a specific reason. They get it fixed the next game. Tennessee and Alabama had 3 or 4 games in a row that they struggle. Like I've said with Auburn, to me, the last part of the season, something does not look right with Auburn when they're playing the way they're playing, and I can't fully describe it. But there's something's off. Florida, yeah, they struggled a little bit, but their struggles are like in this game tonight. They have 2 or 3 minutes of not doing something. Well, guess what? We fix it in the game. We get moving. Last time that they had a big problem was Georgia. They fell down 20-something points in the first half, but they fixed it. They came back and took a lead with under a minute left. Unfortunately, they didn't play. They didn't guard the 1 3-pointer that needed to be guarded. Otherwise, they would have won that game. Their problems are not consecutive games. Their problems are usually one game here or here or there. Now, and the sad thing is we're now the part of the season where there is no tomorrow. There is no recovery or making up tomorrow. You can't. You have to adjust during the game, and I think that's where Florida does a good job, better than most teams. And yes, I'm measuring mostly against the SEC because that's what I watch. But I don't see Tennessee adjusting in the game. I don't see Alabama, Auburn when they're struggling with something. They struggle to make the adjustments to get right within a game.
Hmm.
Florida
Hmm.
does. Florida with their 10-man rotation, just
You have so many more options, right?
yes, yes. You get somebody hot, you put them in. You know, and you can see with the matchups. One guy's
Well,
not
if you
working for
have
somebody.
10 phenomenal players, that means you could switch up to a zone, switch up to man, play all kinds
Play
of different
press.
schemes.
You can
Yeah,
play
you
press.
can
You can
different
pull
press
off. Yeah.
options. You can, I mean, you can really do a lot of different
Oh
things as
yeah.
long as they've got different height and speed as well, right? But when you have that many options, there really is not a team that should be able to come against you that you cannot handle if you've practiced the
Yeah.
different play styles you need to combat that, right?
Yeah.
So, one question I had for you, Dadman, did
Okay.
Wofford win their
No.
conference
No.
tournament?
No.
How are they
No.
in this? How
Winning
are
the
they in this?
I'm sorry, winning the conference tournament. Yes, sorry. I thought you meant winning the regular season. No,
No,
they were a sixth seed in the
yeah,
Southern Conference. They
yeah.
beat Furman, who was like a third seed to win the conference tournament. They didn't play the best team in the regular season in the conference tournament, and they advanced. And
I,
that's what
I was
happens
looking at this
here.
conference. They have the sixth best team by conference record in the tournament, and none of the others made it in. Now,
Nope.
maybe that's an indictment on picking too
Now
many ACC and
the
SEC garbage
It's
teams, but
partially, but here's what happens: the regular season winner is guaranteed a bid in the NIT. So whoever won the regular season probably ended up in the NIT. But that's where they stop. They don't. The NIT doesn't offer
right.
enough bids to the other teams. They usually take it with the bigger people, the bigger teams that play in the bigger conferences, which is to me sad.
Yeah.
You know, but
So this, if you're talking about teams that did not deserve to be here, yeah, I'm going to go with
no,
Wofford. I'm
no.
sorry, I don't
But
think they
they
deserve
win.
to be
But
there.
they won in by virtue of the conference championship. So
Mhm.
that's unlike the Georgia and the Texas and Oklahoma, where they got in because the reputation of the league.
Right,
So, but
right.
let's take a look. By the way, let's update. Let's do some score updates.
Sure.
Gen X, I do know everything. Don't tell me I don't know. I always know everything. I wonder if
he
he's in
does
that.
he does repeated audits on his own knowledge, and it comes back clean every time.
Yep,
He
I'm
knows
going to need to
everything.
go. I'm going to need to step and get something to drink real quick in just a second. I'll
Sure.
turn it over to you.
I can go
What
ahead and cover the live scores if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and take over the live scores real quick, run the updates on the live scores, and then I will be back in a couple minutes. Thanks, JT.
Sure. Yep. So just so everybody is caught up here, we currently have two teams in play with two more starting here very soon in the next half hour. So you have number 9 Oklahoma playing number 8 UConn in the West region. UConn is up 25-18 with 5 minutes left in the first half. Then you have over in the Midwest region, Illinois Xavier with Illinois up 3, 17-14 with about 13 and a half minutes left to go. So that UConn game getting a little bit more length on that lead than what I would like to see with Oklahoma coming out on top. But hey, there's always two halves to the game. And then Illinois and Xavier being very close, but Dadman and I thinking that these two teams are basically anything goes. That 11-6 aren't overly meaningful in this matchup. So just for those of you joining us, recent matchups that concluded: New Mexico over Marquette as a 10-7 upset, 75-66. Then Arizona over Akron, 93-65. Predicted pretty much by everyone on that one. Then coming up soon, tip off around 10-12 p.m. Michigan State, second seed over 15th seeded Bryant. And then Oregon playing Liberty, a 5-12 matchup. And that would be at 10:26. So both of those games will be starting here in less than a half hour, and then you'll have 4 in play at once. So it looks like the Oregon Liberty game is the last to start around 10:30. That one will be late into the evening. I don't know if Dadman's going to stay up for that or not, but the Michigan State game will be over on TBS, it looks like. So if you do have cable, you go ahead and check them out. And at that point, I think, folks, we might start talking about second round matchups here when Dadman comes back. Now, a lot of mine are basically every region is broken for me. But with that being said, I will give my prediction on who I think might win on the new matchup. So, yeah, I had Michigan losing last night, for instance. They'll be playing A&M coming up tomorrow evening. I will still be picking a winner of that, even though it should have been UC San Diego in my mind. So, to that, we'll go around and see who is still listening in the chat. Looks like we have Fallout Dave still hanging out with us. We have Lisa and that Gen X guy. And for anyone else that might be lurking or listening to us on a rewatch, thank you very much. Make sure you hit the like button for Dadman. And while you're doing that, make sure you go ahead and check out the Mrs. channel. She was recently monetized.
Yeah,
and
she is actually live
to
now.
her on that. And she, oh, is she?
Yes,
she
yeah.
is.
If you don't mind putting her chat link in, if you want to go see some diamond painting, she's still working on that Starry Nights. Feel free to go over there to her and check her out.
She's closing in on you on subs.
That's what we're supposed to do. That's what we want. We want her to pass me by. Yeah. Go forward, go high. I got my 700, so I'm good. So the next thing will be 750. But, hey, I'm all for, getting her more and more. And people that will, grow in her audience too. So, because she does special things. I just go use the force, do whatever I want by moment, whether it's popular or not.
Backstage here in a Fortnite work chat here, we have Mark D with a C saying that late night Fortnite will not commence until after the end of the UConn game. So, and I reminded him go Oklahoma. So, Mark, there you have it.
Well, hey, yes. Yeah, I would say invite him on, but I think he's probably like me where he can't watch a game somewhere else.
No, he's not coming on when that game is playing.
No. See, like Florida, I actually didn't mind Florida watching it because it keeps me calm talking to people. I've changed over the years, but I won't throw and scream and everything else with an audience around. I might scream Wisconsin, but hey.
Now, Michigan State Bryant just tipped off.
I know.
That game is underway.
All right. So, like we said, just to repeat, UConn, let's see. UConn,
up 7 over Oklahoma, about 4:20 left in the first half.
Illinois up 4. Bryant, Missouri. 5-0 Bryant. Well, let me flip it over there real quick. All right, let's look ahead to the second round, JT, since you have that scouted. Preview the second round for some of the matchups that we do know.
So going back up into the South, we have number 1 Auburn versus number 9 Creighton, and it looks like the Creighton Blue Jays. So, Dadman, you have a pick on this one? Thoughts?
I'm still going to stay with Auburn for now. Actually, I'll move my mic.
Same here.
I'm actually going to stay with Auburn, but I don't have a good feeling about this. I just don't think Creighton will shoot 50, 60% like they did in the first round. I think they got hot against Louisville. In Auburn, for what I see of them with what I think their deficiencies are, they are still good enough to shut you down athletically. And it would be unfair to try to compare how Creighton shot 60% against what the hell happened with my TV? Anyway, they it's a different thing, but it's one thing to shoot 60% against Louisville that doesn't have the athleticism that Auburn does.
Mm-hmm.
It's different to shoot 60% against Auburn. So I'm staying with Auburn, but if Creighton can have a game shooting like they did before, all big ifs. If they could do that, yeah, they could upset them. I think it's possible.
Right.
But it all has to go right for them.
I don't think they're going to get fortunate enough to have everything slot into place, and they're not going to be able to pick that lock. I think Auburn will win. It will not be a remarkable game, but you're going to see the 1 seed show why they're a 1, even if we're not convinced. I don't think either one of us are convinced of Auburn being a champion this year, but I think they'll at least be able to knock out the 9. So there we go. We both have Auburn tentatively picked on that. The next game up in the South is number 5 Michigan taking on number 4 Texas A&M. Dadman, I have picked. Well, it was originally UC San Diego falling to A&M, so I will keep my Texas A&M pick. I think Michigan is one of those, the 1-5 seed that may actually survive to the round of 2. And I think that's where their tournament run ends. I think A&M puts them away by a good 15 points.
Well,
and it won't be close.
Michigan?
No,
I mean,
A&M.
A&M will beat Michigan that badly?
I think so.
Wow.
I really do.
You must not like Michigan or something, because
I know really don't.
Michigan has the 2 7-footers, though. That's the big thing. Mississippi, A&M has some size, but they're really a guard-driven offense.
Well, but Michigan State handled Michigan. It just absolutely handled them in the regular season.
Yeah. That's the thing, is how much, I tried to watch more outside of the conference action just for these very reasons. I'm actually thinking I had to rearrange it now with Yale not there, but I am.
And if you look at the last 5, if you look at the last 5, Michigan won 4 out of the last 5, but the team that they really only beat, well, the only team that they beat in double digits was Purdue at home. They did lose to Michigan State 79-62. So, I mean, when you're talking that type of competition, now the other teams they did beat, Purdue, Maryland, Wisconsin, are all in the tournament. But they beat them by like 1 point.
Well, how'd they do? How did Michigan do in the conference tournament, though?
Oh, geez. I'd have to go and see. Yeah, I don't remember the tournament off the top of my head, because Michigan State had that double round bye and then lost, so I wasn't really paying attention to every game.
So we got a 4-5 matchup, because I've been expecting Michigan to be the higher seed in this matchup. I think Mississippi State will advance. Michigan, though, that does have the 2 7-footers, and sometimes Mississippi State does struggle with that, but it depends. I've not seen their 7-footers. If they're slow, typical Big Ten 7-footers, Mississippi State does have Texas A&M. I keep getting them confused because of the colors of the schools.
Yes.
But I think A&M could play. A&M's got great guard play, and like I said, they kept Yale at bay when Yale kept trying to make runs. So I give me A&M to advance above Michigan.
And just to go to their last 5 games, they lost to Florida, beat Auburn, beat LSU, lost to Texas in double OT, and then beat Yale. So both of these teams have losses to great opponents. Well, Texas wasn't great, but beating Auburn is an accomplishment. Losing to Florida, I mean, I'll give it to them. Analytics has a 58.1% in A&M's favor. So I think we're probably picking the best one on choice on that. So, okay. Not to belabor that game too much, we have Iowa State.
Buddy's still here. Buddy, feel free to tell us what you think's coming up. Feel free, anybody out there, feel free to tell us what you think of these matchups too.
We'd love to argue with you and prove ourselves right. Just kidding.
I don't mind being told I'm wrong either. So hey,
yeah. I'm good with that. Oh, same here. That's how you learn, right? But Ole Miss, Iowa State, this game I am going to pick the wrong one. I could just look at it right now and say, this is the one where I go with my gut, and just like in football, I'm going to pick the loser. So, which team would you pick? And then we'll see.
Iowa State, Ole Miss.
Yes.
Iowa State.
Okay.
Mississippi, Iowa State scores too much. The Big 12 offense, consistent offenses. Um, Ole Miss is hit and miss. They got lucky; they were able to hold off North Carolina today. Uh, I think Iowa State is a better. There's a reason why they're the third seed,
Mm-hmm.
and I just have learned respect for them, especially in postseason play. So I think Iowa State wins this potentially fairly easily.
As do I. I was going to say basically the same thing, which means, yeah, man, we're probably
Wrong.
screwed on that
Yep.
pick.
If it's anything like the NFL playoffs and the college
Yeah.
football playoffs,
Yeah. But I think you make a very good case, and I think Iowa State is a very strong club.
By the way, do you know who Iowa State beat today?
Lipscomb,
Lipscomb. Yep.
which I don't even know where that school is. So
In Nashville, Tennessee.
okay.
It's just the B is silent, and people can have really a lot of fun with that word, like we did earlier today.
Yeah.
So we'll move on.
Yeah.
But
all right.
sorry, JT.
No, I got
it's
you.
like,
I got you.
It's just like it was like some of the weirdest terms with some of these schools, towns, and names. We actually had names. One guy in one of the teams is named Money. Yeah, just go look at the rosters of some of these teams. All right. Sorry, I'm distracting. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, Buddy Hepburn is right. It's a trap. Or it's a
Yes.
trap. Exactly. The next one, Michigan State, is within one of Bryant now. Still a ton of time left in the game. 15 and change left in the first half. They're playing, the winner of that game plays New Mexico. If it is Michigan State, I think you beat New Mexico solidly. I think you just match up with New Mexico far better than Marquette did. And if it's Bryant playing them, you might have a Cinderella story. I don't think New Mexico advances no matter who wins on the other side of the ball here. Yeah.
Okay.
And you? Oh, you're taking a break there for a second.
No, sorry. No. Sorry. I think
you gotta.
No, I just took it as for granted. My brain shut down. I'd say Michigan State moves on no matter what.
Sure. Sure.
I mean, I got Michigan State in the Final Four, so I don't see anybody.
We'll
I don't see anybody
that
fighting them off. Iowa State might give them a little bit of a game. I don't even have Auburn making the Elite Eight. I got Michigan going through.
Really?
But in my initial bracket, but actually looking and changing now that I don't have Yale and repicking, I'm willing to take Michigan out of that equation now. But I mean, I'm stuck with a bracket I created.
Right. Okay. Well, let's go over to the East, shall we? We have Duke and Baylor. 1-9 matchup again. I think Baylor's done. I think Duke puts them away, even though Duke and Auburn kind of have a similar story. I think they both struggle on these teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Baylor will keep it close. Baylor will make it close. Baylor will make it scary a bit. But I think Duke will pull away. I just don't like Duke. But Baylor is only 2014. They're like watching them today in the game. Shoot, I clicked the wrong screen. I'm just trying to get the box score. But they struggle to stay even and ahead of a very not a bad Mississippi State team, but I think Duke is overrated. I think but they're playing a weak conference.
Mm-hmm.
And they're being evaluated on what Mike Krzyzewski did.
Yes.
I mean, they got one player everybody talks about, that flag guy. And but Baylor had a pretty balanced roster today in this game. I just still don't.
I think they'll be out competed, don't you?
I think that's what it really comes down to. They only have two guys that played off the bench today. They don't really have a lot of depth, and so I'm as much as I like to see Duke lose, I'll pick them to beat Baylor.
Sure. Then the next matchup is the winner of Oregon Liberty versus Arizona. Now that's a 5-12 going against a 4. It's hard to say since they haven't even tipped off yet. Yeah, man, no matter what happens on this bracket, that one was still alive for me. I have Arizona advancing to the Elite Eight.
Me too.
Okay. We'll leave it at that since we
Yeah.
don't have really a matchup
I do
to.
hope, and we can talk about these other matchups as they go along. I do hope, I do hope uh, that Liberty does beat Oregon.
Yes.
But
So do I, actually. I have
but no
them
matter who
winning.
wins, yeah.
Yeah. So from there, we have BYU Wisconsin, a 6-3 matchup. Gosh, this game, we talked about it earlier, Dad, man. This game makes me want to chew my fingernails down to the bone. This is a potentially, it might be the game of the weekend, I think.
Well, yeah, it could be, but it depends on what BYU team shows up. That's really what it comes
Yes.
down to. I'll
Yes.
be honest. I like. I'll be honest with this. I really picked this game. I'm staying with my bracket pick, which is BYU to beat Wisconsin. I picked the BYU team that can hit over 50% of 3-pointers and make at least 10 to 15 in the game. Because I don't think Wisconsin can stay up with that. They have to play that slow down Big Ten power stuff, and I think BYU can do. If they hit the threes, the pace goes in their favor. But it's all back to a big if.
Yes.
But I'm gonna take BYU's hot, having a good day. I do think BYU is potentially overrated, especially when they're so dependent on the 3-point shot. But then again, when they get hot, they get hot. So.
And I had a similar assessment looking at that. It's really tough for me to look at that and say I feel good about Wisconsin. I really would like them to win. I think they might have a better chance at stopping Alabama, which kind of gives you a spoiler on my next pick there. But I also had BYU moving on, and unfortunately then giving Alabama a route to escape that matchup as well. So, but you were right. It's more a variable of what BYU shows up. Wisconsin, I think, is a very known quantity on this. And I think Wisconsin has got a better chance at taking out Alabama. So I really would like them to win, but unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to go with you and pick BYU.
Okay. All right.
So last one in the East. You want to take this one?
No, I'll let you go. You're doing a great job. I actually am enjoying the break and responding. I mean,
I didn't want to steal your show. I feel like I'm talking over you a bit here.
No. I'm kind of when the host sits back and lets the producer type go through. I'm actually enjoying this way because I'm not having to think, and it's giving me a nice break as we go down. So I'm actually enjoying the format.
You've been going pretty long both days, so it's commendable.
Well, yesterday was really hard because it was all me all the time. And really, you got to have there were spells when the chat wasn't engaging. And we've got people out there a little bit tonight. It's just slowed down a lot. Earlier, it was a lot of back and forth. You really need this back and forth with somebody, whether it's on air or off air, to really make it flow right. And no, I'm enjoying actually being asked questions so that I can respond to it because I've been through a lot of this stuff already.
Right.
And I don't mind. Plus, also, you're having the ability to process all these things together, the results where I'm just everything's on the fly moving to the next game. So I'm good. Keep going.
Cool. So this one, I thought for a minute maybe it was a trap game before, when I made my initial picks. However, I don't think St. Mary's has enough to take down Alabama. I don't, but I also have no respect for that Alabama team. And so I predicted Alabama would handle St. Mary's. And
holy shit.
What's that?
I'm sorry. Where Liberty and Oregon are playing, we made a funny deal of it earlier with the Misses and with Yarn Witch. No, this is Climate Pledge Arena. Give me a second. I'm like, what the Sam hell? Give me a second. You got to see this god-awful monstrosity that probably is like $150 billion. And how the hell they could put 20,000 people, I don't know. I don't even know what the It says it's a Climate Pledge arena. I think that it is right. I think it is a valid image. But here's what it looks like. It's where the Kraken play, I guess.
The who?
The Kraken,
The who?
I think the hockey team.
Oh.
Yeah.
Again, I'll say the who.
Yeah, that's a band. So, but here, this is what it looks like. I'm like,
Okay.
what? Like, what the Climate Pledge Arena?
So they pledge to destroy the climate with their large carbon footprint by building an arena. Is that the pledge they took?
I guess, or they pledged it to only have 10,000 people, but charge everybody 4 times the amount to get in. I mean, how? I don't understand. This doesn't even look like you could hold a lot of people in it.
It doesn't look that way, does it? Maybe it goes down very far and it's a very steep arena.
I'm wondering.
It could be.
Yeah,
but so I hate those because when it's super steep, it's very hard on some of the sight lines. Yeah, Fallout Dave, it is pretty cringe, isn't it?
No, did Fallout Dave come back for that one?
Yeah,
it's like.
So anyway, I think Alabama will take out St. Mary's. You have any insight into that game?
It goes down to the 7-footers, what kind of game. That's the hardest thing is the what type of game they play. I still go with Alabama until Alabama loses. I do think that there's problems with that team. St. Mary's looks good. I've seen them play very physical, dominating. The guys can shoot from the outside too. Big men are fairly mobile, but I'm going to pick Bama because that's who I picked in the bracket. But there's something that bothers me with that game.
Right. Yeah.
No, Tom Izzo's not wearing a tie and suit. Come on, Tom Izzo. Oh, man.
Well, at least they're winning.
Now you fall back to winning. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
So it looks like my Oregon Liberty pick is probably going to get busted, but it's still too early.
What's the score right now?
13-2 with 15 and some change left first half. So anyway,
that's basically an Oregon. It's basically an Oregon home game. So they stuck them because they stuck them in Washington.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway,
they always get favors like that. So
13-2. Yeah, exactly. So
let's head out to the West, shall we? Florida playing the winner of UConn, Oklahoma. I hope it's Oklahoma, but I think Florida just walks away with this, and it's another getting ready for the Elite Eight. I don't think they're going to be too cocky. I think they have, like you said, a deep bench. This is a Final Four team in my bracket, and I don't think that this is more than a bump on the road.
Well, like I said, I think tonight they got enough of a scare, a kick in the butt, playing a team that was hustling and stuff, and I think that message is going to go through to that team because I could tell the coach was pissed. And he should have been because they should have won this game by 40. They were up by 30-something at one point, and they started getting sloppy. And but like I said, you got to give the kids on the other team credit. They worked their butt off. They didn't quit. They stayed with it. And and I will say that's a credit to them, which meant Florida was not working hard enough. Because I think if Florida worked harder, it would not have done it. They would not have shot near 50%, and it would have been a lot worse. I think that they, I think, and it happens with teams whenever you get up so much, you lose the focus, and then getting it back is near impossible. So, Yep.
So moving on from there, 12 Colorado State versus number 4 Maryland. Maryland, like I said, is I think a dark horse team. I think they've been underappreciated thus far, that they should have been a 3 seed, not a 4. I have Maryland walking away with this one.
Yeah, it's
you probably had Memphis, didn't you, in your bracket?
I had too. Memphis. I had Memphis going, but I'll tell you what, I've got a respect for Colorado State. I've been told about them, and they look good today. So I don't discount Colorado State. in this game, but I probably will take Maryland going with the higher seed. That's kind of been what I've been doing this year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
and Maryland finished quite high in the Big Ten conference rankings. So
right.
This fourth spot, I think, really maybe it helps them out actually, but I think that they are a stronger team than what that displays. So, and let's see the next one up, Drake, Texas Tech. We kind of already talked about this one. Drake is not that good. Missouri gave them that game. Texas Tech is going to walk away with this one.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yep,
and then,
I agree. That won't even be close. So.
The interesting game, and there's quite a large line on this already, which I would be worried about if I had money, which I don't ever put money on this crap. So Arkansas 10 versus a 2 St. John's.
Yeah, the battle of the former Kentucky coaches. You got Rick Pitino versus John Calipari. I'll tell you what. What do you think? I want to know what you think first before I say anything.
I would like. Now, I picked St. John's. I actually would like Arkansas to win this, and I think they could catch St. John's off guard. And if they can come out in the first half up 10, up 12, something like that, at any point in the game, and they don't fall off quickly, I think they give St. John's too much. And I think this game is going to be a lot closer than what the spread says.
Yep. And Simply Steve is here saying St. John's. Hello, Simply Steve. Hey. Yes, good to see you tonight. I'm actually picking Arkansas in this one. It's not my original pick with my brackets, but
Right.
St. John's does not shoot well. They struggled a lot with Omaha Steaks last night for quite a while. And I tell you, Arkansas looked really, really good. If they can come out and shoot the ball, they're very athletic. I think they can deal with the press, the defensive tenacity of St. John's. St. John's has been recognized as not a good offensive team, although they scored a lot of points last night, but they played Omaha Steaks. I think Arkansas has been tested in the SEC enough, playing Florida and Auburn and Alabama, that
good point.
That Arkansas has seen it all. I'm not worried about press, tough defense and all against Arkansas. The question is, can they put the ball in the basket? It truly is. It's not about turnovers, rebounding, all that stuff. Is can they score enough points? And I will take Arkansas in this game. Over
we're both on a heavy upset call on that one.
Yep.
Because ESPN gave St. John's almost a 3 and 4 chance of winning.
And that's the safe pick. That's the safe pick, and especially if you're a Patino fan. The game's up in Providence, Rhode Island, so it's close to where they are. But
in the West Conference, Rhode Island. That what a Western state.
Yeah, and it'll be close. Remember, it's about the podding. Remember about podding. Yeah. The pod is where they play the games, and the pods they try to keep teams, especially the higher seeds, reasonably close to home. That's why St. John's went there, even though they're in the West. It's You need to go back to the old day, and if you're in the West, guess what? You get to travel. But they did it to help on travel costs for one thing.
Now, headed over to the Midwest, the final region here tonight. This region is one that I know the least about and the one I care the least about. I don't think you're going to have the winner come out of this bracket. Not at all.
Whoa, Izzo, that's like technical foul type. Oh, he's right. No, I think Izzo is right, probably. Because it was blocked by Michigan State, and then he claimed it went off the Bryant guy first. Wow. Hey, sorry about that, JT. I've never seen Izzo like that. That was hilarious. So, all right. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No problem. And I'm not concerned it's a 2-point game right now.
No.
I'm really not.
No.
That's happened to them so many games this season, and then they win by 25 or something. So
yep, exactly. That's when you know you have a great team, is when you don't worry about it.
Right.
It's like
The
even when Florida was down to by 20 something to Georgia, I'm like they're coming back, and they did, but they choked it away at the end. But I mean, it's like they did come back.
Yeah. The other
So,
games right now live, we have Oregon Liberty, Oregon up 18-2
I'm
with
not
14
staying
and a
up to the end
half.
of that one. By the way,
No, I wouldn't.
if that's the last game going, and it's like if it keeps going that way, it's going to be like, good night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Halftime right now, UConn up over Oklahoma 32-26. That is still very much anyone's game.
Glad we're not watching it though. I'm on the. Although I will say this Bryant Michigan State game is kind of painful. I mean, we're under the 8 minute mark, and it's 19-17 by Bryant leading. It's just like I'm not used to watching basketball like this.
Yeah, Simply Steve is saying skip it.
Skip it. Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
I get the rest for tomorrow. So plus I do
Now,
have to be with mom at some point tomorrow. So it's kind of like
the game that is still pretty darn close to Illinois Xavier, Illinois up 4 with 2 minutes left in the first half.
Okay. All right.
So then let's go and look at Houston Gonzaga. So this one I have Houston winning, and it's boring. That's all I'm going to say. Boring. I don't think Houston's that great of a team, and I don't care about Gonzaga this year.
We thought we were all watching this game. We thought Robert Morris was going to. For a while, we thought Robert Morris was going to beat Bama. But
yeah, they're a name in the league too. You know,
Gonzaga,
they're used to winning games.
I'm going with Simply Steve on this one. I don't like Houston. I don't trust them. I mean, they're also a team that will score in the 50s and 60s normally. They got a nobody opponent first round. Gonzaga, the way they came shooting against Georgia, they could do it again. I'm going to take Gonzaga to knock out our first 1 seed.
So we do have so we picked opposites there, which has been rare for us, I think. But
well, like I said, I've gone close to the vest this season, but this one after watching. Yeah, the dude got wamped. Yeah, you should have seen what happened to the Bryant guy. He got clobbered. But yeah, I was watching what Gonzaga did coming out against Georgia. I'm going to take the bank on them that they'll shoot well enough to beat Houston this time. And they, like you said, they're not Cinderella. They've been around a long time, and they should know how to play this type of game in this tournament.
Right. Okay, so let's move on then. 12 McNeese versus 4 Purdue. I have Purdue on this one. Purdue.
Sorry.
Boiler up 2-2.
Oh, God, I can't believe you did that. But I say that just nothing said. McNeese shot it.
They're not a Cinderella.
They can't. I don't think they were looking at them. They're not. They should have been seated higher probably. They can't shoot free throws. They got lucky that they held on against Clemson. Will Wade is going to be ready to get out there to go to NC State.
To go deep in the tournament too. Yeah. And if you can't shoot threes on Purdue, you're not going to get it done. So
they don't shoot a lot of threes themselves, but they're dominant on the glass.
Yes. Yeah. So I think this is going to be a case of a Power 5 team just saying, oh, that's nice. And it'll be like a game you see in December or January, not one that you are expecting, big time excitement out of here. So the next matchup, Illinois Xavier taking on Kentucky. So I don't know if we really want to go much into this. It's only a 2-point game, so hard for me to call. I did have Kentucky advancing.
Yeah, I do too. I do too in my bracket. I don't know either one of these teams. I've not been able to watch much of it tonight, but I'll take a look. I'm going to try to bounce between them. There's no threat of watching the Oregon Liberty right now, but I don't know. It's just Kentucky is one of those strange teams because they did struggle with Troy tonight quite a bit. I'm going to take Kentucky over Illinois, barely, but I'm going to take Xavier over Kentucky.
Okay.
Xavier, I think, is has more. They seem to be hustling. They've come in. They beat Texas. They've. I think they can match up well with Kentucky. I just don't think Illinois. Let me take a look at the box score real quick in that game, because I think that's. It depends. Let's see. Let me get the game. Okay, let me get over to. I'm going to the Liberty Oregon tabs because that game I'm not going to follow on the stats right now because there's pointless on it. Let's see. I'm trying to bring it up because I'm curious what type of. I get the box score. What Illinois does. Xavier 7 of 14 on 3 points. Illinois 6 of 13.
And they just went into halftime. Illinois up 5, 40-35 there.
They're dominating the glass against Xavier. Just 6 of 13. That's a decent amount of 3 points, 3-pointers, but they don't seem to be. That's half their shots. They're half made or 3-pointers. The other half are 2 points. So I'm in the mode. I don't know. It's one of those. What do you think? So I don't know. It's one of those. I'm not sure. They got this. If it's a guy for Illinois, I'm looking at the stat scores with Xavier. I got Kentucky advancing. I'm looking at these teams, and I'll just take Kentucky on both of them. I'm not looking at it. I'm not thrilled. But Xavier, Simply Steve says Xavier above, and Simply Steve's made some good calls this year. So, yeah. So
right. the next one then we have an interesting game that I don't know how to call, but I will make a case for one of these two teams that I did pick, and that's before seeing their performance. In round one, you have UCLA 7 playing number 2 Tennessee. Now, hear me out. I wanted to make a case to pick UCLA on this. Now, nominally, they're a Big Ten school. Right. You look at their regular season, who they beat and who they lost to. They were 23-10, 4th in the Big Ten. So they're not a no one. They just did not have the good fortune of getting a higher seed on this. They lost to New Mexico, who is the number 10 in another region. But they've beaten Oregon, Arizona, Gonzaga, Wisconsin, Oregon again, Michigan State.
Right.
And their big losses, like I said, New Mexico, North Carolina, Michigan, Maryland, and Illinois, in Purdue.
Right.
So they have won against just as many tournament teams as they've lost. And so say what you will, I think that does give you some discipline and some hope on this team that coming in against a number 2 is not going to intimidate them, right? I think they have had some tough losses. They did have, and their losses came in a rash. Like they ended up losing 5 of 6, right, in January there, and then a lot of runs of a lot of wins. So I don't think it's fair to say that UCLA has no chance whatsoever. I think they're quite dangerous in this, and being 4th in the Big Ten, not a big congratulatory thing for that right this year, but they are higher than Purdue. They are higher than Oregon and Illinois, So do you count them out? I don't count them out at all. And I think that they see this as a game for the taking for them, where Tennessee, I feel like, might come in with a little bit more, okay, we're a 2 seed. We are expecting that we're going to win this. So I am going to say UCLA, even though I think I originally had Tennessee. I'm picking UCLA.
Okay, and I'm going Tennessee. They lose and win in the spurts and all. They've actually been playing a lot better lately. they really gave Florida a run for their money, but Florida just
Mhm.
got hot in that championship game. But
Mhm.
I still say Tennessee, hands down, no doubt about it. Well, simply Steve is going for UCLA,
Yep.
taking UCLA with it. So
Yep.
okay, that's well reasoned and logical. So
I think that might also be the game of the week or weekend.
it could
definitely
be.
has some potential there.
Yeah, it could be a good matchup between the two of them.
So
So
that'll do it for round
second
2.
round. So now what we're
Yes.
doing is we're just basically watching and keeping up with the other three games. Unless some miracle happens with Liberty and Oregon, which I doubt it.
Yeah.
23-8 right now with about 11 and a half minutes left in the first half. Bryant is down by, well, there's a delay between my computer and my, so it's 25-24 MSU over Bryant. It's actually faster than what I'm seeing on TV. Of course, Illinois and
Yeah,
Xavier are
me
still
too.
5 point difference. So
And it is neck and neck on the game flow, but the win probability from ESPN is still 86.8% in
look what
MSU's favor.
look what Buddy says. This would not actually not be a bad idea to try this. If you do a bracket, two-face flip all the way through, that would be
Yeah, but you're
cool.
going to get burned on a lot of 1 in 16
Yeah,
games.
but it'd still be neat to see what happened. Just random chance completely do it.
I did some math on that in, oh gosh, it was like a college stats class, some assignment for that. And I forget where you would actually end up on the bell curve of people who are trying to actually pick winners, but it doesn't do as poorly as you would think because people are so, they pick things that are not, you don't know who's going to win the game, right? So, but you end up picking on things that are more intuition sometimes than raw numbers. So,
Never underestimate intuition. I'm big with that. Sometimes you just got to go with your flow. Like I thought with McNeese, I went there and go with my thing. I tell the missus all the time, I'm a big believer in women's intuition. If she says something, I better listen because usually, and that's what I tell a lot of my female friends. I told my kids and all, it's like, I'm a big believer in that women's intuition, and you better listen to it. And I think sometimes with these games, it comes down to what you think. Not necessarily you can take all
yes.
the stats, all the logic and theory, but just what do you think? Sometimes you can see stuff with your eyes, and that's what I saw with Clemson. I saw what I saw, even though it was one game. I saw. Sorry, the mics are here. I saw what I saw, and I did not trust my one game analysis and observation.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
what my and so
So
it's like with Ole Miss in football. It's like Ole Miss in football. I said they win. Don't pick them till they win. Or going against Alabama. I mean, every time I go for the underdog, somebody wins. Finally, Lane Kiffin finally beat Georgia this year. That's the first freaking time Ole Miss beat anybody. So okay, they proved me. Then maybe I can take Ole Miss again. But it's just
now,
one of those things I've gone with.
question for you: if we go into the Sweet 16 and there's only 3 SEC schools left, does that doom everybody else but Florida for you?
No.
You still okay?
No.
You still think that the top 3-4 teams out of the SEC are legitimate? I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
They have warts. They struggled. Tennessee's got a lot of concerns, but they got a lot going for them. I think of the 4 between Florida, Auburn, Texas, Florida, Auburn, Alabama, and Tennessee. Auburn's the one I think that's the weakest and most vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They have been so inconsistent. They have individual talent, but they don't play like a team a lot. They're like Ole Miss. They end up scoring. They played according to Ole Miss's style. Then it cost them the next game because they couldn't score a lot and they got beat in the conference tournament. Florida is one of those teams that can play a low-scoring game or a high-scoring game. Alabama can do the same thing too. Tennessee can, but they can also go stone cold from the 3-point line. So I really think Florida and Alabama are the two. And I think it also does not say that Florida shouldn't have had a large number of seeds because they showed by staying in that long that they are legitimate, that they handle the teams from other conferences.
See, that's interesting. You think Alabama is up there. I have no respect for that team, and maybe we're just of different opinions on that. I also will admit that I do not like Alabama athletics. So
right, I've seen them more. I've seen them beyond that game today, though. I've seen them a lot this year. They can score over 100 very easily, but then they can go to 60 just as fast as we saw a little bit today. They struggle to put away an inferior opponent.
Now,
but that does happen to a lot of teams.
Just as a quick score update here, we have had some developments. Xavier, Illinois are still in halftime. Oklahoma and UConn came out of halftime. They have 17 minutes left to go in the second half, and it's a 7-point lead for UConn. Still a disappointingly low-scoring game for me.
But that's Oklahoma, though. That is Oklahoma. And I tell you, that goes to the side of, if that's the way UConn, is that the best UConn can do? Look at Florida to win like a 90-55, 90-60 game. Florida is going to blow out either one of those teams with its running gun and offense. It just Florida had to shoot 30% the whole game to score in the 60s against those teams. But unless they can control the pace of the game, it comes back to what type of game you want to play, and do you control the pace or do you not? So speaking of control pace, Michigan State's got this game. Offensive foul
24. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well. How are you that far? Oh, because I'm on the TV. Yep, I see it now. All right.
Yeah, you probably have a delay. Do you have satellite?
No, I have Roku, and it is on the TBS.
That's why.
My CBS feed is a lot closer to being on time than what's happening.
You probably,
here.
if you reset your Roku, like restarted the app, you might find yourself at a more into the present than watching in the past. But in any event, it looks like Liberty's made a small push. They're now in double digits. They are trailing Oregon 27-11.
Yay,
so it is only
Liberty!
A 16-point game now.
I love that.
Yeah. Still plenty of time left in the first for them.
Oh,
Michigan State.
Buddy said Purdue may have a hard time with sloshed Otis in the jail cell being their mascot. He does self-check instead of drunk driving, though. So good will for that.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Liberty Bibberty. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should have the insurance company back them. All the Liberty Mutual commercials.
I tell you, here we go. 2:15 left. Michigan State hits a 3-pointer. They're up 31-24.
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is what I'm saying is the last 4 minutes of these games can make a big difference.
That's why I was saying, Bryant was up 5, Bryant up 2. I'm like, yeah, I am not sweating this, and even ESPN was not sweating it. So I'm not going to be too braggadocious going into this. But if they can go up to 10 at halftime, I think Bryant had a game plan to try to come out and get into their heads, which is probably the best game plan you can wish for on a 15-2, and try to get that early lead and then just hold on to it any way you can. Michigan State, for whatever reason, can be a team every year where Tom works so hard on mental discipline, and it ends up, I think, coming full circle on them and messes them up sometimes, because they usually always have so much raw talent, and then the games they lose, it's just like, what team am I watching here?
Oh yeah, no, I got you. Definitely. Okay. So that's the latest with all the action, folks. Tonight, it's that's one of the hardest things we're going. I love the first night. I love going to them from noon to midnights. But it's like the late night games are the struggle. They really are the hardest, and usually they're late. Like all these games, 37-30 Oklahoma. Michigan State 31-24. Illinois 40-35. That one seems like it has some energy, some score, some lift in it. Liberty and Oregon, and it's like you just want to go to bed, It's like, wait, this is like
right.
this is like hard. It's getting hard. It's like, wait, folks, you know, excitement. We want to yell, scream, yay, yay, yay. But, it's like after 11 o'clock on the East Coast. And it's a point that you brought up. When these games get late, it gets hard to stay into them sometimes.
Yes.
But, if I had a vested interest in probably
No, a
could, but
college
still,
kid, you probably just got to the bar not too long ago, so it doesn't matter for you.
no.
But
It's
everyone
like all
else.
these games, like I want to see Bryant win while they're down 7. I want to see Liberty win while they're down 16. It's like, okay, so where's the excitement?
Right.
If they're winning, if it's close, you get that excitement. I mean, even Oklahoma, UConn, I'm sorry, 37-32 seems like like you said, a pretty dull game because looking at it statistically wise, this is the biggest problem. All day we talk about expanding fields, how many get in. Oklahoma shooting 31% from the field. UConn 38%. That's like, really? I mean, this time of night you want to see excitement. People making some jump shots and stuff, and their dunks and everything else. And I do think that sometimes you get to a point where everybody has had enough. Even though I don't like saying that, but it just the game
You
plays
also look
affected.
at that Oklahoma UConn game, and I don't think they stand a chance against the next opponent shooting at that low of a percentage.
Yeah, Florida. I mean, that's what I was saying. Florida is going to run them out of the gym with that type of stuff. That's what one or two runs is boom. All of a sudden, you get 17 to 20 points, boom. And neither one, I don't think, had the ability to run that kind of run on Florida, though. I tell you, watching Norfolk, they ran an 11 run run on Florida tonight. They worked their butt off to do it. It was tough for them to make that run on Florida, but they did. Give them credit. But it just dang. Arizona destroyed Akron, and same with Duke over St. Mary's. Yeah, Mount St. Mary's, and Simply Steve, they uncarded the Zips for nothing. Yeah, Zips, zero nada. Well, Purdue, Bryant does have the ball down 5, and why shoot that crappy ass fall away shot like they just did? It's a low percentage shot, and so we got a 5-point game. We'll see. Let's hope that for a good game. I know JT wants a big blowout though.
I kind of do.
But, oh wow, yeah. Wow, Michigan State did miss that. I can't believe that. And just taking a look, they called Michigan State for a foul on that. It was like I don't even see a touch on him, but so that should put Bryant on the line for a 1-on-1. Depending, let's see. Oh man, I'm actually amazed they don't have that guy out of the game for age rule. He's got a bandage, but you can see the blood, and he's got a big welt on his head.
Yeah,
it's like there is blood around it though too. I think.
And he didn't get called for a technical on that one.
No. Well, Michigan State was in the lane on it. No, I don't know which technical.
On Bryant when they went at Michigan State.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, but this guy for Bryant has blood and has a big welt on his head. It was like a big baseball on the top of his head. It's hilarious. It's kind of amazing to see, but I just was surprised they didn't. A nice rebound for Michigan State and a dunk. Wow. That's what's going to happen. So, see, I'm wondering how much that's earned, though. They're ranked. I think a lot of times that they're ranked number 1 based on their
they always love to put them.
Yeah, that's what I said, buddy. Yeah, he is leaking blood down his forehead. Yeah, I'm amazed they don't have him out of the game. He's got a welt the size of Fort Knox on him, and it's dripping. It's coming through the wow. They got a steal and almost got another basket at the end.
Well, so it's halftime now for two teams. Michigan State up 5 on Bryant at halftime, 33-28. And same with Illinois over Xavier, 40-35. So it's still a 5-point game.
And it's UConn, Oklahoma, 37-32 with 14:45 left.
Mm-hmm.
The only one that's not close is the Ducks.
Yeah, and I'm not really even watching that anymore.
It's a 21-point game. Let's take a look at it, though, for people that may want to know. Let's see how bad the stats tell the story. The stats don't lie. In this game, let's see. Let's go into full puck score. And I had hope for Liberty because they've had a history of some good performances, but 28%. 28.6%, and not a typical old Liberty when they were good a couple years ago in the Atlantic Sun. 1 of 11, only shot 11 3-pointers and only made 9% for the 3-point line, 3 of 3 at the free throw line. While again, these bigger teams, they're hitting at least 50% of the shots. Oregon at 54.2%, 5 of 9 from the 3-point line, 6 of 7 from the free throw line, and the rebound story. 18-11 in favor of Oregon. So, and hell, Sashi, hey, Sashi went to bed earlier on my early stream and now is going to work today.
Nice.
I've seen him coming and going. Hey, Sashi. Thankfully, I got JT Kirk here. He's kind of taking it in overdrive to help push us through these last 4 games. So,
happy to be here. It's been a while since we've streamed. It's just life is not aligned well for us.
No, it has not. So it's just it's really good. So
the
Limu Emu, yeah, they must have Liberty. They must have the Emu playing for Liberty and replacing Doug. Nice, I like that, Simply Steve. Yeah, that's a good one. But yeah, it's it's been a while since we streamed.
It's bad looking at some of these numbers in this UConn game.
Well, this is how the tournament's been. A lot of games this first 2 rounds. I love my college basketball, but I will say if I had to rate this first 2, it's really first round, it's been kind of dead, honestly. I'm hoping the second round actually has some true legitimate upsets. Some surprises, but because I don't think if any of the one New Mexico's, it's a quote upset, but it's not an upset. McNeese, you could see it if you were listening and wondering, being about Clemson. I don't think that, and actually, I believe those 3 upsets all happened in the West region. You got 11th seeded Drake beating 6th ranked seeded Missouri. That happened there. You got Colorado State 12th upsetting Memphis at 5. And 10th ranked Arkansas beating Kansas, 7th seed. So that's where you have 3 double-digit seeds that are advancing to the second round. Yeah, and see here, Simply Steve said, first round, 2 stars out of 5. Yeah, I think that's fair. Malaysia is currently ranked number 1 in the women's category for lawn bowls. Oh, that's cool. We'll have to look at that some. We're actually, JT and I want to get sports off again, and we're willing to take in some sports around the world too.
Yeah, I'd like to do some international stuff if we could.
I know. I definitely want to get into soccer. I mean, ESPN's got some connections and some links. I know on the weekend, NBC and some of the other channels do show soccer. So you can watch it even if you get, as long as you can stay up through it. The NHL's coming down to the playoffs. We're going to have Major League Baseball starting, and of course, the USFL playing, or XFL, whatever they call it now. So we're trying to allot our schedules. I'm going to have to talk to you, JT, because there's some things I want to do. I have to talk to you about where to do it. We may have to flex between Tuesdays and Saturdays.
Right.
Bit, but the advantage of Tuesdays is we have more time. We have to start later, but we have more time. Saturdays, though, we have to start at a certain time, but we only have 90 minutes. So it's something, but I know we need to get back into sports, and there's a lot of stuff. Like I said, there's a lot planned for April. Some fun streams that I've got planned, and want to do some things. Oh man, yeah. Oh, that's how the guy got the Wampa. Oh my God, that dude. Before that, dude, you should have seen the blood on his head. And buddy, did they assess a flagrant one or not on that? Because the amount of blood covered his whole forehead. So beach volleyball. There you go. Oh yeah, CPIC tack roll. Yeah, I remember the volleyball play with your feet. So exactly. Buddy said first round is hard because of the splits are just that much of a difference between rankings. Correct, but getting the correct gap. Yeah, and then the other higher rank comes in underestimating the lower, and it's close or lose. Yeah, no, agreed. No feet, no feet volleyball or no feet volleyball, but yeah, there is a game. CPEC tack roll, where you play volleyball with your feet. Not that I would, but if I did, I want my shoes on. So how about that? I'll play it soccer style. Wow, 39-16, Oregon is up over Liberty. 56% shooting from Oregon. I mean, you can't win if you're the lower seeds when the big guys shoot at. And then you shoot 24%. I will get that gives other thing credit to Norfolk State. They shot nearly 50%. They were over 40. They gave themselves a chance to win that game tonight with 69 points. And it wasn't garbage 69 points. It was just they got behind Florida because that one run and the difference at the free throw line just made such a huge difference that they could not go overwhelm it. Yeah, he got AEW'd, yes. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it is. Sashi's told us about it, and Mrs. actually showed it once. The CPAC tack roll. So, anyway, we're at 11:15 Eastern. Thank you for everybody hanging with us still. God, that just looking at the score kills me.
Illinois pulled away coming out of halftime, too.
Yep. 8-4, they're up by 9 in this game. I just don't trust Kentucky. I'm picking Kentucky and staying with my pick, but I just don't trust the Kentucky team these days. No. They're not the Kentucky of old. I really don't. But that's when teams like that are dangerous, and then they surprise you when you're ready to write them off, and then they come through. Let me flip it over. We will see at the end of the day how many SEC teams are still alive. Let me flip over to Oklahoma, UConn. I wonder if Mark D would do a watch party for Florida UConn on Sunday.
Who knows? Yeah, you might have a whole house full of people watching those games too.
Yeah. You ask if I have to ask him later, or if you see him later tonight, tell him or put in that Fortnite chat. Ask him if he's going to host a watch party. I'll be the obligatory Florida fan for his guests and friends.
Right.
So I have no problem. I'll be the annoying guest. I'm good with it. So, hey, this Illinois team, wow, turned over Oklahoma. Oh,
this UConn game might come down to the wire.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
If it doesn't, I'd be kind of shocked.
Wow. Foul on the 3-point shot. Dang. Tell you, there was a lot of debate about Oklahoma making it or not. Neither one of these teams are any good. I mean, UConn, just like, I'll be honest, I thought UConn was going to win going in. I thought UConn was going to win this game easily. But, I mean, the fact that they're struggling. Florida has destroyed Oklahoma earlier this year, so, hey. Yeah, tell Mrs. and Yarn Witch, yeah. Got stitches, came back, needed a better sewing machine.
I thought they would use like the butterfly bandages in some glue.
They had like one of those clear bandages, something like that, but it was like a big square, but it was like Buddy was saying, it was bleeding through.
Yeah, I think at halftime they're going to use the butterfly bandages and then use some of that clear glue and just glue it together. And put another Band-Aid over it.
Oh, by the way, I actually had my stream on the Mrs. channel. Oops. See, I looked up and I saw it stopped, and I'm like, "Holy crap! Did I lose the site?" But no, she actually streamed almost 3 hours. Wow,
Oh wow.
I did not realize she was going that long, and that we've been going that long. This evening stream is on 5 hours now, with
Uh-huh.
18 likes. Thank y'all for coming through and liking. Um, but actually, we had good. I think we've had good likes and attendances. Uh, definitely definitely learned some lessons with this type of thing. Actually, Fallout Dave gave me some links too about where you might be able to stream it. I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to the missus and see if it'd be something we could stream. Definitely could not do it on the air, on
Sure.
YouTube or anything like that.
Sure.
But like as a watch party in the Cosme room or in a webinar thing for StreamYard, it'd be interesting to see if we could do it. Actually, having people watch the game, but it's been fun though. Oh, that's right. She's got. Thank you, buddy. She is back at top of the hour. She's taking a break. Top of the hour that she's going to watch the Wild Robot. So I will be asleep. I might turn it on and go to sleep when we're done because when this, I'd see. I'm looking at it now. I'm going to end the stream after. If we find out what happens with Bryant, it's a 5-point game. Bryant, Michigan State. If that gets out of control, then we may end up. Stopping because I don't see Liberty coming back on Oregon. That's not worth staying up for. We're going to keep an eye on Illinois Xavier. And of course, I think before what we'll do is we'll pay focus now. Let's spend time. We'll keep an eye on Xavier, Illinois. It's still at 9. Let's focus on this Oklahoma UConn game since there's only 11 and a half minutes and it is a 5-point game.
Sure.
So we'll focus our efforts there. But man, that was some blood on that thing.
I don't know. Did everybody go to commercial break or something? This is.
Yeah. Oklahoma just came back. UConn has not trailed in the second half of the last 11 NCAA tournament games.
Well, they might. They're flirting with it. They really are. So
yeah, this is not your normal UConn team, and of course, a lot of people absolutely despise this Hurley guy, which I did not know. I mean, apparently Dan Hurley is like very, people do not like him. So, but he said it's National Go Buy Your Beer and Pee Time.
Yeah,
that's nice. So Oregon is up at 24 at the half.
24-point lead. Okay.
And that's one thing like for Norfolk, that's 116, but that's a daggum 5-12. You expect at least Chelsea to be somewhere competitive because that's usually where you see some of the upsets. So, all right, 2-point lead for UConn now. Oh, I tell you what, I can hear UConn's complaints.
Oh, yeah.
The number of free throws. Let me look at that real quick. Let me get back over to that game because this is going to be one that really probably will annoy a lot of the UConn fans, the disparity in free throws. When we look at what happens there, there's a 4-point lead with UConn now up, but Oklahoma's 10 of 35, 28.6 from the free throw line, from the field, 2 of 13 from the 3-point line, 18 of 21 at the foul line. While on the foul line, UConn is 5 of 8.
And it's back to a 4-point game again.
Yeah, but that's the thing is UConn, if they lose, will complain. That's 13 points difference on the free throw line.
Well,
12 fouls against Oklahoma, 21 fouls against UConn.
It's not obscene. If I had to look at that,
Well, it's back to 6 now.
You could also look at their abysmal shooting percentages and say, maybe if we just made more buckets.
And a foul and count it. Wow, that ball stayed in barely. But hey, Oklahoma going to the line now, 10:40 left in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what the trending was? I did not realize George Foreman was still alive. But man, yeah, he was. He was
Oh,
a great guy
that's
and a lot
sad.
of fun. Yep.
Huh.
Yep. I saw him trending on Twitter, so
I actually
I
didn't think
wasn't
he was
sure.
that old. Did he have a I don't know. Did he have a health condition that he was battling?
I have no clue. I don't know. Um,
Hmm.
buddy, if you know, let me know. Let's see. But we'll see. Yeah. No. Wow. That is definitely sad. So I like George Foreman. I think he was a good character for the game, which was nice. He did a lot. Of course, the grill. I
Yeah, I
mean,
was
we
gonna
all
say
know.
the grill. Everybody had one of those at some point.
Oh, absolutely.
1 point game, Yukon,
Mhm.
Oklahoma. There.
Oh yeah, you're ahead of me. That's right. I keep forgetting. So yeah, that's too funny. The timing difference. I would say though, this is either one of these teams will not beat Florida. I mean, so far
No,
in over 10
no.
minutes, UConn has scored 14 points in the second half. No, so I'm at the 1 point game level now, and a timeout by UConn. Yeah, because we give them 400 timeouts. Everybody just
Yes.
takes the timeout every 2 seconds now. I really wish we could go back to the old day. No 20-second timeouts because they're taking long commercials in those 20-second timeouts now. You get each team gets 4 timeouts per televised game. And
Hmm.
if you use them all in the first half, hey, that's up to you.
Right.
But this thing of every time there's a little run, timeout. No. They need to stop that. If they want to get games over, they need to go back to the old days. You get 5 timeouts in a game or 4 for a televised game with the timeouts every was it every 4 minutes. So man,
But you
yeah,
get so many more commercials in this way.
yeah, I'm still stuck on this climate pledge arena thing, dude. This
It
it's
broke
just
you, didn't it?
it broke me. I don't know if I'm tired or what the hell is wrong. It's just
It
look at the
doesn't look
signs.
good at all. It looks like somebody who's never gone to a sporting event designed that building.
I like love you too, Mrs. This
Do we
is
know the cookies?
there's another box of them out there. Hey, look here real quick. Hey, real quick, look. This is the Climate Pledge Arena. Remember
hurry up.
talking to you in the Yarn Witch? That's it. It looks like a big square.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
That
I'm
is
sorry.
I know. All right, but the Climate Pledge. I wonder how much it costs to. I'm gonna have to look that up real quick while we're talking these games. So, oh, Buddy still uses the Foreman grill.
Yep.
It's like that's cool. Those things are good. I know my mom liked it. So, by the way, let me do this. Let's have fun with this. Talking about
Sure.
Seattle and that.
I'm getting
'Cause
impatient with the Michigan State game still stuck in halftime.
Yeah, I know. So I'm trying to distract. So let's do this way. Plus, also UConn's at a timeout. Xavier, Illinois is just kind of harmless out there right now, and we've forgotten about Oregon and Liberty. Let's see. Cost of what? I see I'm trying to remember the damn name. Climate Pledge Arena.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. Let's play a game. Cost of construction for the Climate Pledge Arena.
Over $2 billion.
Let me. I'm just trying to get the. I'm trying to find the best. Let's see. Oh, I just. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, they have a.
I'm sneezing over here like crazy, Dad. Man, I'm allergic to smug. Apparently, I look at that arena and I start sneezing.
I know. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to figure out. They say, I don't trust this report. I don't trust this particular report. I saw something else. Let me. Let's go here. Let's see. I saw a different number and I'm like, let me see. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out which one is probably the most. Wow. Wow.
It looks like while he's looking that up, Illinois is still holding strong against Xavier, up 9 with 13 left to go in the second half. Still have two matches in halftime, intermission there. And it is still a 1-point game with just over 9 minutes left to go for Oklahoma UConn. That one is gotta be putting a lot of fans on the edge of their seats right now.
Holy helly hand grenades. It's for 17,000 fans for basketball games, 15,000 for ice hockey games, 16,000 for end-stage concerts. The construction cost looks like it was about one. I've seen two different numbers. I've seen $930 million renovation. And I've seen $1.15 billion construction cost.
Mm-hmm.
So it's $1 billion building.
That barely seats anyone, by the way.
Yeah. That is like, wow.
I bet it's loud in there, but you know, small.
Wow. It's like, that is crazy though. It's like, I mean, that's just like, at least the Jaguars are getting $1 billion stadium, but they're seating 60,000 for an outdoor football stadium.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure they put all the environmental stuff in it, and all this stuff that's way uber expensive. And wow. I'm just like, man, that they got ripped off for that. I'm sorry. I mean, you'd want to kiss from the contractor on that one, getting hosed over that much, because that's like 17 to 15,000. Like I said, the Jaguars are talking about $1 billion stadium. At least it's a 60,000 plus outdoor venue for multiple purposes. This is limited to basketball, hockey, concerts, and wow. So, oh God, here. Branded as Climate Pledge Arena to promote Amazon's partnership with the environmental advocacy group Global Optimism and its Climate Pledge, under which companies sign up to make their operations carbon neutral by 2040.
Uh-huh. Sure. It's a little greenwashing if you're asking me.
Well, folks, one thing we talk about politics and not really being politics on my channel. What I really mean, and especially when we're going to, Yarnwich and I are going to be doing a chilling with on tax day. I don't want party politics. I don't want names. I don't want stuff like that brought into my channel. You know, we have former presidents, we got current presidents, and I got people from all sides of the house. That's the stuff I don't want. I don't want party things. I have to because of some very personal considerations. All, but this type of politics you can't avoid. JT and I've talked about it. We've had the wokes. I hate using woke too, but there have been political issues that have infiltrated the world of sports that you can't ignore either at times. So when I say no politics, I don't mean no politics. I just don't want the personal stuff, names, parties and stuff. But these big agenda items and stuff like that, I have a problem with it because, damn it, you know what they do? Once again, the average guy can't go to a damn game. Let's look up. Let me do it while we're doing right here. Let me see.
But the priority is to greenwash their other operation to make themselves sound good when all they've done is offset it somewhere else and put a label on it and say,
and it's all theoretical.
Here we are.
It's all theoretical too. There's no way you can prove savings, neutral. There's no way you can prove all this stuff.
Right.
It's for us to feel good about something. There's no way to objectively measure this stuff. If I'm wrong, please somebody tell me. But I don't. I've not seen how you can prove this stuff. Let's see. Any tournament at Climate Pledge? It's Climate Pledge, right? Climate Pledge Stadium. I just because that's like I said. I wonder how much the tickets for the passes are here. March Madness tickets. No, that's not amicable. Let's see. Let's see. Climate Pledge. All right, Climate Pledge Arena. Go into their website. Let's see. They do host the Seattle Kraken. And let's see. Well, wonder. Yeah. Keep an eye on the game for me, real quick.
I am.
Okay.
UConn pulled ahead a little bit. It was down to a 1-point game. Now it's back to a 5-point game. Michigan State is up 9, and looks like Illinois surged to a 12-point lead. Oregon's still at halftime.
Yeah. Let's see if you can figure.
Well, see, if it were really doing that much, it should be easy to find, right?
Well, the problem is my computer, I think's overloaded. I think it's moving. I don't know if you want to look. You can look. You might be fat. Your computer might run faster than mine. I'm just curious what the passes would be, because usually they sell them 2 days, a morning and evening session situation, and mine is like deciding to rebel on me at times. Do you mind checking it, JT? Because I'm curious.
What now?
The climate pledge stadium in Seattle. See what the March Madness tickets are.
Oh, okay. Well, they also claim that by buying the stadium, they retired 38,000 metric tons of carbon offsets. But you still built the stadium, so you still put a bunch of carbon in the anyway. So you want to see the tickets? So let's see here. First round, session 2. Is that the one that you wanted? That's what they have going on right now. $181 is the cheapest.
Is that for one session, or is that for?
That's for one session, the afternoon right now. I could go to session 2 first round. Wait, sorry. Let's go to second round on Sunday. Tickets for this event, the lowest price is $138 a ticket, and that's way up in the
and that's just 2 games also.
Yes,
you just get 2 games with that.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that's not all the fees and convenience fees.
Oh yeah,
and taxes and shipping and handling, and wipe our butts for us fee. Let's see here. Scoring update. Oklahoma UConn officially tied.
Woohoo!
5:43 left.
Oh shoot! Damn it! I didn't. When I had the misses and Yarnwich on today, I should have. I wish you could have been around to feed the Oklahoma lines, because I'd have had the 2 singers for the Oklahoma musical.
Oklahoma, where the
you had some good lines last night.
Up the game.
Yeah, you had some good lines the other night with the Oklahoma. So.
Well, the thing is, people only really know that one little snippet of that one phrase of all the music in the whole musical on average. So,
by the way, Buddy said that you guys come out. It looks like y'all have had 2 back-to-back threes for Michigan State.
Yeah, up nine for Michigan State. Illinois is just blowing this game out now with a 15-point lead, 10.5 left. And we're still at halftime for that West Coast game that no one even cares about anyway. So let's get it on the road.
We're having more fun talking about their stadium.
But yeah, the Virtue Signal Stadium is what they should call it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, but I like the little lights at the top, the little square things.
The thing is, I wouldn't hate on them if it actually did make a good difference, but we know it doesn't. Like that's the thing. They want to try to convince you so.
I'm sorry.
Hard.
When Captain Planet was brought out, I was cheering for the bad guys. Because I think, I'd like to keep things affordable for people.
Right.
But you know what? You're going to bankrupt people on stuff that may or may not work. You don't know. And, there's only a limit to how much people can afford. Now, granted, I lived up in the times when they just straight dump stuff in the river stuff. That should have never been done
Right,
and
right.
was not really tolerated and all. But this thing about going around your elbow to get your butthole about all this stuff, and everything's 3-4 times more expensive because of it. It's like,
For a dubious benefit.
yeah.
A
Well, and I tell
dubious
you,
benefit.
like friggin' cars, everybody's so friggin' out with the Teslas and the battery cars. Screw them. I mean, I got an old house. There's no way I could retrofit my house, and who's gonna pay
Yeah.
for it? I'd like to have a damn $10,000 vehicle. I should have had to pay more than my house for a damn car these days. Give me one with no computers, just old gear shifts, all this stuff. Where if I wanted to fix it, I could do it myself. But I mean, I'd like a $10,000, $15,000 car that's affordable. Nobody can afford that these days with car payments. Sorry. We're getting off topic of sports, but still,
tied up game again with Oklahoma.
Yes, Oklahoma. It's just, and it's because of sports stadiums. What we said, I miss going to games, but you know what? I get tired of paying $10 a damn parking just to park your car. And I know that's cheap compared to a lot of people, but it's a friggin' minor league or college sports. It's like, what?
Now, Illinois is up on Xavier 69. Nice. To 52.
No. We've gotten some 69s tonight. So, hey.
Yeah. The UConn still is now 2 points up. I would just like UConn to take Oklahoma to take the lead at some point.
Yes, I agree.
They've not had it yet, and if they could sink a 3 here, it'd be huge. But,
oh my God! Look, you ought to see the thing at the top of it, JT. I'll DM it to you.
Okay.
It's funny. It's funny. Okay, keep giving the score updates. That's cool.
Yeah. So it's like I said, it's a 2-point game with 5 and some change left. UConn over Oklahoma. You still have Michigan State well up on Bryant by 9. And that Illinois game with 8.5 left looks to be finished. Xavier caught up a little bit, but it's still a 14-point lead for Illinois. And I don't know if Xavier's ever held the lead in this game, but if they did, it was momentarily very early on. Actually, a better showing than I thought out of Illinois for this. They were a competent team in the Big Ten with 1 million teams in it, but I did not anticipate them really doing much in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
And Oregon's still in halftime. I wonder if there's something going on there.
I don't know. I think sometimes they're slow coming out, but
maybe they're recharging the batteries for the.
Yeah, that could be what they're doing. All right, so let's see. UConn's up now 3 from what I see.
Yes.
It looks like they are at. Okay, I think I turned and looked at TV, and obviously the TV's behind again because they're just lining up for free throws, and it's 56-54. So, but yeah, it's thanks for coming on, JT. I appreciate it tonight. It's been fun. Definitely different.
Like I said, I've been wanting to pop by here for a while, and we just haven't managed to do it.
Hopefully we can get a few minutes afterwards to talk a little bit about things to see what we can, where things might go. But yeah, we'll probably end up cutting this off. I think after we get through what we think are the end of the decent games. Illinois Xavier's under 8 minutes and it's a 14-point lead. That game may be about done. We're looking at the Bryant, Michigan State. Probably that'll be the game that decides when we cut off because Oregon and Liberty there's just no hope on that one. If it is, I mean, I'd love to see Oregon lose. I always love seeing the Ducks lose.
They just started the second half now, but ESPN has that win probability for Oregon at 99.4%.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was going to say it's not impossible to come back from that, but it is sub 1 percentile when you get a lead that large going into half, and it is tied up again with Oklahoma. Looks like putting up a 3 Or no, he made free throws. I'm sorry.
Mm. Oh yeah, he just hit the first of 3. So I'm like, that's how far I'm behind.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm sitting there looking, and it's like, well, let me make sure I'm not. Didn't get. No, I'm up to speed. I'm.
Sure.
It says it's live. Yeah.
Now it's
It's
going to really disappoint me if they end up winning by 1 point, because I really want Oklahoma on that. Like,
no, I know.
really
I
quite badly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's but like I said, I don't think either one of them. Oh, offensive foul. Wow. Got the call on that one. So I wonder how they got the 56, because it's a 57, 55, 351, and this game. Wow, he was tilted back a little bit. It's amazing that they called the charge on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on his toes also. I've seen it when they won't call it. Just like about 20 seconds difference. 57, 56, the game. Right. Yeah. I know. I know. I just heard.
Very frustrating.
I just heard. Yeah, because I could hear the huff, and I had just looked back to see. It's a 4-point game now. That I will say that's the one disappointment between this and that is that that was a deep 3 that guy hit. Also, hey Brian, they're back out. I think ESPN had a brain fart, because I'm seeing Michigan State Bryant at 14:21 left, and Bryant is only down 6.
I have it at 13:43 left.
That's what I have. Yeah.
Then it went back up to 14:12 left.
I think something's wrong with that.
Yeah, I think they had a brain fart.
Yeah.
For sure. But Michigan State's still up 9, which I appreciate that.
Well, 42. Okay, there you go. All right, so it's a 7-point lead now, 42-40. Yeah, Illinois is up 17 with 7:20 left in the game. That game, I'm thinking that's over.
Mm-hmm.
I looking at Illinois playing this kind of game, I could see them being Kentucky. I'll stay with Kentucky like I picked.
Okay.
But I could see Illinois playing a Big Ten game type and beating Kentucky, because Kentucky's not shooting or offensively dominant this year like they've been in other years.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see that game going against them. Yeah. Brain fart.
Yeah.
ESPN and MTV are not anywhere near what they used to be. Cinnamon churro flavored muffin mix. Nice, Jess. Better good. Strawberry lemonade, apricot, and Reese's. Yay! All right. Thank you, Jess, for more photos. We appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see that. I am back. We are bouncing around like crazy. So UConn is up on Oklahoma by 4. Again, I think that basically that should be Florida just destroying either one of those teams.
Yes,
I mean, it could be close early, but that could be a 15, 20-point win. I mean, and Florida's decimated Oklahoma earlier this year. It really wasn't even close.
Mm-hmm.
So, and neither one of these teams has shown any excitement, or both of these teams are really lethargic tonight. It's not like either one have come out really shooting the ball well or playing really, really well. It's really just a sit back and, I don't know, how do we say it? Sit back and they're just muddling through the game. It's a sloppy, old school Big East type football game. Yep. Yeah. So
Michigan State expands to a 10-point lead.
Damn it. Damn you, Sparty. Like, come on, Bryant. You guys.
Come on, Dad, man. Come on.
It's only because I like the 2 seeds go down, not because of animosity of Michigan State. I'm hoping for some drama and this tournament. Now I will say, if Creighton beats Auburn tomorrow, okay, that's drama.
Sure.
But that would be a legitimate. No, I believe upset really in that case.
Right. Well,
Oh no, and
let's
Jess
see.
Jess said earlier.
Oh,
Oh, hold on.
go for it. Go for it.
I gotta see what she said there on that chat because I've been looking away on other things. Brogu, hello, Brogu. How are you tonight? Good to see you. So, let's see. Getting an electric car over here from Asia, they usually there's more damage on the boat than the car saves. Batteries are expensive and last like 7 years. Yes. Also, what they're finding out in the state of Florida, they are very dangerous with the batteries,
Overheating?
especially, just water intrusion. They
Oh,
have
water
told,
intrusion.
even
Okay.
Rick DeSantis was telling everybody, if you have electric cars, move them out of your houses and your garages. Move them
Yes.
to
Mhm.
raised garages, all non-flooded areas, because when the salt water goes in there, they will corrode and cause a fire in your garage.
Extremely
inside your house.
reactive solution
Yes.
when that happens.
Yes, they do. They found out that firefighters are having trouble fighting the fires with those hurricane flooded vehicles, and now they're finding damage to the vehicles afterwards, aftermarket, after your used car. What really happened to it? It got inundated in a flood from salt water from a hurricane. So
Right.
it's go
Well, that's
Tigers.
always been kind of a risk, right?
Exactly. Well, yeah, but still, the whole thing is happening more and more now. Whereas before,
Mhm.
and everybody has this little sense of, oh, it's just my thing is, damn it. I mean, now we see all these battery stations put in everywhere. It's like, well, charge your own damn car at home, but I guess, I guess you had to. I'm guessing you had to pay. You put a credit card in it to charge it of your vehicle. I'm just looking like,
Oh no, you can get a charger put on the outside of your house.
yeah, but I mean, like when they go to the grocery store, parking spots,
Oh.
they're putting all these charger kits in.
Well, you know what they do up near us, the major it's not Kroger or Walmart, but there's a major Midwestern chain and they've partnered with a lot of those when they're near the highway. And so you'll get like a supercharging station with like 16 spots and they will put that right next to the grocery store in the parking lot, kind of off to the side. So you can kind of get in on a second or third door by like the I don't know what you would call it, the garden department in near the pharmacy, and then you can get your grocery shopping done if you want.
Yeah.
So
Well, let's get back to the UConn game before we forget. Sparty's up 8 with about 12 minutes left. We're under 2 minutes though in the Oklahoma.
UConn's pulling away.
That's what I just saw. So it's a
Illinois
6-point
Xavier
game.
narrowed a little bit to an 11-point lead for Illinois, but I don't see Xavier somehow collapsing that all the way back.
Yeah.
Right. You get like a push opportunity where you get hot, but then the other team always inevitably ends up coming back, right?
Yeah, and Oklahoma's only scored one field goal in about last 4 minutes, so that's not helped their cause.
So it looks like these games are starting to resolve out a little bit then. Michigan State's still up 8 with 11:22 to go, but has not been down once since they took the lead.
I hate you. I'm getting to where I don't like UConn. I got family that likes UConn for some reason.
Oh, no.
They went to Las Vegas to watch a UConn game, and I'm like, like whatever. I hope Oklahoma wins, but I will tell you, they Oklahoma played well tonight, but well's not good enough. I think in the debate with the 14 teams brought in because
less than a minute left, 5-point gap. By the way.
Oh, I'm still at 119. That's what's so funny.
Yeah. So with that in mind,
go
ahead.
So the running down there to the front court now. So we'll see. I wonder if it looks like they're not going to foul though. So
that would be nice of them.
But they're just going to play defense this first possession. So we'll see what happens. There's 8 on the set shot clock. And it's still by Oklahoma. 49 seconds left. So let's see. Oh man, just running off all kind of clock. A block shot. Nice. It's going to be over. We're down at 35 seconds. Oklahoma, y'all got a foul. Finally with 29 seconds. 5-point lead. That was a waste of clock.
Yep.
And we've got Illinois Xavier 11-point game with 4:33 left. Yeah, it's like the guy kept trying to go in instead of kicking it out for the three or anything else. He's going in against the bigger, taller guys. So, oh my gosh, Ruben's going to kick that guy's ass. Yeah, Sunday. He's going to kick his ass. Of course, Condon will too. Hawk. I mean, Mike. The thing is, they got one tall guy, probably two, but Florida's got 4 to 5, 6'11", 7-footers to
sure
just go to town on them. And well, that's 65-59. This game should be over. Let's put a fork in this one. And oh yeah, all the best spots are parking. Yeah, taken. Yeah, between
Yep.
Yeah, all the different things. Yeah, they're not making it easy to get there. So we got a 7-point lead for UConn with 29 seconds left in the game. We'll see what happens. I hope if Oklahoma does not hit the shot, I hope they don't foul. I mean, just at this point, just 20 seconds, they did foul. So, well, 7-point lead with 19 seconds. We are writing that game off. UConn will advance. They will move on. So that takes us to the Bryant-Michigan State game to wrap up the night. And now it's an 11-point Michigan State lead, which is pretty much – Xavier
12.
game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Xavier's – I forgot about Xavier. But either way, I've got to get back to I got to get back to CBS, so I got to flip it back to over-the-air broadcast.
Oh, okay.
Antenna TV. So that's –
Yep.
I forgot. But, hey – it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'll be watching basketball with Mom tomorrow, spending a lot of the afternoon with her. So.
Cool.
So I won't do this. I don't know that I'll do any streaming on Sunday with this. I may focus on watching the games a little bit Sunday, but you never know. I may change my mind. It depends on what's going on, what I feel like doing. But I also got to rest up to go back to work on Monday. It's like, it's been a good couple of days off, and then it's like, but you also got to rest a little bit.
True.
So,
true.
All right. Xavier's calling it. Illinois has been scoreless for the last couple minutes, but then they get a rebound, save it, and then Illinois hits a three. Wow. Just wow. I'm still picking Kentucky. I can't say that I wasn't worried. I think Kentucky can get beat by Illinois very easily. They
you think so? Huh?
Yeah, very very easily it could. This is not your traditional run and gun, high scoring Kentucky team. They can, but they don't do it that often. Florida went up there and lost, in a game up there. They gave up 100 points, but Kentucky in the last part of the season has not scored that kind of. Has not had that kind of offensive production. So, folks, in the next 10 minutes, we're going to wrap up here very, very soon. But do please make sure go see Mrs. for the wild robot earlier.
She's done. Or no, wait, she's starting back up on the robot. You're right.
Yeah, the Illinois. Yeah, I saw that Small Time Republic. Yeah, he stepped out on that one, but Now we got an offensive foul.
Not like it matters at this point, right? It's this one's done.
Yeah, but like you said, I don't think they were saying he's. Either way, then they get a strip and a breakaway. So we got a 13-point game now. Yeah. Oh man. So what are our friends over at Bryant doing? Have they? Yes, UConn has gone final 67-59. Do make sure
12-point lead by MSU.
Ask Mark if he's going to do a watch party and have me over so I can talk to his UConn friends. Let's see.
I'll make an inquiry. We'll see.
Yeah. Let's see. Looking at the stats, Oklahoma shot a big 32% in the game, 17 of 53. Oh boy. Yeah. 3 of 17 beyond the arc, 22 of 27 free throws. So if it had not been the free throw line, they wouldn't have scored tonight. So they made 9 more free throws, took 9 more free throws than UConn did. UConn had 25 fouls, and still nobody fouled out. Believe it. That's hard to believe. They had 2 players with 4, and five players with 3 fouls. Wow. But UConn shot 43%, 6 of 25, 24% from 3-point range, 72% at the free throw line. So that's the story of this game here. UConn had a 6-point lead at halftime, extends it by 2 in the second half, and wins this game to face Florida in the next round. This game will not be close on Sunday. I really believe but you got to play the game, so you never know. Yes, there's some misses right there. Make sure you get there, and the stream set up for the Wild Robot in a few minutes. So we're going to end up keeping up the track of the Bryant, Michigan State game. And
that one looks like they're going to get the separation.
Yeah,
they need.
I know, but we'll stay here since it's your team. So
okay, appreciate it. You don't have to if you're getting too tired.
No, we can make it. I just can't stay away for the down 29 points. This, like I said, this is what bothers me with what's happened with the seeding or college basketball. That the beauty of it is these 12-5 matchups, the 3-14s, and this tournament this year has really been very bland. There's not been those big magical Cinderella upsets.
Mm-hmm.
And the 12s that we've seen, I'm not surprised that they won those games either, though. So it's interesting. And good night, Brogu. And then Brogu said, if I want good sleep, go see Snow White. Went to sleep, feel fresh. Nice.
Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers drove out of that. He left. He didn't stick around for the whole thing.
Well,
whether that was drama or not, I don't know. But
I don't know.
I've not heard good things.
I figured, why bother going to watch it? They created enough drama with it to begin with. Why go give me your money? It's like the Dial of Dysentery. I asked the missus one time, "Do you want to go see it?" She said, "I don't need to watch that shit."
Right.
That's what she said. She didn't. She hadn't followed all that stuff. She knew what Indiana Jones was and wasn't going to put that in her brain.
Right.
So I guess Mark's doing
he'll be on late night Fortnite,
so,
if he hasn't already. He'll be spinning that up soon.
Yeah, because that game's over. So we'll stay as long as you want to on the Bryant game. It depends when you think you've seen enough or heard enough. 16-point lead, game well in hand though. We'll look at the stats in just a moment.
Sure.
Because Illinois Xavier is now going under the 2-minute mark and is a 12-point lead. And okay, forget it. It's over. What a crazy ass flung out 25-foot 3-pointer that was nothing but net by Illinois.
Yeah. Oh, by Illinois. Okay. It 12 backed up to a 12-point lead.
15 actually.
15?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he let it go. He let it go on time. And nothing but net.
I see it now. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, wow. Yeah, stick a fork in Xavier. They're done. They had a good run. They played Texas pretty good, but ran out of gas against Illinois. Xavier with the 3, pulls within 12. Yeah, I do agree with that. Small time. McNeese State has a physical. That's the one thing that I saw when I looked at them physically. I'm like, those dudes are tough, and they have top 25 guys. I really do. They need to shoot better at the free throw line, though, but they've got athletic talent, and I do think they can give some people fits. And I do think that they'll play tough with Purdue. I just think that they won't win because I think Purdue is too strong on the boards, and Purdue can shoot free throws. McNeese missed. Let's see. I think they were below 50%, or they're right at 50%. I'm going to take a look at that real quick. and look,
Okay,
because
Illinois is
that's
getting down to 1 minute left. Up
yay.
12.
All right, because I'm taking a look at the McNeese Clemson game. Not only do we have the story about how McNeese allowed that was a rally by Clemson, ended up just short, but part of the reason that they got so close was because of the free throw shooting, I believe. Let's take. I love calling them Omaha Steaks. Yeah, that's St. John scored 50 in the second half. Let's see, McNeese and Clemson. Yeah, Clemson outscored them 54-38 after scoring 13 in the first half. So I think McNeese will play with them. They got the bodies, they got the height. It's just
Sure.
Let's see, 16-19 for Clemson from the free throw line, 11-22 for McNeese from the free throw line, 50%. And they only hit 4 3-pointers, so it's the good thing for them though is Purdue is not a good 3-point shooting team. They can, but they don't seem to like to shoot a lot of threes.
No.
Yeah, we will.
They like
Thank
to
you.
get in down low, and
I know Buddy's going to watch the Wild Robot. Enjoy. Thank you for being over there with the missus when she does that. I know she's enjoying those streams. So we're just okay. Illinois has won. The game goes final with a 13-point win. Michigan State's up 14 on Bryant. Oh my gosh. Oregon is up 29 on Liberty. Liberty is just. How would you like to be at that Oregon Liberty game? I mean, at least on the West Coast,
I would just want to go home.
Well, at least there, it's only 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
If we were live now, like we had a game either this Xavier Illinois game or the UConn Oklahoma game just ended, so we would be there near midnight. Or we could be this. We didn't have the first game one year, so we were there after midnight. It was like. And when it was like, please get it over with. And as cheap as I am, it's like I want to stay. I want to stay till the bitter end. I want to be run out of the stadium by the guards.
Yep.
But let's see where we are. Xavier beats Illinois 86-73. Let's look at the numbers. Xavier in losing effort shot 40%, made 9 of 23. Not a bad percentage. 39% of the 3-pointers, hit 14 of 19 at the free throw line. And 25 rebounds as a team. They were led by Dalen Swine, 27 points on 10 of 17 shooting for the free throw line with 8 rebounds. He led the team in both categories. 2 other Xavier Musketeers had 12 points in the game. They had 14 points off the bench, which they outscored Illinois off the bench. That could be something that could hurt Illinois against Kentucky is if they don't get production off the bench. They got 1 point tonight. How does it 1 point when it's 2 of 2 free throws? I don't know, but it's 31.
Sure.
Let's see, 42 and 31 is 73-80. Yeah, I think they messed up on their. They probably got more than 1 point.
Probably have to correct it for the morning.
The math isn't right. I had to double check myself, but 4 starters in double figures for Illinois. 22 by Will Riley. Tomislav Isevic had 20. So, good effort with their starters.
MSU's going on a run, by the way.
Wow.
They're currently up, 19?
Illinois was 18 of 18 from the free throw line. Had 45 rebounds against 25 for Xavier. So that was domination. So how bad is it? Oh, yeah, 70 to 50. Oh, my God. Yeah. It went from, So that is, let's take a look at those stats real quick. Because how much time is it? 5:57 left on TBS. Bryant is shooting 36.1%, 25% from the 3-point line, 3 of 6, 50% from the free throw line, 27 rebounds. Leading scorer Raphael Pinzon, 17 points. And Earl Timberlake had 13. They only played 7 men, so they had a real short roster. You might as well put those scrubs in, dude.
Right.
Give them a once in a lifetime experience.
Right.
And really, Michigan State has had a balanced effort. No real superstars. Jace Richardson had 13 points. Jeremy Fierce has 11. The high score is Cohen Carr off the bench at 18 points. and Trey Holloman at 14 points. So to give us the current 73-55 spread right now. We got the Liberty Oregon game. That
now is this putting this team away to you?
What? Michigan State?
18 points up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, especially it being Bryant. I mean, if it was like potentially a team that could get hot, like a Duke or something, but even then, I think even if it was Duke, I'd say it's over. So I think the party's over with this day of action. 18 points, good win for Michigan State. It was close early, and that's the thing is these teams have to get into the game early. We saw that with Norfolk State. They didn't give up; they hustled and they stayed close, but they got such a hole dug so early they couldn't get out of it.
Right.
And Bryant missed opportunities early, and eventually talent takes over. You wear down, and that's what we're seeing with some of these games. Unlike, well, except for Liberty, where it's just flat out. It's almost like Bryant should have been the 12th seed. Liberty should have been the 15th seed.
Yes.
It's crazy. Which we can talk more about Tuesdays and Saturdays, especially if we look back on look at the observations. But I consider round one in the books. Thank you for coming on tonight, JT.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This was fun.
Absolutely. I look forward to doing more. We'll see what happens next week, and we will see. We'll talk about what we need to do, could do, should do. April 2nd or 1st to the 8th will be no streaming. We'll be we'll be camping. So on that note, thank you everybody that's been here. Make sure you hit like, subscribe, go support the missus over at her Ko-Fi channel. Give me a second. I do want to put a couple things in here real quick. Let's see. I don't know. There, I think lead. Yeah, I think Jess. There you go, buddy. Put the Mrs. Watch Party. Go over there and check out the Mrs. Wild Robot. She is monetized for super chats. You can also support her on Ko-Fi, Ko-Fi.com. Mrs. Dadman Walking. Obviously, you can do that. Actually, I'll put that link right here, right now, in the chat for everybody. So, and this is where you can actually donate to her with actually there is some amount taken out, but it's very minor, especially compared to what YouTube does with the 30%. It's a great way to do. We actually are supporting other people through Ko-Fi instead of YouTube because of that reason.
Keep more. Yeah,
exactly. So, and they can get the money immediately. Mm-hmm. So instead of waiting for the distributions to happen. All right. So there you go. Go support Mrs. over at the link and watch the Wild Robot. Thank y'all for being here with me, especially 6 of y'all here at the end. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. We might do some more March Madness as the games narrow down. We will talk about what we want to do. And hey, on that note, you guys have a great night. We will talk to you later. Have a great day tomorrow.
Bye.
We will see you next time, maybe Monday night with duos with Jess. Hopefully that works, but we will see. Good night, everybody. Have fun. Bye, all.